Ah, fucking hell. Hello, everybody. Sorry, I'm being pretty silent there. Just like setting up a little bit still. I'm going to wait a few minutes to make sure people are in here because I don't want people to really miss out. There's also some games I want people to see. Obviously, because there's some redeems in here. So I'd like for them, a few of them, to be able to see what's going on. Whether they get in here or not is another thing, but we'll see. Okay, Minx, alright, cool. Hang on. No, I can't do the hang on. I know Minx is going to disappear on me. So, I'm going to open this straight away. That's what I was hoping. I was hoping you would be here for the start of this. Alright, cool. I'm going to get straight into this now. I was hoping Minx, I was going to wait a few minutes and see if Minx is going to come here. I wasn't going to actually open it otherwise. So. Goss. Yeah, I am more. Give me a second. But, oh my god. This is so hard to open. Why have they taped this so much? I was denied fish time, and I cry. Okay. Anyway, sorry, I've rushed this away. So guys, this is my second box opening. I'm sorry, this is just going into YouTube, and I do apologize for that. I got distracted there. But this is my second box opening. This has some of the redeems in it. It has some of the alphabet challenge, and it also has some games that I bought and a mystery box on top of everything. So, just the same as always. Well, it's going to be always from now on anyway. We're going to try and do this every time. I got it close this time, but I got there in the end. But this first game is Amori. And it's a very nice case, actually. And it's sealed, which is awesome. This is one Minx actually bought for me for Christmas, and I'm extremely grateful for this game. That's why I was excited. That's why I was waiting for hopefully Minx to be in here for this one, because this is a really nice. It's a really nice case too. Like, I'm actually very impressed with it. It's got like really nice art on it. I don't want to open it yet because it's sealed. I usually do open these, but I won't open it today. But it looks really good. It's a really, really nice cover. It looks sick. Big fan. But I want to say a big thank you to Minx, obviously, for buying this one. It's very pretty. I'm excited to play this game. Like, really, really excited, because, yeah, Minx has talked very good things about it all, so it'll be cool. Can't wait for you to play it. I'm excited to play for it. Alright, where are you? Hello, Jessica. But yeah, this is a really good one, so I was hoping to open this one first. I've had this 2 days after I did my last box opening. And I've been really annoyed and been really tempted to open it. I look at it every day. Oh, they sent something else. Oh, no, it's alright. It's not anything special. Oh, wait, no, is it? What is this? Something like that. I'm not sure what that is. I was like, oh, they sent, like, apparel for this game. But I've been very tempted to, like, open this. Let me put chat over here, actually. Sorry. They sent extras. Fangamer, good morning. How you doing today, Cheska? Hope you're doing well. Doesn't want to open up for me. I don't want to wreck it. Oh, these are these one-shot cards they've got going on. Well, that's nice. I like the design on that. People collect these, apparently. Wilds Desktop map from them. Ooh, the Outer Wild sounds good. Oh, all right. The chat's right in front of me looking at fucking right like an idiot. I'm excited to play it. I really am. I think also, you mentioned it, Koi, in the schedules. I think with multiplayer trophies, I might start pushing. I'm going to say fuck. I'm going to start doing the alphabet challenge with my own rules a little bit. I reckon I'm going to start playing some games that are a bit longer after I'm done with Yakuza, I reckon. Some of the multiplayer stuff. Put it back in the bag. It's a collectible. It's just some other stuff here. It's just a booklet, I think. Oh, yeah. They do like a bunch of cool stuff. They got Elden Ring, Metal Gear Solid, Hades, Outer Worlds, as I think said. Well, this middle one doesn't open. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Stardew Valley as well, if anyone's interested. They do some pretty cool Stardew stuff. I was going to buy Rikoi some of this for Christmas. I didn't end up doing it in the end. They've got a really nice mug going on there. She would have loved that. I was going to grab that and one of the plushies. She probably would have fallen out of her chair. It looks like they got vinyls going as well. Up top there. Oh no, it opens up properly. Look, they got the Shin Megami 3. Tensei 3 vinyl set. Oh my god, this is so hard to do. I don't know if you guys can really see it. It's not very showing up very nicely. Sorry, guys. They legit have really good licenses. I can't go on that site. I buy too much shit. I have only looked at it a few times because of that. But look, we got an Amori sticker, apparently. Can you please come out? I get so nervous for these streams. But this is a sticker, apparently, from Amori, this one here. So they do, like, stickers and stuff too. It's pretty cool. I like all the stuff they do. I won't place this anywhere. I'll probably keep this inside the case, if anything, I think, with both of these. And just keep them safe. I'm a bit like that sometimes. I never know what to stick stickers to either, like, you know what I mean? So, I like stickers, though. I have a heap of, like, patches and a heap of stickers and stuff, and I just don't do any of it. I thought I saw Stardew. Yeah, they do a lot of Stardew stuff, a lot of stuff on there. I was going to get a few things for Christmas from you for it, but it's, you know, it's hard to get sometimes. But that's the first game, yeah, Mori. So this is the O in the alphabet. This one was redeemed by Minx. Well, Koi for Minx, which was a really nice thing. And then they bought this for me for Christmas, which it's just, yeah, it meant a lot to me. I cried off stream when I remembered it. When I realized it. I woke up the next morning after drinking and realized. But yeah, it's nice. I like the art a lot. It's very cool. Very cool. Much swag. That wasn't cringe at all. I'll throw that box down there. Where'd that other game go? Oh, this one here. So this is the next game here. So I got one big package basically, and then the mystery box as well. There's not as much this time, I don't think, as the last time. I don't think. Maybe. But this is another one here. This is from CEX again. This is a normal redeem. This one is, I believe. It is. It's Forspoken. This one here.
Where is it? I will not ask again, child.
We know you have a big... I can't show you that I'm looking at the cock check, but I am. I've got a bit set up a bit better this time. How you doing, Rocky? This one's Forspoken. This one was redeemed by Hexa, actually. This one here. This game is quite heavily hated. I was talking to Email about this the other day. But I've spoken to a lot of people that have done the platinum for this game, and they actually say this is one of the more underrated games around at the moment. Apparently, this is actually not as bad as people claim it is. It's not what people wanted, I think is a good way to put it. This is a really nice case, actually. It's in pretty good shape. The art is pretty much perfect. It is a bent case, and the disc isn't in. No! It is an Australian disc, though, which is quite uncommon for PS5 games these days. But it's a brand new game, I think. It is brand new. Just got some finger marks on it from whoever put it in. Nice. That's lucky. It's okay, but it's lacking in some writing. Yeah, that's what I've heard. How's being off work? Oh, look, it's got like the 2 cover too. Look at that. That's pretty sick. Hang on, shit. Let me show that. Look, it's got like the 2 types of covers. Oh, I love when they do this shit, man. So it costs the company a lot more money to do stuff like this, and they rarely do it anymore. Final Fantasy has a tendency to do it now with some of the new Final Fantasy games. If you're looking for a reason to buy like some of the games, 16 has done it, Rebirth's got it, and I think Remake also does it as well. We can flip it in between, but see how they're different. I actually may flip this too because I quite like the inside of this one, but I love when games do this. It honestly makes my day. I think it's cool as fuck. This is just an order form. I don't know why they sent this to me, but anyway, whatever. They don't usually send that. I missed the 15 cover for deluxe release. Oh, yeah. Just a registration card that they've got going on. Just more stuff. I'm really happy with this copy. It's like brand new. I'm very, very, very happy with this. I think it's like 40 hours. This one. But it had the boys in a hot spring. Oh, what? That's fucking sick. I want that. I need all the Final Fantasy 15 copies. I've been hunting them. Yeah. I'm really, really happy this is a Australian copy too. There's a lot of them around. Hey, Rock Protector. How you doing, fam? It's 7 days of work. B has. Damn, in the hot spring is fucking sick though. I need to collect all the copies. I really do. I'm starting to hunt them down slowly. It's going to take some time to do, but we'll get there eventually. We have the big package here. Usually they send like little ones, but for some reason they went all out for this shit. I'm not quite sure why they've done it this time, but anyway, what are you going to do? We're just going to get our fish knife. I need to be careful not to slice the packages. Oh, it's this weird shit again. I hate this, bro. Oh, it's triple layered. Hang on. Let me move it out of the way so you guys can't see it. Okay. So, our first copy. I have seen this. I 100%ed that. Did you enjoy it, Rock Protector? Okay. This is cooked to shit. This is Watch Dogs 1. This is not a good cover. This is fucking dinted. This might be one of the worst covers I've gotten so far from people, from CEX. But this has been battered by someone. Sometimes people really don't look after their games at all. It is also the ANZ edition. This is not normal. This is actually not supposed to come with any DLC. But it does have DLC, which is very interesting. That is strange. It is quite tinted at the moment, though. So what I'll do is I'm going to put it in a different case. But it's not too bad, you know. It's an old game now. It is like... What year is it? It's like nearly 10 years old, this game now. I think a bit over now. I forgot it's R-rated. This is one of the first R-rated games. How is the... Oh, it's got a manual, though. Yo, we take those. Holy shit, dude. This must have been like one of the last PS4 manuals. No colouring in it. It's got a nice one, though. Yep. That's looking good. We'll take it. And then the disc is actually looking quite nice. And the disc is pretty much brand new. It's just got some marks on it from people's like fingers and stuff. But apart from that, we're looking pretty good. I'm very, very happy with that. Hello, chat. It's looking really, really good. Send me a list of covers you need to replace Purge. Oh, I will at some point. I think I was gonna actually ask you more about that when we were talking about that last time. I'm gonna do a few of these, and then I'm gonna have. I was hoping to have a chat about you because I didn't want to do it wrong. I hate doing shit wrong, and then being like, ugh, should have just asked. I need to get better at asking people for help. I can work some magic. I know you can with those hands. What? Anyway, is that one done? Next game. I can't remember all of these, by the way. Oh, it's Injustice Among Us. Right. This, yeah, I don't know why. I bought this on a whim. I love the second game a lot. And people always talk about the first game. I've never played this. This game is ultra, ultra, ultra rare. And has some of the worst trophies. Sorry, just got a message from my boss. Whew, scared the shit out of me for a second. I thought I got in trouble. Anyway. But yeah, I've heard this is really, really good. And yeah, I don't know if this is attainable anymore, these ones on the PS3. The PS4 are. I would be interested in trying to do this, but this is really hard. But I was going to ask a few people around if they have this game, when they're willing to play it. Because the best thing about the PS3 is it's free PS Plus. You don't have to pay for online. And it's really good. But apparently this is really good, and I want to play it at some point, so I think I'll do it. Now this, I don't think it isn't. This is not the original PS3 cover. So it's been pretty damaged. And this one is damaged as well. The disc is... really good. Really, really, really good, actually. I like the art on the front. That looks really sick. It's going to focus for me. It's a nice disc. It is faded a little bit on the bottom, if you can see that. Sometimes the PS3 does fade on the bottom of this. It is supposed to be a little bit darker than this, but that's okay. I'd say maybe on a shelf for a long time. I'll keep the case, though. It's not the end of the world. I don't really care too much about the PS3 cases for now, because I don't have enough PS3 games as of just yet. But yeah, this is one that's been on the backlog for a long time. If anyone's ever interested in trying to do the PS3 trophies, I am tempted, but I would obviously have to be talked quite heavily into it because it is quite a difficult game. And it was $2. Like, why not? You know, it's a classic. And yeah. The next game, I'm not looking at these as they come out, by the way. I'm just grabbing them and bringing them out. Oh, Dishonored, right. I forgot about this. $1.50, actually, like, pretty well priced. These ones actually have the prices on them. They usually don't have the prices on them, which is a bit interesting. They're usually pretty happy to remove these for me. I think this might be... Dishonored's actually famous for doing these, like, reflective type covers, which are always really cool. It's that bit extra. It costs a fair bit for them to do, I think a bit more, but they always look so nice. Dishonored is a game that I've been literally hassled by my family, like my family members, my friends, to play pretty much all my life at this point. It's one of my cousin, is like one of my oldest friends, or best friends, has been literally bagging the shit out of me for not playing this game for so long. And yeah, so I was like, screw it, I'll grab it. It's $1.50, why not? The platinum's not too bad. It's pretty hard, though. I'm not very good at stuff like this. I love stealth. I'm terrible at it. Fucking atrocious at it. And I know you don't have to do stealth, but the problem is I have to do stealth for a trophy, so that's the problem. But I will probably like learn it. Damn, it's good. Yeah? Have you played Styx before, B? That new one coming out too. I've always been tempted with Styx. I nearly bought that as well. The disc is quite worn. That's okay, though. It is not the original case again. The disc is quite worn, too. It's seen some better days, but it's seen some love, that's for sure, which is good. It'll still run. It'll be okay. I've seen some worse discs than this. You've played both games? Are they good? I bet I've never finished it. Styx? Yeah, well, the new one's coming out, and apparently it's going to be pretty good. Dude, I forgot Bethesda did this. We actually have a manual, which I'm very ecstatic about. Is it colored? It is colored. Wow. I'm going to get excited about nothing. But yes. It's pretty. It's very uncommon to have some colored manuals. It's got like all the characters and stuff in it too. That's sick. New 6 game hype. Yeah. I'm going to be watching a fair bit of it, I think. I might buy it at some point. But yeah, that's pretty good. That's actually, like, I like the manual. The manual's in pretty good shape. I definitely think this has been put in here. This is not from the original copy of this game. This game looks quite worn. I would say if someone has played a fair bit of this. It looks beautiful, though. I'm not going to lie. This is a very, very beautiful, cover art. It is not the original game, though, which is a little bit frustrating. I'm not going to lie. Same with the Watch Dogs. I actually tried to order the original game. This one is a lot rarer, of course, but as you can see, it's got the E3 award winner. If it's going to focus for me. Please. Anyway, you guys can sort of see it. Which means it's not the original copy, which is a little disappointing, but it's not the end of the world. That they haven't done another one of these is pretty much psychotic at this point, honestly. I think Deathloop they did was the latest one. Apparently that game got pretty trashed on, but is amazing. but it didn't sell too well, so not a lot of people played that. And the newest Dishonored game as well didn't perform very well, but I've also heard really good things about it, which is interesting. Again, that it got shat on so heavily. But at some point, I'll give it a go. We definitely didn't order as much games as last time. Now I'm a little bit disappointed. Ah, yes. Yes. Deus Ex, Human Evolution. This game was redeemed by email, actually. Only $2.50 for this one, not too bad. This game is also a bit of a stealth type game, stealth type game. We actually have to do a kill-less playthrough to get the platinum for this one. This is one of the ones that I got as a punishment for not finishing Alpha Protocol, which did kill me a little bit inside, but that's okay. We will go back to it, of course. I didn't realize Square Enix did this, by the way. That is interesting. It actually feels like a very big Square Enix game, too. The cover is a little scuffed, but I tell you what, the art is in very good shape, which is the main point, because obviously, again, I can replace that with no problem. This is not the original case again, though. Wow, I'm having a bad day for the original cases. The reason I know is because it doesn't have the PS3 inscribed on the top of this, is how you know, by the way. Generally, most of the time. I don't know, actually, if this one would have had the original PS3, but the other two games definitely would have with Injustice and that, because the later versions always had them inscribed. The disc is in quite good shape, actually. I'm pretty happy with this one. Yeah. It's in pretty good shape. I'm actually it's pretty, not too bad. There's a big scratch through there, but I think it's dust. Hang on, let me try wipe it. It is just dust. That's okay. No problem. It's just dust. But yeah, with this 16 over here, I don't see this very often, so I don't know whether this has just been relocated or different region, but I wouldn't always see this. Me personally, of course, wouldn't always see the UK symbol alongside our classification as well. So I'm not sure if this was originally like a European or a UK copy and has been brought over or what, but yeah, a bit different. This also comes from a manual. Thank the heavens, this has definitely been added in as well. I generally know by the sticker in the corner. But yeah. Another nice cover. Is it coloured? It's not coloured, I don't think. Nah, it's not. So we got unlucky there with the coloured, but it looks sick. Big fan. But yeah. Nothing too crazy. And they've got Hitman Absolution on the back there for a nice trailer. That's sick. I like that a lot. I definitely think this is not an original manual, of course, as well. And there's an extra missions, apparently, which is, I think, some DLC. This definitely wouldn't work anymore. I could tell you that right now. But I do love getting these. I'm not going to lie to you. I love them a lot. When does it expire? It usually tells you. Okay, it's not gonna tell me. 2011, actually, which is pretty insane for this game to come out. I did not know about that. But yeah, this one's redeemed by emails, one of the extra games. Close that knife up before I end up slicing my hand open. Keep the shark in play there. But yeah. Alright, we'll go to the next game. This one is, I don't know what this is. What is this? Oh, Far Cry, right. Far Cry 5. So, actually, this wasn't $8. This was cheaper than this. Fair enough, though. I'll take the bargain. This is also... Is this a different version of this? Oh my god. Okay, so they've sent me the gold edition. I'm not gonna lie, I don't want the gold edition. I want the original copy of the game. So I'm a little bit disappointed in this. I know that's very, very picky, but I bought the original copy and I got this instead. It's not the end of the world, and most people tend to like to get the bigger and better versions of the games, but I do like the original copies of the games. But if this does have the DLC in it, I'll take it because it's quite expensive at times and never drops. Trust, pray, and obey. Interesting. This game was going to be redeemed by Quantum, but didn't end up redeeming it and went with Yotai instead. But it is going to be... it's going to be platinum at some point. I'm going to be doing the online with Quantum because the servers are obviously at the moment being rumored to shut down at some point in the near future. So I got to get it done. I didn't realize, is Far Cry 5 an exclusive? Oh, wow, does it come with the map? Holy shit, okay. So this is... I don't know. It's just 5% off. I need to actually have a look at that. Thank you for letting me know. Just got a finger mark. It's pretty much a brand new disc. I don't think this is the original game that came with this cover. Whether the disc would be different or not. Sometimes these gold editions, they tend to be. So this is actually like a day one edition as well. Check it out. It's actually got like day one content just here. Which is very, very uncommon. It's a pre-order one, actually. Which is the Prepper and Chaos pack. Interesting. It's dented to all shit. I would have got Far Cry Arcade. Don't know what that is. There you go. Look, it's got the season pass. This looks untouched. This actually looks untouched. If this is untouched, I may cry. And it also comes with Far Cry 3. There's no fucking way, dude. If this comes with Far Cry 3 as well, I'm going to be extremely happy. I doubt it. I 100% doubt it, but if it does, that'll be such a steal, bro. I'm not going to lie. And then there's also the deluxe edition. The online stuff. The arcade. The digital deluxe as well. So this is the big boy. I think this might be from a statue. But these look really, really untouched. So there might be some hope for this, whether they just didn't care or not and got rid of the game. And then there's just another advertisement. Damn, there's a lot in here. This definitely, I think this was doing a deluxe edition. And then there was a small Far Cry 5 manual too, which is sick. But yeah, I think this is what they got. So they got the statue of this. I've got a funny feeling they actually got the big deluxe as well, which you don't always get these games. There's nothing inside, of course, but that's all right. I will try and see if the season pass works after we're done. Seriously, if I get classic edition and that, I'm going to be ecstatic. And there's a very high chance I'm going to be platinuming both very quickly. But we'll see how it goes, obviously. With everything, let's put that back in there. But very happy with that. The cover is in all right shape. Nothing too crazy. It's nothing too amazing. I will probably replace it at some point. It is definitely a special edition. I can see it. It's with some of the tags and stuff like that. It's just a little different. So I definitely came in some type of box set. But I'll try this after we're done with this box opening and have a look. The next game is... Oh, Fallout 76. Yeah, I bought this the other day. This also was on $8. I got this for like $5. So it's interesting. I got both those cheaper. This is obviously something I've been playing with Rye recently. I bought this before starting Fallout 76 because I got it for $10 the other day. But this is a really nice. I really like the case on this, and I was like looking at it, and I was like, you know what? We should just buy it, and I'm just gonna put it in the background, and then hopefully at some point someone's just gonna be like, hey man, do you want to play this game? And was hoping, yeah, someone would take me up on the offer. But yeah, very, very happy with that. It looks nice. It's a nice case, in pretty good shape. Sorry, I should be showing it a little bit better. Oh, I like the disc. This is not an original Australian disc, from what I can see. But again, because this is not always on the PS4 and the PS5, the PS4 and the PS3, I would always see these three. Generally, only the PS5. I don't know if this is with some of the later editions of games and newer versions where they've just started to do it a lot. PS5, I see it a lot. This disc is in very rough shape. Holy Lord. Thank God I got it digitally. Because this thing has literally been washed with... I don't even know what the fuck's been done on this. Someone did the toothpaste trick on this shit when they didn't need to. You do not need to clean PS4 discs, I promise you. Like, seriously. I like the three people in the background over there. It looks really nice. It reflects well with the camera there, actually. I think you can flip this around as well. But manual as well, another one, which is pretty sick. I like that the three are walking out of it, get it, because like it's multiplayer. I love that a lot. It's beautiful. The toothpaste trick, yeah. Rage 2, nice. And Doom Eternal, wow, an ad for Doom Eternal. This game came out nowhere near Doom Eternal though. That's interesting. What an interesting manual as well. Don't see these very often anymore. The big long boys. Very good though. When can I flip the cover? When I can flip the cover. It's but it's beautiful. Very, very happy with that. The manual as well. This is a really nice copy. I'm very, very happy with this, actually. This will definitely be sitting on the shelf behind me for a fair while until we get this one done. But it's beautiful. I've really, really enjoyed this game. This has actually opened my eyes a little bit to this franchise. I don't really enjoy Fallout that much and never have before, or really seen. It's never enticed me. I think maybe the multiplayer aspect of this game really caught me a little bit. I just had a lot of fun with it. So I'm looking to play a little bit more of it, of course. Hopefully that crossplay thing comes this year. But if anyone ends up playing this game and needs to do some levels or some missions, or even just wants to start it out and try it out, I'm happy to play it, honestly. It's going to be something that's going to sit there for a while. As we said, it's a stupidly long platinum. It's like 200 to 300 hours. Ah, the classic. So I got Destiny. This is... This is original copy, I'm pretty sure. Sorry, I was just checking. So basically the Vanguard, I remember this dropping, and the Vanguard was like, why did it? I actually got this day one on Xbox 360. My mum randomly bought it one day. My mum never used to buy me games, ever. I really mean that. I probably got like one game a year at most. I'd trade my full price game in over and over and over again, trying to get smaller games, you know, and you eventually like have nothing. You get one game, you get $2 back, you buy a $2 game, back and forth over and over again. I loved Destiny so much. Destiny 1 and 2 are some of my most played games ever, funny enough. I've played Day 1 Destiny 1 and Day 1 Destiny 2, both betas and both alphas as well. I've played a shitload of this. I love Destiny. I don't play Destiny for one single reason, because I play too much of it and I get way too addicted to it, and every time I do play it, it just gets out of hand, so I don't play it anymore. But I'm a big fan of it. But I pulled myself out of there early. But I wanted an original copy of this. I do have a copy of this, and I don't know what's gone. And my 360 copy's also gone missing as well, so I was like, fuck it, we'll get it for $2. Doom Eternal mentioned. But yeah, and it's actually a nice disc. I'm a big fan of the disc. In this one, it's a good game. If anyone hasn't played Destiny before, I'm not a big fan of the free-to-play function they kind of went with. I'm not a big fan of that. Disc is good. Pretty happy with that, actually. Pretty brand new. You didn't like this game? Yeah, I you know, not everybody did. You know, it definitely had like some type of taste, and I think that's why I like Fallout 76. It reminds me a little bit of this, the way it's built. But yeah, it's really good. I really enjoy this a lot. Like, I really do like Destiny 1 and 2. But again, I purposely don't play it for that very reason. Because it's just not worth the time to really put into it. And then 180 wards, yeah. I'm pretty sure this is the original PS4 version of the game, because it obviously came out in the last gen first. And then it came out in PS4 later on. But yeah, I don't like the free-to-play way they went with it, because it just sort of... I don't know. It just felt different. They changed the story. The game felt very weird, and I was like, I'm dropping it. Oh, yes. Finally, Watch Dogs 2. This is in the next two games. I got this for $2, not $5 as well. Damn. You know what? I'm getting some bargains today. This is within the next two games of the Alphabet Challenge, actually. About 40 hours, I believe, this one. Email actually just beat it just yesterday. Was it yesterday? Day before. But yeah, it's apparently really, really good. I'm really excited to do it. I'm going to do some of the online ones, the online trophies. Yes, I will help you out with that, Rock Protector. If you need help with any of it, let me know. I don't think it's too bad to do the online for it, but I will be planning to do this one very, very soon. Obviously, I'll start working on it. But yeah, it's good. Oh, I like that. It's got like the Ghost Recon in it. This game apparently is really amazing too. Failed miserably. Like, miserably in the end. It's just got some clean marks on it. This is a pretty fucking brand new disc. I'm not gonna lie, it's in very, very good shape. Very, very happy with it. Like I said, it's got a hand mark on it. You can see it down there. I don't know why people handle discs like that, but anyway, here we are. I'm not really handling it too well either, to be honest with you, but anyway. But yeah, it's good. But yeah, this one was also redeemed by Quantum as well, funny enough. So I needed to grab this as quick as I could because he changed from Legion. Oh, yes, so it's actually this one. The manual flipped in. It's just for writing mainly. And then we got For Honor as well. February 2017. Jesus, that long ago, hey. I played day one For Honor as well, actually. And the season passes, actually. Is this in here as well? Oh, no, it's just telling me that it can be. I need to get this as well. But yeah. And then just the PlayStation Plus as well. A lot of these games used to come for like with 3-day PS Plus passes, and my mate used to save them up for certain games and stuff, and then like redeem 30 of them, and then all of a sudden, and then like ask his mates if he could have them, and he used to have like so many of them. So when a game dropped like a new COD or something, and he wanted to play online, he's used all of them in a row and stacked the crap out of them. It was pretty smart. Let's be real. I think that is it, though. I didn't really order too much for myself this time. I was trying to behave a little bit. There was a lot of games I really, really wanted, and there's a lot of games I really, really need. But obviously, if anyone hasn't obviously seen, I would say with the April box opening, there's going to be a shitload. I'm planning to do a 24-hour stream in April, actually, at this point. And I think we're going to do a stupidly big box opening for it. Just open a stupid amount of things on it. And I was going to just, ask for, like, whether the chat wants me to grab some random stuff and ask for suggestions, what they would like to see. Anything ridiculous or crazy. Just checking for my name's on it. It's not. This is the mystery box. Oh, incredible stuff. Apologies. I'm not like, yeah. Just the mystery box. This, by the way, is just the person who sent it, so no stress about that one. Shout out to this guy. It's the exact same person as last time, so we're just going to open it straight away. Again, I'm going to move it to the side again, and I'm not going to look as I pull them out. Last time, we got an Xbox game, a Wii game, a DS game, a PS4 game, a Atari game, and something else. I can't remember the last one. But yeah. But this was I got it here, but this was the coolest thing we got last time. It's an Atari game. Very, very old boxing. I had this one sitting up on my bookshelf recently, but this was the coolest thing we got last time. So let's hope for something good. Hey? This was also $60, and will be valued at more than that, and I'm guaranteed at least 4 games. And it will be worth more than the 60. We will check at the end. But last time, I think we got $30 more than the value. So I'm very, very happy about that. But let's open it up and have a look. Okay, I've got something weird, I think, straight away. What is this? Okay. Game inside. What the fuck is this? Now, he's not supposed to give us anything loose. He promised no loose games, so I'm going to be interested to see what this is. And I don't even know how to fucking open it. Here we go. Let's have a look. Sorry. Oh my god, it's so fucking on. I know I should just do the knife, but I don't even know what's in it. That's the problem. Oh my god, okay. So he did promise, like I said, these would be all boxed. So I don't know what this is. This is a DS game. But, like I said, I'm not sure why he's giving me a loose one. But it is... I don't know if it's going to focus on it. It's called Biker Mice. What the fuck is this? I've never even heard of this game before. Biker Mice. Hang on, let me have a look. Real quick. Oh, it's like that. It's that old show from like the fucking like the 90s. The game in its case is worth $120. That's why it's not in its case, I'm guessing. But with just the cartridge, I think this is actually worth a little bit of money. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's worth $30 by itself, I think. Oh, no, I found a $30 copy of it. With a cover. I don't know. It's not too much then. I'm not sure. Big DC game. But that's yeah, I don't know why he didn't bring a cover with this one. If I have a heap of loose games here, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed because that's not what I want. And he might have got his packages wrong, maybe. He does offer a one with loose games. Okay, this is definitely not loose. This is heavy as fuck as well. What is this? This is an original copy of Red Dead Redemption, actually, which is pretty insane. I don't think I've ever seen an original copy of this game. How do I put this? I don't like Red Dead. This is interesting. And I should do the online trophies for this game. I should ask more about this now, since I do have it, because I feel like it's going to be redeemed at some point. I don't like Red Dead. This is an original copy of the fucking game. Look, it's got the full price on it, the $99 at Kmart. This is pretty insane. It still has the security tag left on it. I used to fucking hate these things. This is pretty crazy. I haven't actually seen this original like this for a very long time. It's got the map in it as well. The disc is a little worn, and it is spick and span. I think it's been fixed up a little bit. They can, I think, polish these and fix them up a little bit so they end up working. So that is interesting. This is... I don't know how I feel about this. It's awesome. I mean, look at the manual. It's got the map as well. Is it colored? It is colored. Wow. Wow, this is actually a nice copy of Red Dead. I'm not gonna lie. I feel obliged to do some of these platinums as well, and I think this might be one of them. How am I going to do this though? I'm going to need to talk someone into doing the online multiplayer with me. Wow, there's a lot of content in here. Holy shit! Don't they have entire credits? Interesting. This is a really nice copy. This is not what I expected. And then look at this. It's got the map as well. Holy shit! It's got like a post. It's got one of the posters actually. It's got Old Mate on it. I don't even know who this is. Again, I'm not a big fan of Red Dead, but I won't open it all up because it's huge. But wow, I wasn't expecting this at all. Actually. This is, yeah, pretty incredible. This guy does some good work. I'm going to be real. Fucking hell. A complete copy of Red Dead, which is, yeah, I don't think I've ever seen an original copy of this before. Again, it usually has the Game of the Year nominee, some type of award, or the Undead Nightmare everywhere. That's always what I see. So this is very uncommon. I don't see this ever. I'll just put this over here for now. Okay, what's this one? Oh my fucking god, dude. Jesus, dude. Stuart Little 3, a photo adventure. This is peak PS2, bro. Holy fucking shit. This game would be so hard for no reason. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can absolutely feel it. This game would be so fucking hard to play. The craziest part is Stuart Little 3 doesn't look like this. It's all animated, which is the weirdest part. He looks nothing like this. He's like all animated. So, and it's literally got Stuart Little 1's like front cover on it. No, this is 2 actually. Stuart Little 2. This is so weird. It's got a fucking manual. It's got the memory card. This is such a weird one. Store all Stuart's photos on this mouse-sized memory card. A photo adventure, guys. So we take photos. It's not colored, the manual. This is why I buy these though, this mystery box, because this is so fucking random, dude. Who the fuck owns this? I've never seen this before in my life. That's so interesting. It looks so cursed as well. Let's be real. If you liked this as a kid, fair enough. I respect it. I think the price on this was around the 60 mark as well, from what I can see. The case has seen some better days, but that's okay. It's a PS2 game. You know, I'm not going to expect the world from them. I don't know how I feel about that. That's so hilarious, dude. That's so hilarious. All right, we got the next one, which is... Oh, okay. Oh, I would have loved this on the PS3. Oh, this is sick, actually. Dragon's Dogma, Dark Ariser. That's actually sick. Wow. I wasn't expecting this. This is actually a game I actually wouldn't mind playing as well. Hang on, is there voting going on for Rye? Sorry. God, for there's a whole thing going on. This game apparently is really good. I was talking to Spicy about this the other day. Apparently this is really, really fun to do. I want to play the first game of it. And apparently the theme music is amazing. The second game is pretty hated on, but apparently is quite good too. This is... What the actual fuck just happened? Oh my god, it's got an install disc. Oh my god, check out what this person's done. This is obliterated. These are obliterated, dude. The Xbox 360 discs were some of the worst quality discs ever. They used to get destroyed, bro. Now, I'm hoping this line around the outside is a design. I'm going to go ahead and guess it's not. Maybe. Sometimes they did have this, but majority of the time, it wasn't. Hopefully they didn't destroy it. It's a big game for real. I need to figure out how I'm going to do this because I don't want to fucking... Well, with the install disc, you don't need to worry about how many scratches there are on. But this is literally the craziest part. This is designed, look, to have the disc on top of each other. Who the fuck came up with this? That is a terrible idea. I'm going to be completely honest right now. This is a proper... this is an actual Xbox case. It's been designed to have the disc on top of each other. This is how they get destroyed. This is how Xbox used to do it back in the day. No, I swear they had, like, the double. I don't know how I feel about that. This is cool, though. Just a simple manual. I don't think there's anything in there. There's not. This is cool, though. I'm actually very ecstatic about this. What year did it come out, by the way? $2012. Wow. They did both. Okay. This is cool, though. Look at the front of this. I'm actually a big fan of this. I love the 360. I'm not going to lie. The console was beautiful, but there was so many issues with this fucking system. Like, the systems would die, and the discs would crack, and then they would scratch very easily. If you knocked the Xbox, it would destroy the game. The controllers wouldn't work all the time. It was a lot cheaper than the PS3, but my lord, so many problems with the Xbox 360. Well, I personally had so many, and especially from my region. I went through like 3 of the fuckers, and I didn't even have that long. PC case is 5 discs. Wow, 5 discs. All right, we have 2 games left. We've got 3 so far. 4, actually. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? The Jam and Earl 3, Mission to Earth. What the fuck is this? This is another curse game. What is this, dude? This is so... Thank you for the 30 stream streak there, Cheska. What the fuck is this game, dude? The disc is... The disc is fucked. I don't have an Xbox anyway. This has definitely had the toothpaste method on it. Look at it. Holy Lord. But the disc is textured, which is insane. Like, it's textured on the front of it like it's a vinyl. I love the Xbox, though. Look at that. Look how beautiful that is. That is just awesome. It looks like a Bug's Life ripoff. It's the third game, which is insane. So I don't even know. This manual is thick as fuck, though. Slap that on the table, bro. Holy shit. Look at that thing. Look at that. This thing's a book, bro. This is such a weird... This is so weird. I don't even know how I feel about this one. This is such a random-ass game. Never even heard of it before. I don't even know how to feel about this one. The gameplay... Hang on. Earth, a planet in desperate need of funkification. Your mission: explore the sprawling environments, master the art of funk fu fighting, collect gift-wrapped power-ups, defeated dreaded anti-funk, and generally get down with your bad self in an all off-the-wall adventure unlike anything you've experienced before. Feel the funk, baby. It's 2-player as well. 2002. And this is the third game. And it's an Xbox exclusive as well. The game looks okay. I was 11. I was 2 at the time of this release. It looks okay, actually. I might give this a go if I ever get my hands on an Xbox. So we've got a PS3, a PS2, an Xbox 360, and an Xbox game. I think we have a Nintendo game here. We have the DS... I reckon we have one more Nintendo game. That's what I'm going to go ahead and guess. I would love a PS4 or a PS5 game. I would love one of those two. We're not going to get it, though. And the final game is... Wii Sports. I think I have 3 copies of this. God damn it. What a classic, though. I mean, you can't go wrong, can you? What a fucking game, dude. This game, actually, funny enough, was worth a fair bit of money a few years ago. And is like, it got really expensive. This disc has literally gone through hell on Earth, though. Look at that shit. Thank you for the Roblox 5 biddies there. This thing has gone through hell. Whatever cursed children or person put this disc through life like this need to go to jail. This is actually insanely worn. Holy crap. But you know, Wii Sports is incredible. Yeah, but this game was so expensive in Australia a few years ago. I don't know whether all the hoarders just ended up buying them all or what the fuck happened, but these got so expensive just out of nowhere. But yeah. It's colored. It's cool. Is this day one? This copy? I don't know if it is day one, this copy or not. It does look like it came with a Wii for sure, but I don't think it did. I don't think it's day one. You know what? Actually, I think this might be a day one game. There's hundreds of thousands of these, but it does have the 0607 and individual, so it did come with the console. So this is this one, which they shouldn't be able to sell this, I don't think. But anyway, here we are. You know what? I like Wii Sports. Why not? I don't know what else to really say about it. I love Wii Sports, but as I said, I have 2 copies of it already. I think my dad has 2 copies as well. So it's nothing incredible or crazy. I was hoping for something a little bit different. But there seems to be definitely a trend. So an Xbox, a Wii Sports, a 360 game, PS2, a PS3, and a DS game. So there seems to definitely be some type of common trend with these. Nothing insanely too old. I like there's not much of a trend. There's some different games in here for sure. I would definitely say that Red Dead OG is probably the most valuable in this. Dragon's Dogma would be probably second. Stuart Little would have no value, I don't think. Wii Sports would have no value, and I doubt this would. So I'd say the money would definitely be in these 2 games alone. Maybe they're worth $20 to $30 each. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, here we are. It was random. I really like these because it's so stupid, but it's so interesting. I don't know if I'll play this game on the 360. It's a big leap for me to do it, honestly, from the PS3. This makes me want to do this because I own the game now. I'm not going to lie to you. I want to play this game now. And I don't like Red Dead. That's the best thing I can say. But I wouldn't mind doing the multiplayer trophies before it disappears forever. So I might look into this properly. Stuart Little's silly. I used to love Stuart Little when I was younger. Oh, you actually need the iToy for this. I forgot about this. Wii Sports, again, already have. If I ever got an Xbox, I would play that. And I don't even fucking know about, Biker Mice. I remember this being like an old school TV show that I'll probably eventually play. I don't know why this came out of its cover, though, which is a strange one. These should come in a cover at all times, so I'm not quite sure why they've done that. But those are the mystery box ones there. Very interesting collection. Now, just to go over quickly all of the games again that I got here, we have Watch Dogs 2, which has been redeemed for the Alphabet Challenge. Destiny 2, because it's an old school game, so it's my bought one that I selected. Fallout 76, I bought this instead of a PS5 game for myself because I wanted to play it. Far Cry 5 again to do the multiplayer trophies. It hasn't been redeemed by Quantum yet, but it will. Deus Ex, which was a redeemed game by email as a punishment. I've got Dishonored, which is a PS3 game I've been wanting to play for a long time, along with Injustice, which was also there, which was cheap. I wanted to play this and have it on hand next time someone wants to do the trophies or just want to play when they're over at my house, maybe. We have Watch Dogs as well, number 1, which I'll be doing the online trophies for that. Forspoken, which is a redeemed game by Hex on the PS5. And finally, Amori, which was bought by Minx for me and is currently in the Alphabet Challenge at the letter O. Cool. So we got 2, 4, 5. We got 10. I bought 10 games. And we got 6 games from the mystery box. So we got 16 games there in this pack opening. As I said, not as big this time because I had to rush a little bit, and I was on a very tight budget this time, so I didn't get to order as much as I wanted to, and I didn't get to order the games that I wanted to either. So I just grabbed some random games that I kind of been wanting to get for quite a while. I can add to the backlog, and they'll get done at some point. So they'll get added back to the wheel. And they'll be really cheap to redeem, basically, so people can just jump through them. But yeah, that was really cool. This was amazing. I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. This will be going up on YouTube again. As I said, every month. I did this one a little bit early this time because it's a shorter month. So the next time we get to the 15th, it'll be 4 weeks again. So I will... we'll do another order of these ones. I got a few more games coming next time, but as I said, that's all we got this time. And I'll work on getting the rest. All right, cool. Thank you. But I'll check the value of these real quick too while I'm sitting here. Alrighty, let's fix this up. Oh, a mess after all that. Holy shit. Looking down the whole time. You should try the codes. I will. I need to get my PS5 hooked up. That's my problem at the moment. Let's check the value of these real quick, though, while we're sitting here. Cool. I really like this guy, and I hope he starts remembering my name, so then he can start not giving me games I already have. But yeah, like I said, he's done a pretty good job. I'm very, very happy with it again. I definitely think we'll be doing it again. So let's just check out, just straight up go. Checking out Rise profile. Let's go. So Biker Mouse. Biker Mice DS. Is going for... It's not going to work. It's got a 3 out of 10. $20 it looks like, I would say. And that is without the cover, usually with Super Retro. So I'll just add the calculator in real quick. We go $20. I'm not going to go 23 on the money. We will do the more expensive ones last, I think. That I think are more expensive. Stuart Little 3. PS2. Don't know why my Google's doing this today. Okay. $8. Let's see, because it's got a different photo here as well. This is a completely different game again. Interesting. Oh, that's the one without the eye toy. Interesting. But that one's $6, so we'll go $6. That's I got a funny feeling we might not hit our target here, guys. Wii Sports. $12. There you go. So yeah, it's still got quite a bit of value in Australia, funny enough, at the moment. As I said, it's holding value because it's hard to find a good copy of it. I don't know why. These came with every Wii in the world, and they're just like, in Australia, they're just worth ridiculous amounts of money. But I would say it's not 12. I'm gonna go ahead and say this guy probably valued this game a little bit more than it is. But with the fucking the pricing of it, I'm gonna go 12 just for the sake of it. But I don't know, honestly. That's an interesting one. Toe Jam and Earl. Let's have a look real quick at this original thing. It is a game. Is it from the Sega Genesis? It is. Wow. Alright, we'll go 3. It's $12. This actually seems like a pretty well-known series though. Look at that. There's like fucking apparel and stuff for it. What the fuck? I've never heard of this in my life. This must be like an American thing, is it? Hang on, let's see if there's like any comments on it. Is Toe Jam and Thrill and Earl good? So let's go, what was it? $12. I thought it was a lot of fun. It was a lot harder than when I was a kid, and I can beat it pretty fast now. There was DLC? The fuck? Okay. So nothing really. It's just nostalgia type things, by the looks of it. So $12. Never heard of it? No, neither. Dragon's Dogma. I don't think this is going to be worth very much. I'm going to go $6. Yeah, okay, bro. Sure it is. So new and sealed is around 40 AUD and $20 pre-owned from what I can see. Oh, 5 on CX though. Yeah. I don't know if he's going to hit the marker here. 55. This isn't looking good. I don't think I got my value for my money. And Red Dead. Oh, they might have come in with the clutch here, have they? Nah, $12. I didn't get my value for money. Interesting. Well, I got $2 more, actually, in the end. That's at its lowest value, too. I haven't really priced it perfectly to what it is. But this is the one you usually see. You see the classics, or this one is what you generally see when you go looking. That's a little disappointing. Is there anything else in the package? No. There's not. I had a look. And $8 on CEX. That's a little disappointing, but you know, I'm gonna buy it again. That's the thing. We are gonna buy it again. It's fun. It's stupid. It expands my games and is like different platforms. You get ridiculous games like Stuart Little, which was just stupid. It's just silliness. I think it's fun enough. I think it's worth the money. Did you do Wii Sports? I did. Wii Sports is actually one of the more valuable games, which is what's silly. Wii Sports is actually like one of the more valuable games in the stack. But yeah. I'm pretty happy with that, actually. Like, I'm not too bad. Like, there's a good variety of games, as I said, and like that's what I'm really looking for. I'm looking for variety. Yeah. All right, well, we'll order it again though from him. I like the person, and again, hopefully they start remembering my name, so then they'll start. I mean, I need to make an account with them, and I'll, yeah. But I like the variety of it. Like I said, Dragon's Dogma is really cool, and so is Red Dead, to be honest. And I'll start looking at the platinum for the game, to be honest, and I'll start seeing whether I can do them or not. Not sure if I'm going to be able to or not, though. Yeah. But it's cool, randomized collection. It is. It's cool. Like I said, I do like it. I'm not going to be too much of a hater on it. I didn't get anything I wanted. I think that's like the big one, you know. Dragon's Dogma is the closest thing. If we got that on the PS3, I would have lost my shit. And I probably would have put it into my redeems at some point. But the rest of it, you know, it is sick. I do like that we got the map. They're all like complete as well. Like they've all got like their manuals in them, which is cool. And Stuart Little's stupid, so but yeah. But anyway, we'll go have a look at these redeems as well. These codes. I'm going to quickly go and grab my PlayStation 5 and turn the light off, and I'll be back in a second, guys. Let's test these codes out, eh? And then we'll get straight into the Yakuza.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Yo, Red!
What's the procedure? Stay calm! Wait. Everybody calm down! No!
What's going on, fam? How was Rivals, dude? How'd you go? Did you get any achievements? Dude, I did that last year. That shit was hell. At times. It was good fun, but it was like, oh, man. How you doing, dude? We just finished our box opening. Only 2 for only PC achievements transferred. I'm sleepy. I respect it. Yeah, it's like late for you. Like when you started late, I was like, God damn. My boy's a grinder. At least you got 2 though. Anything's progress, I think. Degen hours. That's what we do. That's what we do. I'm glad you got at least 2. What 2 did you get? Did you get the Invisigo one? What we do here is go back, Invis and Blade. Oh, nice. That's good then. Cap is the only fucked one I have left. I actually love Captain America. Funny enough, I did that like in one game because I love playing with him. I actually enjoyed like all the ones that most people tend to not to in that game. Let's see whether this mofo was smart enough to redeem his code or not. I bet you he was, but let's just see. We're praying, fam. We're praying. Yeah, it's already been used. No. Bugger, guys. So I had the season pass for Far Cry 5 and came with Far Cry 3 as well. That would have been insane if I got that, honestly. Leaking the code, Pog? Yeah, I was just going to do it quickly. Mainly no one pushes when I ult. Yeah, you really got to be really aggressive with Cape and have a good healer. It's a bit like that, isn't it? Rip, yeah. We'll get him next time, guys. We'll get him next time. Ah, well. That would have made my day, bro. Full on. I'm going to head for bed. I wish you all good times. Appreciate you, Red. Thank you so much for the raid, fam. I do appreciate you. Please, everybody, if you could show some support to the cheeky fella, please, that would be lovely. All right. Actually, okay, so we did make a fair bit of progress.
Toe tied. Chat's always the opposite. They either want it to end it now, another half wants it to go non-stop till it's over.
Oh wait, the subathon.
Where the F am I running? So it's going to be a wheel spin that determines it. So you're 50% there, Purge. 50%. Major Troutman. I was unable to break the prisoner. These Americans are a lot tougher than they look. However, the field maps he had on his person and the reports coming in from the front lines all point to one thing. The enemy is beginning to move their attacks further inland. The Pont sur Dive is just as valuable to them as it is for us. They'll be coming in loud and heavy. Luckily for us, the stockpile of Panzerfaust stored in the village should be more than enough to hold them back. It's funny how it's like English word, English word, English word, the most German word ever, English word, English word, English word, the most German word ever, English word, French word, English word, the most German word ever. We will continue to hold the line and await further orders.
Sorry, guys. Just checking something. Oh, you platted Chernobyl? Nice.
Bridge Charlie, we have that.
I'm confused. I don't know if Rye just did a vote for the platinum for Sniper Elite 5, which I want to see, or if he just voted to end his subathon for now and then go as he goes.
I was so close. Well, I think that's the exit. No. Okay.
Hang on.
Chat, help me find that eagle. Where's it at?
Nah, I think I'm tripping. I think it's for the Sniper Elite. Sorry, I got so confused. I was like...
That's Bush.
I was waiting for the vote for ages to be able to do it, because I was like, want him to do the platinum, because he really enjoys the game.
Juju, I don't even get to vote. I'm not like Tim that then rigs the vote in his favor after. Or during.
Yeah, I don't know. I missed something. I've missed something completely. Shit.
I'm a little worried it's going to try to make me exit the level.
Alright, I'm going to go to the toilet real quick. And I'll just put Rye on for a second. Probably 2 seconds, guys. Sorry.
Beautiful. An engraved lighter formerly owned by U.S. Airborne Paratrooper. Battlefield traditions from World War I have continued into this war, with soldiers decorating their lighters with coins from places they've been sent to during wartime, as well as various other markings and engravings, commonly referred to as trench art. Best case scenario, the original owner of this lost it during a combat jump. But with casualties on both sides, items like these are more often claimed in the aftermath of battles. No, I never vote.
Sorry, guys. God, my hair's such a mess today. I cleaned it after a long while, and, like, as I said, the hair goes fucking curly as shit when it's longer.
This is better than 4 in terms of
So, what we're going to do, I just want to look at the trophies real quick. I did a little bit of progress off stream today, a lot of side content, didn't do too much, because I'll spend the day for Rikoi. But,
You can never loot them.
let's have a look. So we're at 25 right now. Out of the 63, I did some harder ones today. I did the trivia. I know a lot of people are going to be really pissed about this. I did the trivia. Did it off stream. I'm not having it. As I said, there's been a few times we've done some like trivia type games or even trophies, and people get really salty at each other and at the game and lose their shit. So I'm not doing it. So I did all of them off stream today. I did half to 3/4 of them by myself, and then there was a quarter that was just, there was no fucking way in hell I was going to be able to answer. Some of them were insane, some of the questions that were asked. So I didn't do it completely properly, but it's not happening. Otherwise I would just ask for all your help anyway, so I wouldn't do it properly either way. I've done all of the movies, top of the company, played 10 mini games. We did upgraded the romance equipment, 10 pieces, certificates, there you go, at the vocational school. Top company, max bond level, bought over 10 companies, 20 sub stories we hit today as well. Workshop again, collecting courses, yeah. So we've actually made a fair dent. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, made a fair dent. I think we're at 30 hours now. So as I said, we're a bit under halfway. Today we're definitely going to hit the halfway point of the game, but we are halfway through the story. The end game is where it beats the crap out of you. It's where me and Spicy are really going to struggle to get any rhythm going, I think. How dare you? How dare you? So apparently there was a lot of anger for the there's a lot. I don't know what they voted for. Here we go. Hang on. Oh no, it's okay. But I don't know what Rye voted for, but like everyone was pissed off apparently, which is interesting. Let me see, hang on, let me read chat one more time. Let's see if I can figure it out what the fuck's going on over there. Yours would suit strike better if you sleep normal time. Also, I'm gonna use sub and what the heck? Yeah, but I want him. Okay, it looks like it was just for the game. Sorry, I'm like invested in this just to make sure. Yeah, okay, thank God. Alright, it's just for the 100%. Thank you for the like that email. Appreciate it. We'll be back later. You're all good. Hang on, actually, I need to actually pin a thing. Ah, cool. I just want to put that one in there. But yeah, if anyone is in here and they've got an Alphabet Challenge game or see any of the games in the Alphabet Challenge that has any type of multiplayer or multiplayer trophies in it, and they want to do it at any point, please let me know. I'm happy to do them at any time now. We're going to start working on all of them. I say fuck the rules to any other communities at this point. I'm kind of at that point at this point. And I kind of just happy to like start making some progress on all of them. But I feel bad, but at the same time, I don't. So we'll see. Do the rock away. Yeah, I think we'll make our own. Come on, give us 100%. No. We're going rogue, yeah. We're going to change the rules, okay? So if anyone's going to do any type of Alphabet Challenge, I'm changing the rules for my community. Basically, we're going to start with, you can't have ever earned a single trophy on any of the Alphabet Challenge games, no matter what they are. So you can't have done any of the platinums at all, any of the trophies popped any at any time before starting the challenge. If you start the challenge, you can do any of the games at any time, but you have to plop them in order. That is the idea. You have to pop the games in order. If you don't, it doesn't work. So they have to literally be popped in order of what they are. Whether that's A to Z or Z to A, doesn't matter. And it should have a symbol or a number if you want to go down that route. I will be going down that route. You don't have to, but that is the rules that I'm going to change from now on. You can play any at any time. You don't have to wait for any of them to be done or anything like that. Just do them whenever you feel like you need to do them and work on them as you go along. And that's whether you do some of the harder letters first or whatever. It doesn't matter. As long as they pop in order. Those are my rules, and that's my... And I'm going to say that's my fucking community's rules. So if someone has a problem with that, that's on... I don't know. That's on them. They can play it. They can do it their way. But I'm not going to do it that way. I've changed my mind. So we're going to do it that way from now on, if anyone is ever interested. Just to make it a little bit easier, because who cares? We're just going to have some fun with it. Down to Watch Dogs, man, just let me know and I'll pop some monsters. Yeah, it won't be too long. That'll be in 2 games, and then I'll be doing it. So I'll just be playing some Watch Dogs. And anytime I'm playing and you want to play, even during the day, let me know if you want to do some during the day at any point. Because during the day for me, I'm happy to hop on and do some with you. It's going crazy, let's go! Nah, I support it. Just to make it a bit easier. I need to start making it a little bit easier on me. If anyone hasn't noticed, I tend to actually like put a lot of pressure on myself, and I'm just like hurting myself slowly with this shit. Sorry. You're doing 1 or 2 for the challenge? 2. We're doing number 2. let's begin. But we're doing one, but I'll probably do the trophies for 1 and 2. Have you done 1 or 2? Rock Protector. Hang on, let me have a look. I was looking at your account. Okay, you've got both on there. We're doing 2 for the challenge, but I'm actually thinking about smacking out the multiplayer for 1 as well while I'm at it. Oh wow, are you literally just missing the multiplayer for the platinum in number 2? Okay, cool. Sounds good. And are you missing 1 as well? Or have you done the multiplayer in 1? Oh no, you're missing 1 or 2 in there as well. Okay, interesting. Sorry guys, I'm getting distracted there. We'll do both if you want, Rock Protector. I'm fine with doing both, fam, and helping out. You've done Legion already, which is impressive too. Was he online hard for that, by the way? Is there online? I don't think there is there? No, there's not. There's online DLC, isn't there? Ah, cool. We're good to go. DLC? Ah, cool. Sorry, guys, I got distracted there really, like, heavily. It's good to know. You did the Far Cry as well, weren't you? Did you do those in the end? Far Cry 5 ones? Far Cry 5's got multiplayer, like, actual PvP too, doesn't it? Off the top of my head. Oh no, you haven't. Okay, well I'm going to be doing that as well at some point, Rock Protector. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to do it with Quantum as well. If you ever need help, let me know. Cool. Right, well, we're good, guys. Alright, cool. The Solid Arcade done. Okay, you got the multiplayer to go. That's okay. I can do some of that. Even if I've got the trophies as well, let me know. And I'll actually end up. I'll add to it. I'll add to it. Like, as in, I'll add to it. I'll hop on, is what I mean. And I'll look into Red Dead as well at some point. I don't want to put Red Dead 2 on this fucking list, but I will for now. Even though it's stupid. Right. We can go back to the game now. To the game! Oh, finally, I can go back to the story. Some hectic stuff happened. Nunba was Oh, Jesus. Okay, guys. Nunba was kidnapped, if anyone missed it last night. So we're going to go save him. Yeah, well, I've got friend Quantum as well, Rock Protector, that wants to do some of the trophies. So we'll have a few peeps for it. And I'll ask around if anyone wants to end up doing them. I'll start, like, putting it out there about doing them and asking if anyone wants to do any of the trophies on 1 and 2 or... I'll start putting the feelers out for everybody and see if anyone needs to do the trophies. In a few of the chats. Oi! Anyway, we're going to go save Number, basically, is what happened. In essence. Well, it's actually ultra rare, the platinum for Red Dead. A lot of boosting for Red Dead till as well. Interesting. There are definitely servers that'll go down eventually as well.
どうも、久米さんだっけ？急に押しかけて悪いんだけど、うちの連れが来てるんじゃねえかと思ってね。
お前ら、なんでここだと？
よう、一番。やっぱりここにいたんだな。ナンバー、偉人さんから殺し屋が向かってる。半品リューマンの奴らだ。
半品リューマン？コミジルじゃなくてか？
こちらに来たのはあなた方だけですか？
ああ、俺たちだけだ。
そうですか。難波さんにご用で。
ああ、あんた誰だ？初めて見る顔だな。
これでもよくメディアに露出してるんですがね、まだまだ認知されてないか。
あ、本当だ。確かブリーチジャパンの代表で。
ああ、俺もテレビで見たことあるぞ。
小笠原と言います。このところ横浜支部を応援に来てましてね。特に偉人町は全国的に見てもグレーゾーンが幅を利かせ、警察もそれを野放しにしている。そこへ来てまさか偽札作りまでとは全く信じがたい。
もう難波から全部聞き取ったわけか。なら悪いことは言わねえ。あんたらすぐこっから逃げろ。なんならそれまで俺らがついてやってもいい。難波、お前もさっさと逃げろ。
春日、お前最初からそのつもりだったんだな。
なぜ私たちが逃げなければならないんですか？
偽札に関わってるのはコミジュルだけじゃねえ。清流会と半品流マン、それぞれのトップも承知なんだ。秘密を知った難波に殺し屋を送り込んでるとなると、仇だろうがここにいるあんたらだって危ねえんだ。
小笠原さん、殺し屋だなんてはったりです。そいつは口がうまいですから気にしない方がいいですよ。
いや、本当のことでしょうね。
え？
最初あなた方がその殺し屋かとも考えたんですが、肉の壁の殺し屋にしてはあなた方だけじゃ少なすぎると思ってました。
は？殺し屋？少なすぎるって何の話です？
やれやれ、久米君はまだ事の次第を分かっていないんです。ですが無知ゆえの勇気が必要でした。この偉人町でブリーチジャパンの支部長を務めさせるにはね。
え？小笠原さん、一体何の話を？
あんた本当に仇か？
もちろんですよ。ただ普通の人よりはいろいろとものを知っているとは思います。
さっきから何言ってんのこいつ。
そろそろお願いできますか、ラオマ。
ラオマ？
Oh shit.
マブチがなんでここに？
ここは任せてもらっていいですよ、代表。うちはアフターケアも万全です。
では我々はこれで行きましょう。
おい、難波、待てって。
偽札のことはもう全部この人たちにぶちまけた。俺は弟を見つけてえだけだ。生きてても万が一死んでてもな。
小笠原さん、私はどうしたら？
マブチ。
場違いのゴミにお似合いの最後をくれてやれ。
あんたがこんなとこにいるとは思ってなかったよ。
安心しろ。うちのボスですら知るわけねえ。
ずっと会いたかったぜ。俺らをはめてくれた礼を言えてなかったもんな。店長の分もよ。
Hey Grumpy, you downloading both of the Watchdog games? Okay. Sounds good.
ほら来いよ。
I'll download them tonight then.
頑張ります。舐めないでくれる？
見せてやるよ。
出ますかね。
俺の番か。
絶対負けない。
Hey Nord.
舐めると痛いもん。私の番ね。
俺の番だな。出てきやがった。
あのなぎなたみたいな武器何なの？
あれは三国時代の英雄関羽が持ってた武器だな。鑑定病の関羽の像も持ってるやつだ。
ああ、あれね。もしかしてマブチってちょっと英雄気取りなの？
だとしたらとんだ勘違い野郎だ。奴のプライドをあの棒ごとへし折ってやろうぜ。
考えなきゃ。
やめるな。
見せてやる。
どうする？
舐めないでくれる？
ほら来いよ。
私に勝てますかね。よーし。
りがとう。
絶対負けない。
行くぞ。おっしゃ。なめんなよ。
俺の番か。怪我しますよ。私の番ね。とっておき。
俺の番だな。おっしゃ。
Nice.
なめないで。
You going to bed? Alright, Rough Protector. You sleep well, fam. Thanks for coming in and having a chat, fam. Appreciate you.
なあ、半端ねえオーラだ。俺には体から真っ赤な炎が出てるように見えるぜ。
お前の想像力すごいな。なら俺たちも同じぐらい気合い入れねえとな。
その通りだ。行くぞ。
俺の番か。
俺の番だな。やるか。
まだまだやれる。
どうするかね。
怪我しますよ。
Nice. Boom. Leveled up.
まだ成長できるとはな。
またいい女になっちゃった？
こいつはすげえ。聞いたぜ。最高じゃねえか。
まだ口が聞けそうだな。ありがてえ。
いって
何なの？嬉しそうな声出して。
よくもうちの店長殺してくれたじゃねえか。
殺したな。はあ、殺した殺してやったよ。
清流会とドンパチするために。
俺は言われた通りにやっただけだ。
言われた通りにだと？誰に？何を？
さっきここにいたろ。ブリーチジャパンの代表小笠原。
小笠原？あいつが店長の殺しをお前に？何が狙いでそんなことを？
小笠原の狙いはな、偉人帳そのものだ。
なんだと？
荻窪豊を支える謎の資金源を暴き出すことが小笠原の狙いだったんだ。そのためには陸の壁にひびを入れる穴を開ける必要があった。
穴を開けるって、それが野々宮が死ぬことなの？
じゃあ何か？小笠原はグレーゾーン潰すために殺しの指示を。何がブリーチジャパンだ？何なんだあいつらは！
待てや馬淵。連中に頼まれたとしてお前は何で引き受けた？偉人さんの全勢力を敵に回してまで何の得がある？
小笠原にはでかいバッグがついてる。
The Omni Clan.
偉人さんも陸の壁も時期終わりだ。明日には山ほど兵隊が乗り込んでくるからな。
兵隊？ブリッジジャパンのか？
そうじゃねえ。まだわからねえのか、カスが。
あ？
ブリーチジャパンのバックについてんのはな、カムロ町にいる近江連合よ。
なんだと？
俺、偉人町の荒川真澄になるんだ。奴みてえに町を売っ払って近江の幹部に名を連ねる。俺はこんな狭え町で終わりゃしねえ。
おやっさん、てめえと一緒に勝たんな。
近江連合がこの町にも来るの？
そこんとこじっくり聞いてみようじゃねえか、小笠原の野郎に。
奥にまだ部屋がある。小笠原も難波もそっちへ入ってた。
ああ、分かってる。行こ
う。奥からも外へ出られたんだ。小笠原ならもう出てった。
難波？
ブリーチジャパンは偽札を暴き出す。小見汁もぶっ潰してくれる。俺の弟も見つけ出すかもしれん。俺らにはできねえ芸当だよ。
なんじゃ。
一番俺にとって大事なのは弟だ。長いことホームレスやってたのもあいつを見つけてえからだ。
小笠原はどこに行った？
もう彼らの邪魔をすんな。
少し話をしてえだけだ。
だからそれが邪魔だってんだよ一番。
難波、今は弟より自分を心配しろ。偉人さんの殺し屋が探してる。明日まででいい。どっかに隠れてろ。さっき馬淵が言ってた。明日近江の兵隊が偉人町に入ってくる。そのどさくさに紛れりゃ逃げられる。お前ならできんだろ。
余計なお世話だ。
ねえなんちゃん、気持ちはわかるけど私たちの気持ちも分かってよ。ねえったら。
うるせえよ。
そいつは店長を殺したやつだぞ。そして小笠原はその指示を出してたんだ。
ああ、でもな、弟を見つけるにはこいつらの力がいるんだ。
本当に行くのか？
止めたきゃ止めろ。なんなら背中からかかってきても構わねえぜ。
俺らがお前にそんな真似するわけねえだろ。くだらねえこと言うなよ。俺たちは仲間だ。
ああ、うるせえ。
一番。
気持ちはわかるが立ち止まってる場合じゃねえ。奥はおそらく支部長の部屋だ。調べてみようぜ。せっかく誰もいねえんだ。チャンスだろ。
なあ、そうだな。
Interesting. I wasn't expecting that at all.
これは。
どうしたの？
おい、この写真。
なんだよ。
小笠原と握手してる。こいつだよ。
ああ、都知事じゃねえか。青木だろ。都知事の青木亮。まだ若い頃だな。今はもう抜けたが、もともとブリーチジャパンはそいつと小笠原が2人で立ち上げた。
Is that the boss's son?
Nanda? 青木亮。でも死んだはずだぜ。
はあ？
死んだってカムロ町で俺はそう聞いてた。
どういうことだ？青木亮を知ってんのか？
違う。こいつ。
It is! It's him! Holy shit!
若だ。
How deep does this go?
荒川正人。
知事、来週の予算審議、反対派のトギラは相当粘るつもりです。
道路族のじいさん連中か。
建設予算の削減が気に入らないんでしょう。議会は長丁場になるかと。夕方に予定されていた表敬訪問はキャンセルの方向で考えております。
表敬訪問？ああ、新聞社が主催の。子供たちが来るんだったね。
そうです。
ならキャンセルはなしだ。親御さんたちだって張り切って新しい服を買ってあげて心待ちにしているかもしれないからね。
ですが。
大丈夫。必ず定時までに反対派を解き伏せて審議を終わらす。子供たちをがっかりさせたくない。
I reckon this guy's gonna end up being the main antagonist in the game.
表敬訪問は予定通りに。
今日はもう上がりなさい。
失礼します。
小笠原です。
いい知らせかな。
ようやく見つけましたよ。荻窪幹事長の内出の小槌。肉の壁の
The story of a lad, the dynamics in the Korean made squint past the turn-based change.
つきましては関西のおのぼりさんたち、いくらかこちらへよこしてもらえますか。
いいだろう。東京にはもう十分手が足りている。余っている分をそっちに回す。
This son of a bitch. That was like a really short chapter, actually. Interesting. That is a huge twist I wasn't expecting. I definitely thought maybe he was going to be alive, but not like that, I'm going to be honest. Damn. So I don't know if Number's gonna come back. He's either gonna die or help us within the next 2 chapters.
青木亮、現都知事42歳。やっぱり年も若と同じだ。
そう焦んないでよ。
It's absolutely
ただの
him.
他人の空にかもよ。
20歳を過ぎて引きこもりだった青木はある時一年発起してアメリカへ政治経済を勉強する傍ら 盟友となった小笠原はじめと共にハーバードを卒業後帰国。その年ブリーチジャパンを設立か。
小笠原もその頃はまともな人間だったのかな。
まあ連中昔から主張だけは正論だったぜ。若者が世のグレーゾーンに切り込んでいく様が瞬く間に全国で支持を集めたんだよな。青木亮もテレビや雑誌にバンバン出て一躍知名度を上げた。コメンテーターなんかもやってたぜ。
でその後はブリーチジャパンを小笠原に任せて政治の世界へ。2年前都知事になった時の得票数はまあまあ。でも今の支持率は 80% 超え。
政治家としちゃ敵なし状態だな。
なあ、それより青木亮が実は荒川雅人だって情報とかどっかに書いてないのか。
パッと見る限り見当たらないわ。やっぱ他人の空似じゃない？
いや、そう決めつけんのははい。むしろ都知事が荒川雅人だとすりゃ筋が通ってくることもある。
どういうこと？
青木亮は都知事として2年前に一気に支持率を上げた。その理由はカムロ町 3K 作戦で東上会を壊滅させたからだ。
ヤクザを町から一掃する作戦よね。
そして作戦が終わった時、あそこのトップや幹部衆はほとんど失踪って形で町から消えてたらしい。
失踪？
まあ失踪というよりは現実は慌てて逃げ出したって感じだろう。作戦が実行されてた最中、警視庁じゃ誰をどの罪で捕まえてやろうかって秒読みの段階だったらしい。 3K 作戦としてかこつけりゃ東上会関係者全員
well, I'm sorry to
交
hear
代
that,
法だのなんだのでいくらでもしょっぴけたはずだからな。ってわけで東上会の幹部衆も捕まる前に高飛びしたってわけよ。
なるほど、そこまで追い詰められてたのか。
だがそこまで東上会を追い詰めたのは 3K 作戦が優秀だったというより
Wake up with a shit dream? Now I have a headache. I'm sorry to hear that,
情
fam.
報が警視庁にダダ漏れだったってことだ。でその情報を流していたのは荒川組組長、荒川真澄だった可能性が高い。
じゃあその組長が知事とグルだったってこと？
春日の指摘通り知事が荒川雅人だとすりゃ荒川にとっちゃ実の息子ってことだろう。グルどころの話じゃねえ。春日、これで荒川が東上会を裏切った理由にも説明がついたな。荒川は東上会から知事になった息子にくら替えしたんだ。
おやさんはそんな人じゃねえ。
かもな。だが俺の推理は曲がりなりにも筋は通ってると思うぞ。荒川だって極道である前に人間であり父親だ。血のつながった息子のためなら自らの立場を顧みず肩入れするのもおかしくはない。
若が都知事ならどうやって自分の素性を変えられたんだ？
戸籍を買ったのかもな。
戸籍を変えるの？
架空の人間を作り出すことは難しいことじゃない。加工した写真を作り偽名をつけ戸籍謄本だって偽造すりゃいい。ほんの少しの間ならそれでごまかし通せるだろう。でもちょっとでも深く調べられたらすぐにボロが出るもんだ。
だよね。実際には全部嘘なんだもんね。
そういうことだ。でも実際に存在する戸籍ごと奪っちまえばその嘘も現実にすり替えることができる。多分本物の青木亮って引きこもりは実在したはずだ。その戸籍を雅人が金で買い取ったか奪ったかしてなりすました。
でも他人の戸籍を乗っ取るってそんな簡単にできるの？
簡単とは言ってねえ。だが裏社会とパイプを持つ人間ならあとは金で解決できるだろ春日。
若には荒川組の力がある、金もある。確かにやれるかもな。でもなんで わざわざそんなことを。
マサトはヤクザの息子って素性をよほど隠したかったんじゃないのか。本当の素性のままじゃ今の活動はできねえだろう。
一番、そのマサトさんが死んだっていうのは誰から？
中学の時の先輩から聞かされたんだ。ついこの間カムロ町で。
荒川組がわざとデマを流したのかもな。マサトのなりすましを成立させるために。
またその写真。
何？どうしたの？
若は生まれてすぐの事故で歩けなかったけど、この都知事は車椅子じゃね
え？どうしてだろう。戸籍は変えてもそれはさすがに。
青木亮はアメリカに留学してたんだったな。手術を受けたんじゃないのか。
でも医者もサジを投げてたんだ。
そりゃ日本での話だろう。アメリカなら日本じゃ未認可の手術やらを受けることもできるからな。
この偉そうな制服は？
うん、警視総監だ。そいつが堀之内十郎だよ。
足立さんの因縁の人ね。
こいつどっかで見た気がする。
How are you?
それも
I'm
俺が
alright,
無所
man.
に入る前にだ。あれは
Sorry, guys. I could hear the rubbish bin, the garbage truck coming, and I hadn't put the rubbish bin out, so I panicked and had to go run and put it out. And then I realized it was the wrong truck coming through anyway, so I ran out there for nothing.
確か。そうだ。若にお供していったキャバクラであったんだ。若が入れ込んでた女が裏では堀之内に惚れてた。それで若はメンツをがっつり潰されて。へ
え。じゃあ知事と警視総監はかつての恋敵だったってわけか。こん時お互いどの面下げて顔を合わせてたんだろうな。
でも一番が覚えてるくらいだからお互いに覚えてるんじゃない？何なんだろうね。
なんか急にカムロ町が身近な感じになってきたな。くそ、頭がこんがらがってきたぜ。
まああんまり根詰めんな。今日はもう休もうや。俺はもうクタクタだぜ。
そういえば馬淵が言ってたよね。明日近江の兵隊が乗り込んでくるとか。でも何しに来るっていうの？
考えたって答えは出ねえよ。だから休もうっつってんだ。
それもそうだな。よし。
I'm just doing the shoutouts I've missed the past hour or so.
帰る必要はねえさ。
I'm doing them all again.
マスター、前に頼んだ2階の部屋の件だけどよ。
What? あ
あ、もう片付いてる。使って構わねえぞ。
ありがとうよ。
ありがとうな。
実はこの店2階に空き部屋があってよ。物置になってたんだが、そこを俺らのアジトとして使わせてくれねえかって頼んでたんだ。お前のうちも風情があっていいんだが、さすがにこの人数で寝泊まりするには手狭だしな。ここなら人数が増えても多少は大丈夫だし、酒を飲んで眠くなってもすぐ寝れる。な、いいアイデアだろ。
そりゃ俺らはありがたいけどよ。いいのかいマスター。
いいのか。
もともと使ってない部屋だからな。別に構わねえよ。それに詳しくは知らねえが、おめえらこの町の連中のために戦ってくれてんだろ。
はい。
そんな勇者さんご一行にボロ部屋一つ貸せねえほど俺は落ちぶれちゃいねえよ。
マスター。ありがとう。じゃあ遠慮なく使わせてもらうぜ。おう。
でもよ、さっきのセリフはちょっと臭すぎじゃねえか。
うるせえ。おちょくるんならもう貸さねえぞ。へへ。
Orette. Did you go see how the town's dealing with the threat of omnial violence? Oh yeah. Let's get this shit rolling. All right, we're not going to do side content again. I will do that off stream, so you guys don't have to worry about that. We're going to mainly do story, and we're literally struggling like crazy. Is what the plan is. Where does it want me to go? Okay, bro.
Oh.
What's wrong? Some Yakuza came by looking for you. What? A guy named Totsuka in the Suryu clan. Totsuka, huh? How do you look? He had a whole bunch of his boys with him. I think they're going to bar, asking about you. I'd see clear the place for a bit. Gotta go. Wait, Hamaka-san. Just gonna start beating the shit out of all of them, I guess.
Oh.
What'd she say? Totsuka's apparently out here searching for us, so she says we should stay away from her shop. But I thought Totsuka was... Yeah, I thought the Suryu clan came down hard on him for the whole different retirement home scam, which means we should probably go see for ourselves. Even though she literally just told us to stay away. You're welcome to stay behind if you want. Your ass, I'm going too. Goddamn right. Don't fuck around. Hey, Spicy. How you doing? Well, I got I did my mystery box opening today, fam, and we got Dragon's Dogma on Xbox. It's nothing too crazy. We got the 360 version of it in the mystery box. I'm pretty happy with it. I want the PS3 copy, but I'm happy with the Xbox, to be fair. Gonna look nice on the shelf. Anything retro? We got a DS game. Nothing crazy retro. We got a Stuart Little PS2 game. Hang on, let me turn off the camera real quick. The light. We got Stuart Little. Red Dead PS3. Day 1 edition, I think, too. Dragon's Dogma, as I said. We got this weird ass like Xbox game. Like an old platformer. Some like gangster fucking alien thing. And then Wii Sports is what we got. I don't know where the DS game went, actually. I placed it somewhere safe. And now it's gone. During unboxing, did you get the Wii Fitness again, or was it tripping? No, it's just Wii Sports. If we get Wii Fitness next time, we've got the triple aura of Wii Play, Wii Sports, and Wii Fitness, so I'd be pretty happy with that, I'm not gonna lie. Work is working. Are you working, fam? Today's this day, Monday. Just doing it. Dragon Dogma was good. I was pretty happy with it. Yeah, it looks cool. Work by not getting out of bed. I respect it. You need to do it. By the way, Spicy, just let you know what I did today. I did the vocational school today. All of the side content I could. But we did all the vocational school today. I got some of the Hong Kong people. I got 3 of them out of the 5. I did all of the mini games. And I got 20 side quests done. Pretty sure that's all I've really done at the moment. Didn't really do anything else, to be honest. So I did a little bit today. So what the hell is this? Yeah, so they're really rare, Spicy. So if you do see them, make sure to grab them. 2 of them are absolutely fucked. And then the rest are kind of like 50-50. I think it took 4 or 5 goes to get the second one. Was the only hard one to do. I keep saving because it costs money to do the glitch as well. Like, not the glitch, but the refresh. So if you save and then reload, it doesn't count. So what you've got to do is you literally got to take a taxi into another area, but you can't use your phone to use the taxi. You actually have to click on the actual taxi and then click to another spot in another area, hop back in the taxi and go back again. Back and back. It's RNG. It is RNG. It's the only RNG trophy, and apparently the last 2 you need for the Hong Kong trophy are extremely, like, hard to get, apparently. We did so much off streams, so that's why I saw you online, PSN, playing this, but not streaming. Yeah, I've been doing the leveling grind and just some of the boring stuff, like nothing insane. I was doing most of the exciting stuff on stream. I've been trying to do the mini games on stream, like the business one and stuff like that. Which trophy is this? It's the Hong Kong one. It's just someone you walk up to in the Hong Kong, and all it does is just literally just makes a sound. Your caster get hit 99? What the fuck, Spicy? Really? John was doing the grind today and said it was really good. Was it a good grind? The women that honk? Only, so there's 4 women and then there's 1 man. And they give like extra like personality stats. The man and the princess one are the 2 rarest to get. They're like really touchy to get apparently. I can't get them all yet because I haven't unlocked all the areas yet. Job's 30, so I got it automatically. Oh, okay. So you just got it like from doing that glitch, the grind. Hey, is it good? You must be nearly there then. Are you? How many hours did you put in today? Like 5 or 10? I think the level grinding for sure will take me maybe 10 to 20. I haven't done any yet. I'm gonna do some tomorrow, I think. I got work tomorrow, but I'll probably do some before stream. But yeah, they just honk. I'm not quite sure. I think it insinuates something, but I think it's like kind of like a meme. Rather than actually like meaning anything. I haven't finished the story, but I'm just preparing for True Millennium. I'm planning to do the same thing as you. And like same thing as Metaphor. I'm gonna do the dungeon and then finish the game. I think as well. I don't know if the story adds anything yet though. I haven't looked into it. Bro. I was waiting before advancing the story to do some minigame stuff, but I done the kart race, but some new game came out when I was in my play run, so I got distracted and hadn't gone back to finish it. The kart race? The kart race is good. I do like the kart race. The Mario Kart's actually fun. You know, you could do I think you can do the multiplayer, some of the mini games multiplayer, funny enough too, which is pretty cool. Kart race. It's actually a good kart racer. It's not too intense, which I'm a big fan of. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. They made a real focus after that, and I was a huge fan. Wasn't a huge fan. The baseball is one of the better mini games I've played, baseball-wise, on this game actually, especially compared to the Persona 5 one. Holy man, that was a nightmare to do at times. I didn't mind that though. The darts were a little hard. I didn't mind that either. I like the business mini game. The vocational was cool to an extent, and some of the questions just weren't fun. What else was good? Yeah. And children mini kart purge, but unless you play the older ones, you won't know the joy of beating children in mini kart purge unless you play the older ones. The Yakuza, I just need to beat my siblings in Mario Kart. Much pride in that. It was glorious.
だから好きにしなって言ってんだろ。
なあばあさん、あんたの店ぶっ壊したってよ。俺だって何も得はねえんだ。春日はどこなんだ？町の者はみんなあんたが知ってると言ってんだぜ。
じゃあみんなが死ねって言ったらあんた死ぬのかい？
それが返事か。クソババア。うっと寸止めにするつもりだったんだけど当たっちまったわ。手元が狂った。悪い悪い。俺の質問答える気になったかばあさん。もう一丁行けや。手もっと狂っちまわねえように気をつけろよ。来やがったな、春日。
バカだね。なんで来たんだい？
来るなって言われると来たくなっちゃうたちなんでね。浜子さん、大丈夫かい？
別に私はあんたをかばってやろうとかそういうんじゃなかったんだからね。
分かってるよ。浜子さんはただこいつらの物の聞き方が気に食わなかっただけだろ。
ああ、やっぱりあんたは分かってくれてるね。
You could finish this game pretty quickly, eh? You reckon? Like 20 hours?
任せてやるよ。
待て！
道を開けな。ドサンティン。
You're against 45 and I don't know I think you could do it quicker than that.
もう星野会長からお許しは出たのか？戸塚。
そんなもんはいらねえんだよ。もうあのじじいには愛想が尽きた。はあ、偉人町の三すくみは茶番だった。俺らには絶対不可侵が鉄のを着て。だがトップ同士は仲良くこっそり偽札で稼いでやがった。
誰からそのことを？
ブリーチジャパンの連中だ。街中に触れ回ってる。おかげで俺らはいい笑いもんだ。ラオマーがうちの若いもん蜂の巣にした件も親父は丸く収めちまう気だ。勝ち込んでったうちの頭も今じゃ蝶の店で大事に扱われてるとさ。
バカバカしくてやってらんねえだろ。こいつらみんなそう思ってる。だからこの俺を担ぎ出したんだ。俺の他にもまだいるぜ。本部内ですら反星野の声は上がってるからな。なる
ほど。で せっかくみこしに担がれた男が最初にやることが俺なんかを探すことか。
Well, it's gonna make people grind. Not too long though. Yeah, it's nothing too long, is it? I'm expecting. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I've just been playing too many JRPGs, but I'm expecting like another 10 chapters worth of grind. Like, I wouldn't mind if there was another 10 chapters after where I currently am up to. If that makes sense. We'll see though.
で、もしそれが終わったらどうすんの？
その後、偽札ビジネスもそっくりこの俺がいただいてやる。偉人帳のすべてを俺がいただくんだ。
ぶっ殺してやるよ。さあ、やりましょうか。私の番ね。
なめんなよ。
なめるって言ったよ。
どうした？
頑張ります。
やめんなよ。俺の番だな。見せてやるよ。
絶対負けない。
どうするかね。ほら来いよ。行くぜ。やってやるよ。
Nice. Damn, so you guys did all of, like, John did all of this without even, like, Eri is pretty crazy. Did we do spices yet? We did do spices. Right, we're up to B.
お山の大将はよそでやんな。少なくとも二度と浜子さんの前に面出すんじゃねえぞ。そん時はすまきにして川に放り込む。俺は言ったことは必ずやるぜ。返事は？わかった。誰だ？
そうだ。今立て込んでるからさ、手短に話すよ。
あ？
俺たちはブリーチジャパンを見誤ってた。あいつらのバックには近江連合がついてる。最初から偉人さんを内側から崩すのが奴らの狙いだった。お前らもそれでラオマーに利用されたんだ。
みたいだな。
あれ？もう知ってたの？なんだよ、お礼の一つくらい言ってもらえると思ってたのに。
悪いな。
じゃあ、もう俺からの情報は必要ないかな？
一応聞くよ。なんかあんのか？
今、ブリーチジャパンのデモ隊がコミジュに向かってる。1000人規模くらいかな。
え？
部下の報告じゃ、その大半は近江の兵隊の。
なんだって？
要するに見た目は堅気のデモ隊だけど中身はヤクザが勝ち込んできたってかさ。連中の狙いは偽札の製造現場、つまり肉の壁の心臓部だよ。
近江が偉人さんの偽札を暴こうとしてる。
偽札作りの件を知ってるブリーチジャパンからの指示だね。 近江は単なる兵隊でしょ。
肉の壁をぶっ潰す気か。
TC is brutal right now, and I'm not fully awake yet either. Get yourself a coffee.
小見次郎手助けに行ってあげてくんない？
なんで俺らが？あんたらで動けよ。
そうしたいけど、ハンピン・リューマンは今クーデターの真っ最中でね。
クーデター？
マブチのやつが偽札の件で下の連中煽ってやがんだよ、たく。
マブチがクーデターを煽ってる？
そう、偉人さんは見せかけだの。上の連中だけで偽札でいい思いしてるだろ。あちこちで吹いて回っててさ。おかげで俺への造反者が続出。清流会でも同じことが起きてんじゃない？だから今、コミジュルまで手が回んないんだよね。
なるほどね。
だから頼むよ、お願い。
お願いって？
でもお願い聞いてくれたらさ、偉人さんも難波君のことはもう忘れるから。
あ？適当なこと言うなよ。
マジだよ。俺が責任持って働きかけてあげるから、いい条件でしょ。
まあな。でもこっちの条件はかなり重すぎなんじゃね？
じゃあ OK だね。悪い、もうのんびり話せなくなってきた。あと一つだけ知らせとく。ブリーチジャパンでデモの指揮取ってんのは代表の小笠原ってやつな。
切れちまった。コミジュルの手助けをしろとさ。
コミジュルの手助けを？
その代わりナンバは見逃してもらえるだろ。
ああ、おまけにデモ隊の指揮は小笠原なんだと。
となるとあいつに話が聞きたいわよね。
ああ、クメにゃ聞きてえことが山ほどあるんだ。
Alrighty, let us begin.
Orette! 中でヤバいことやっとんねやろ。はよ出てこんか。おう。
Cold and sick. I'm sorry to hear that, fam. Exactly. When we're done, the grey zone will be like barren wasteland. Kume, what were you doing to accomplish by coming here? Not much. Shouldn't know, so I'll be here to see this. He's a director, so he's leading the march. And pretty soon, he's going to shine the spotlight in the city's little cow firing from. Thanks to us, the day of the Great Wall of Muscle finally collapses here. Oh, us, huh? I take it you all mean these grey dudes you brought in to clean up the grey zones. You know they all, I mean, Yakuza, right? Huh? Hell is that? An upstream system by itself ain't got nothing to take that line. Then maybe you ought to drop the thick-ass Konzai dialect, friend. Huh? You telling me you ain't on me? Huh? How's my Konzai impression? Pretty good, right? You think it's wise to be making fools out of us? Ooh. Sounds like you owe an apology. If you do, I can make them stand down. Oh, you want me to grovel? Naturally, you can start by getting down on your hands and knees. The whole 9 yards, huh? Yep, otherwise I might not like the consequences. I'm the only one who can save you now. Pretty lame press for someone who thinks he's cleaning the world up. Your heart's as black as they come. Shut up, you hussy. Well, that really is coming from out now, huh? If I'm a hussy, you're just a garbage under my heels. And we're not getting our point across. We'll never bow down to you, Chief. You're nothing but damn fugs. What a ballsy bunch of jokesters. It won't be very funny when I'm through with you. I consider it a greetings for infantry. Plus, I am sick F you. What? Dun, 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 dun. Rolling kick. Bum bum bum. You think you can get away with this? This is assault. We assaulted you? You can sink low if you tried, man. I mean, at this point, I've got to give you props. Because how many of you against just us three, huh? Ah, listen. Did you even know these guys were on me, Yakuza? No. The director said they come to support us from the office of Bleach Japan as across the nation. What? You really didn't know, be honest. Well, I didn't think they were a rough-looking crowd. So you'd have an idea something was off. But ignoring was an awful convenient, huh? Up yours. What? I mean, I'm no expert, but wouldn't you call that a grey zone?
Nah.
What's going on at GMO? Protest is probably busting in by now. It's not only a matter of time. If there's many get a raid, not even a singer could scare them off. Yeah. Either way, we better get moving. Maybe we should try blending it in as Presto. Good idea. That could work. Bono. Jesus, dude. Seriously? That's definitely a Yakuza right there. Fucking hell. Will my boss like how I tease and bully you all? Bleach pants crawling over the place. We gotta get Thrash on here. Ready? I'm ready. Here we go.
おいおい、こんなもんまで持ち出してんのかよ。
小笠原はどうだ？いねえか？わかんない。人が多すぎ。
つうか、ここに小笠原がいたとこでどうしようもねえだろ。おい。
So a couple years older than me, and he's also a gamer and a fellow gym bro, so it all works out. Fair enough.
やべえ。さっき組めといたやろうか。
こいつらネズミやで。捕まえれ。おい、聞こえんのか？
とりあえずここは逃げた方がよくない？
同感だ。
逃がすかい。ここで死ぬんや。踊れろ。やる気だけ
Bring on, fuckers.
私の番ね。
寝てんのか？俺の番だ。
なんでくれる？
はい。とっておきだ。
そうね。頑張ります。見せてやる。
ほら来いよ。どうするかね。
寝てんのか？
舐めると痛い目見ます
よ。やってやろう。はい。くらえ。
怪我しません。
行くで。なめんなよ。なんや。寝てんのか？よっしゃ。
どうしようかな。奥の手。
よし、行くぞ。はい。見せてやるよ。やってみんか。行きますか。
俺の番か。
ほら来いよ。行くわよ。くらえ。
私の番だ。
なめんなよ。
頑張ります。
しゃっきりしたね。俺の番だな。
The fuck out of her!
なめんな。
Nice. Ba-da-dum. Jesus.
よう。わし抜きで何おもろいことやっとるんや。アホんだな。
Wrecking balls!
いきなり鉄球振り回してくっかよ。
死んだと思った。
春日、あいつは近江の頭補佐だ。
頭補佐？
石尾田礼二って名前だ。見覚えねえか？
いや、どうかな。
あのランクの人間ならカムロ町の幹部会にも必ずいるはずだぜ。つまりお前が撃たれた現場にも。
ああ、なんや見覚えあるの？そこのもじゃもじゃ頭。は
あ？
思い出したわ。我カムロ町で大工に撃たれとったやつやな。
はだったらなんだ。
それがどないしてここにおるんや。
聞きてえか？涙もんの苦労話だぜ。ハンカチ用意しとけ。
はあ、そんなええ話なんか？
あ？話し合ってくれんのか？
アホか。あの世で勝手に抜かしとれ。よっしゃ。
Yeah, let's fight a wrecking ball, guys. Fuck yeah.
ガーッと言ったのか。みんな、あんな鉄球でやられたらひとたまりもねえ。鉄球の動きだけに集中するんだ。
だけど他の連中から襲われたりしない？
大丈夫だ。さっき見てただろう。あの野郎は身内も吹っ飛ばしやがった。
あの様子じゃ怖くて俺たちにも近づけねえさ。鉄球集中。
どうしようかな。
How are you looking?
やるのか。ほら来い。よし、行くぞ。
絶対負けない。
騙すぜ。ありゃ。
私の番ね。舐めると痛い目になりますよ。見てなさい。
やってやるか。
調子が戻ったぜ。
してみろ。
よし、頑張ります。奥の手。やっ。
Yeah, get the fuck out of there, bro. Bring it on. Don't you run away. Get the fuck up. I've seen this one actually. God damn! Oh, that didn't do that much damage. Bugger. Yeah, run! Run! Ah, shit. Didn't work apparently. Fuck yeah. 30k.
まだ成長できるとはな。
成長を感じます。
Came in like a wrecking ball. Never thought a Yakuza could come so close.
なんやちょこまかしよってボケが。畜生、まだ動くのか。どないしたポンコツ。もっと決まって動かんか。よーし、いったれ。さっちゃん、足立さん。ぺしゃんこやな、ご愁傷さん。せやけど女はちともったいないことしたの。タイプやったのに。なんや、動かへんやないか。
あ、
危なかったぜ。
No, you're gonna fight in there. Don't be a weakling.
お前がタイプだとよ。変なのばっかに好かれるよな。
うるさい。でもマジでへこむわ。
おいどないなったんや。奴らは潰されたんか。はよ確認せえや。
Bruh, why did we run away? We gotta fight our way in there. That's the point. Okay, sure knows how to pick him. He's not the only one. He's got three. Yeah, first one you got Shredder, the guy we just saw. He's always kind of unpredictable, which works in his favor. What is even in Kansei, he's pretty reckless, and higher ups had a tough time keeping him in line. Goes his head with a wrecking ball. You can see that. Loose and cannon or not, he's actually pretty on his game. When the Army Alliance moved into Shredder was the guy on the front lines. Got it. The other two lieutenants, you know them pretty well. Joe. Yep. Jaw. Yep, okay, so he's a pick for lieutenant. And the third is Tendo. What's his deal? Just that he's actually a former boxer. I guess heavyweight considering that he's built like a bull. Why would you give it up to become a Yakuza? No idea, like anyone's a Yakuza from birth. Anyway, word is Tendo is Arakawa's favorite among the Kansai crew. Shiraisawa, Shiro, and Tendo, those three are the captains and lieutenants, and every one of them is bad news. I bet Arakawa-san's the only one who can keep them in line. Who's this? It's Jungi Han. I've been watching you from higher vantage point. Fighting a wrecking ball was impressive. So you're just going to creep on us or what? I'm sorry, but you're not coming to help us. Out from the Lumang seemed to think you were. We're only doing it for number, not you guys. But there's a massive crew of Omi blocking the way. No way we're getting through there. Well, seeing your earlier fight, I've come to a decision. What do you mean by that? We would like to present you with a gift. There's something very precious, in fact. I don't get what are you trying to give me. We'd like your assistance if it comes at a great cost to us. We hope this conveys a security to you. Though I wouldn't say it's any real cash value. You're just talking in circles at this point, dude. I'd like you to head to Yakuza, okay, restaurant. Alright. I'll let the employees know you're coming. Look, can you just tell me what you're doing about this? Means mother in Korean. Goodbye. I don't get it. That frickin' guy. What did he say? He wants to give us a gift. Is this how we really time for this crap? It's a shame that hot ones always seem to snap. I just wish he wouldn't wrap everything he wants to tell us in the good noodles. Okay. Let's go. It came in like a wrecking ball. I never knew.
いらっしゃい。
俺ら飯を食いに来たんじゃなくて。は
Okay, bro. This way, please.
Oh?
What the? A bit seen here. Is that clear? Sure. This passage is numerous underground residential. Huh? What? If you had a passage like this, why didn't you tell us sooner? But no, you figured out we'd wait until after we fought a fucking crane. For real. This is a passage of secret we've guarded of our lives. Ain't sure, but still. If anyone found out the passage would reveal a fatal weakness for the junior. Okay. Well, it explains how Jung Hee Han called it a gift, I guess. Understand the wait now? Yeah, I'll make sure nobody finds out. Thanks. Could barely make ears when the call came in. Alright. Don't tell me, my heart, achy breaky heart. I don't think that he don't understand. Don't break my heart. So if Jung Hee Han is giving you this, he must have great faith in your skills. Faith, huh? For all we know, the road goes straight to hell. Well, I think it's a nice gesture. Guess we just gotta jump, got pumped and go through to save Jimmy. Okay. And then Zhao's gotta come through in spare number. Not heard the song? I have. Break it hard. Well done, Kasuka-san, but I'm afraid time is off the ovens. It's right like a big pizza pie, that's amore. So pretty bad. Barricade just fell. The last begun their invasion of Jimu. Okay. And what's Sung Hyu doing? Sung Hyu is trying to reach Yusuka Ako. Okay. What happens if she does? That would be Okakubo, and I can't say for sure. Never seen you this tense. Gets pretty serious. I think he's cuter this way. Don't tease him after he's treated us with super secret passage. We're glad you did that. You just be aware I considered all the risks just doing so beforehand. If you betray us and try to run, you will all die by my hand. Okay, bro. I lost my watch streak, Sag. Yeah, I think you missed a stream the other day. I can't remember which one.
Wakata. あんたがそうしろというのなら我々は従う。ああ、この状況で残された選択肢はもう多くはないだろう。
ソンヒ、荻窪豊は何と？
手を貸してもらえるか、春日。近江連合の兵隊がここへ来るまで約2分。だが、偽札作りの痕跡を燃やすのにはもう少し時間がかかる。
偽札作りの痕跡を燃やす
？70 plus stream streak? Yeah. No, it wasn't the Stardew. Rocky was there yesterday for the Stardew. It was the stream last week.
壁照準を合わせていたのに気づけなかったのが原因だ。全ては我々の手落ちと言わざるを得ん。ただし、偽札事業をやめるにせよ。偽札と荻窪豊とのつながりだけは全て闇に葬らねばならない。そのために
After work? Yeah.
これは私の判断だ。半純義、お前が火付けの指揮を取れ。
ソンヒ、火を使えば監視システムも機能しなくなります。我々の住処もなくなる。唯一の居場所をなくすことになります。ここにいる者たち全員が。
ああ。全て承知の上だよ。
出過ぎた口を聞きました。お許しを。
야! 휘발유 모조리 다 가져와! 시간 없다! 서둘러!
荻窪を救うために全部灰にしまうのか。自分たちを捨て駒にして。
快適とまではいかないが、荻窪だけが我々の居場所を真剣に案じ、そして実際にそれを作ってくれた。だから荻窪には感謝の念しかない。我々は彼の捨て駒になるためではなく、彼への長年の恩義を返すためにすべきことをするだけだ。
それって平たくいや放火だぞ。俺たちにもそれを手伝いって？
いや、お前たちには近江の兵隊をここで食い止めてほしい。追い返せとまでは言わん。ただここを焼き払うだけの時間を稼いでほしいんだ。
でもよ、
頼む、力を貸してくれ。
ソンヒ、頭をお上げください。
しょうがないわね。頭上げてよ。私正直言うと前からあなたがいけすかなかったし、荻窪を助ける義理もない。でもプライド高いいい女が頭下げるなんてよっぽどのことよ。この人が言ってる恩義を返すって気持ちは口だけじゃない、本物だよ。わかるでしょ？
そうだよな。すまねえ。男は女の気持ちってのに鈍くってよ。
いや、俺は最初から伝わってたけどな。
かたじけない。礼を言う。
じゃあやるよ。
冴子さん。
ん？
ありがとう。
Big freaky or unfortunate. And I can't save here apparently? Okay.
おい、
get this done.
来たな。見覚えのある面が多いな。
お、なんや踊れな。鉄球の下敷きになったんやないんか。
残念だったな。またいつでも相手になってやるよ。
せやけど考えたら妙な話やな。
あ？
そもそも踊れはなんで生きとるんや。荒川の大行に撃たれたやろが。
お前に話す必要はねえ。
大行が踊れを撃った後、そこで一度間違いなく死んどったはずやろ。
間違いなく言い切れんのか。
おう、死体は組の門に始末させたと聞いとったからな。まあなんで我が言っとるんか、あの人に今度よう聞かんとあかんな。
小笠原さん、印刷機はあの奥です。こいつら証拠を燃やす気だ。石尾田さん、
道理で神ジョルの門があんまおらん
I think with Miley Cyrus, I think Billy Ray Cyrus, in my opinion, he wins for me. Over Miley?
そこどけ、一番。お前何やってんだ。偽札の証拠が消えちまう。
俺らはここをどかねえよ、ナンバー。悪いが損人戦略しちまったんだ。
なんだと。
ここを燃やすまでの時間を稼ぐって約束しちまった。でもな、おめえのためでもあるんだ。
てめえ、一番早く止めさせろ。
この死に損ないがぶっ殺したら。
You're going down!
邪魔するんじゃない。
Eat my ass number!
ここで仮装にしてるわ。
From the back!
ダメだよ。どうしたんや。
寝てんのか。
奥の手。
やってみろ。
勝てますかね。
なんや。やってみろ。ほら来いよ。よし、行くぞ。
怪我しましたよ。
寝てやるよ。ダメだよ。行くぜ。
I guess I'm an old soul as well in taste. You know, things often I usually listen to melodic death metal. I'm just not a big fan of country. I think that would be the only reason Miley Cyrus probably edges over Billy Ray. To be honest.
邪魔するんじゃない。やるんか。
よし。
どうしたんや。やってみろ。
怪我しますよ。絶対
俺の番だな。俺。やめるな。とっておきだ。
勝てますかね。
俺の番か。してみよ。
私に勝てますかね。
やってやろう。してみろ。
本気ですか。
ほら来いよ。
レオ返しや。俺の番だな。ぶちかますぜ。お
よし俺の番か。
私に勝てますかね。
行くぜ。なめんなよ。
私の番ね。軽く。よし。やったー。絶対負けない。
ほら来いよ。
奥の手。
してみろ。よし行くぞ。
Ah, he's gone. Let's destroy him. You're going down, number. You're going down. In case there's another stage, I'm not going to use all my not going to use all my MP here either. Beautiful.
またいい女になっちゃった。やった。
Do 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 do.
このクソクソやべえぞ逃げるで。
おい待てお前ら。
ボケがまだ終わっとらんやろが。
石尾田さん
Get fucked up.
くっそ
せっかくここまでいらしたんだ。もう少しおもてなしをさせてください。小笠原さん。
Thank God. Someone had to do it. Fuck me.
ナンバー。
これで全部闇に葬られたわけだ。偉人帳の偽札も俺の弟のことも。最後の最後でお前らに裏切られた。
It's the opposite way around, you fuckhead.
弟さんを追うための情報が消えちまったことは申し訳ないと思ってる。でも俺らお前を救いたくて。
うるせえ。
難波、いい仲間を持ってるな。
仲間なんかじゃね
え。どうやらお前は誤解をしている。お前は弟の消息が知りたいんだな。
え？
あいつはたった一人で偉人帳の偽札の核心にまで迫ってきた。だがその情報を手に入れることは万死に値する。しかし私は彼の高い調査能力は無駄にするのは惜しいと考えた。なんとか仲間にしたいとさえ。
じゃあ今は
我々の地下の居住区にいる。もちろん軟禁状態ではあるが、そうだな。
はい、元気にしておられます。
本当か？
Why didn't they just say that?
マジか。なんで教えてくれなかったんだって。そりゃ無理か。
当初から難波さんは我々の監視対象者であり、偽札の事実を知って失踪して以来、偉人さんからは追われる身、お教えするわけには参りませんでした。
まあそうだよね。
この事実が手に入れられたのは我々に手を貸し 何より難波、お前のために命を懸けてくれた仲間のおかげだ
BGM's
という
heating up!
ことを忘れるな。
おい、ナンバ
ー。でもこの目で見るまでは信じられね
え。じゃあなおさら早くここを出ようぜ。死んじまったらそれこそ水の泡だ。
早く早く。
Friends, destroy him! Cast him into the fire! Or betray you? Well, he did betray us.
おいおい
Decide to die.
この場所を何だと思ってるんだ。
あまり長居するつもりはありません。ただ人をさらってきて置いとける場所が他に思いつかなかったんで。
For shame.
だからってここを選ぶこともないだろうに。
すんません。
まさかこいつをここで拷問する気なのか。そんなことは許さんぞ。
でもこいつはブリーチジャパンの代表で偉人町に近江連合を引き込んできたんです。こいつのおかげで肉の壁はもう崩壊寸前なんすよ。
そうなのか。
だとしたらこのままおとなしく解放してやろうって気も失せるでしょ
う。確かにそうだな。ただし今夜だけだ。
ええ、ありがとうございます。あんたにはいろいろと聞きてえことがあんだ、小笠原さんよ。朝まで時間はたっぷりある。
Trophy! Time to talk. Another one. Chapter 9. So, we have 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, including the final chapter. There is 15 chapters in the game. We've got 6 chapters to go. We had a really big dent today. Tis been good. We're not really making a lot of XP grind, but, you know, we don't really need to. I'm strong enough right now to really keep going, and I kind of want to go as quickly as I can.
ようさっちゃん、ナンバーはどうした？
弟さんに会いに行くってすっ飛んで言ったわよ。本当に無事か確認したいって。
そりゃそうだろうな。でもマジでよかったよ。
正直俺はもうダメかもって思ってたよ。まあたまにはいいニュースもあるもんだ。
ねえ、でもなんちゃんとはここでお別れかな。
あいつはもともと弟を探してこの町に来てたんだ。だからもう俺らとつるむ理由がね。
そっか。そうだよね。
You catch up to me, no! Should finish the game by the weekend.
あいつを吐かせることだ。
I'd say 100% I think by Sunday is what I'm aiming for. Spicy's nearly done too.
そんじゃ始めるとするか。
ほどいてやってくれ。大声を上げんなよ。変な真似したら容赦なくぶん殴る。
I'll take my time with it, not gonna lie, enjoy the mini games and such. Fair enough. I've still got another 50 hours of gameplay, but should definitely get it done by then. If we keep up the right amount of pace, Rikoi's away for 3 to 4 days this week, so I don't have to be home by a certain time to cook or anything. So I can grind as much as I need to.
答えねえとどうなるか。さっき言ったよな。殴るなんてそんなことなさらずに。
This is away, which means gaming. Exactly. All night, all day.
あなたのことを探しているかもしれませんね。ですが、それにはまだ時間がかかるでしょう。あなたの爪を全部剥がすくらいの時間はあるはずですよね。
忘れるな。お前らのおかげで我が家は焼け落ちた。爪をすべて剥がされてもそれで終わると思うなよ。
わかったか。じゃあ近江連合との関係話してもらおうか。なんでお前が近江の手綱を握ってるのか、それからだ。
近江の手綱を握っているのは私じゃない。
でしょうね。じゃ、やっぱり都知事が？
あ
あ。青木亮。
Why don't you have dates this week? I hate people taking me away from KC2. Oh, last needs must. I know it needs. Well, it's Valentine's Day this week, so I'm guessing you got a date, do you? My missus is leaving me for Valentine's Day. She's going to a concert for the second year in a row. Oh yeah, got the week off, gaming week. Yeah, 4 dates, fair enough. Sounds good. Wait alone for Valentine's Day? It's literally, yeah, two years in a row. I streamed last year too. I can't remember what we streamed last year for Valentine's Day. I think we did a thing with Minx, but I also did something else with chat. I can't remember what I did though. You fine with this, right? Yeah, you know, I gotta live with it. There's what I can do about it. That was a sigh. Yeah, well, I'm a romantic person, but you know, there's not much I can do about it. I'd rather her go off and go have fun and go do what she needs to do at the end of the day, as long as she's happy. You know, the whole day is about making another person, you know, be happy and stuff. So I'd rather just, you know, if she needs to go have fun, let her go have fun. You're rescheduling? No. I got you. I could just fly me over. I'm fine. Don't worry. It's all right. But no, we're not going to reschedule it because she's going to be gone for 4 to 5 days, and then it's going to be too hard of a schedule to do anything. Sadly, I'll figure out something else at another time, probably in a month or two. Well, I got a bad rush in my neck at the moment. Out of nowhere. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Beers and boys. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be buying a slab of beer. Cracking up a bottle of wine. What do you mean I got all you guys? My Valentine's and my desktop. We've been together for 6 years. God damn, Spicy. That's romantic. Should give you a shiny blue eyes, a white dragon card. Games and goonin'. Beer's free.
荒川雅人。なんでその名前を。俺は昔あの人を若と呼んでた。そして若に俺は一と呼ばれてた。まだ登場会だった頃の荒川組でな。やっぱり青木亮は荒川雅人だったんだな。
Can't wait to go home. To go home.
私があの人に会ったのはもう20年近く前。
A lot of money on
留学先のアメリカだ
days.
った。政治と経済を専攻していて、頭の切れる学生って印象だった。
名前はその時から青木亮。
Maybe.
もう一つ。
Maybe. She's gone away Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Sunday. She's gone 3 days. Maybe what I'll do is I'll make some risotto on Thursday. And then make arancini balls on Friday. And then I make like a batch of like 12 ones, but they're like this big. Maybe I'll make 12 of those. And then just fuck them up on Saturday. Yeah, it sounds like a good time. To take out.
車椅子は
使ってなかった。ただ前はそうだったと聞いてた。昔はそんなに体の具合が悪かったのか。ああ、なら多分渡米した後治療を受けたんだろう。アメリカでなら未認可の手術だろうが、金さえあれば何だってできるからな。
なんでそう思う？
アメリカで何不自由なく豪勢な生活をしてたからさ。金持ちってのは一目で分かった。まあそれを見て俺も付き合って損はない相手と思ってたよ。そして卒業して日本に戻った時、俺は改めて知った。あの人が金持ちだと思ってはいたが、そのレベルは想像以上だったということ。そして金を持ってるだけじゃなく、裏社会とも太いパイプを持ってるってことをな。うなるほど金があり、裏の力さえ動かせる。羨ましいほどの環境だ。でもあの人は何一つ満たされちゃいなかった。あの人は全く別のものを求めていた。
全く別のもの？
表の力だ。
表の力？
世の中には金にもヤクザにも従わない人間がいる。その相手を屈服させる者は表の力こそその答えだと言っていた。表の力とは
We can always hire a Jeep, but I ain't known to buy a Prince. I don't have anyone Valentine's, I don't even bother. Pretty sure Japan has those rental girlfriends. Yes. You can get them across the world.
文字通りの意味さ。日本の民主主義で人気者に勝てるのはそれを超える人気のある人間だけ。他の者が文句を言ってもやっかみにしか聞こえない。
なるほどね。
人気は金や裏の力じゃ手に入らない。だがそれを手に入れない限り絶対的な権力も手に入らない。そしてあの人はあるポジションに狙いを定めた。
それが東京都知事。
そうだ。東京都知事こそこの国で最も人気を効率よく権力に変えられる存在だ。
あ？なんでだよ。だったら総理大臣とかの方が偉くねえか。
総理は民自党の政治家たちが内々で決める役職に過ぎない。今で言えば民自党の連中が慣れ合いで決めてるだけだ。でも都知事は1000万の都民から直接選挙で選ばれて初めてなれる役職だ。つまり得票数がそのまま権力の大きさを表すわけさ。
でも金は国家予算とか総理大臣の方が動かす金は。
バカめ。都の予算規模は14兆円。アジアやヨーロッパの一国に並ぶんだ。リアルな人気に支持されつつ法外な金が扱える。これ以上の権力がどこにある。だから青木亮は私と出会った当時からすでに都知事の座を見据えてた。そして私はその遠大な計画のパートナーとして選ばれたんだ。ブリーチジャパンの設立もその通過点に過ぎない。
パートナーね。しもべの町。
Although this is the first comment I see when I look over. If you can still hear me, Minx, we're talking about Valentine's Day again. I should stop bringing it up. People get Yeah.
ないだろ
It's never a nice topic,
大変
is
じゃねえ
it?
か若は人使いが荒いからな
The message doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Bleach Japan を作ったのは若の考えだそれともあんたの
あの人のだ
世の中のグレーゾーンをなくそうってお題目も
ああその話を聞いた時は私も青臭い上にありきたりなスローガンだと思った
へえなのについてったのはなんでだ
ただあの人は荒川組の力と金で最初からある程度の人員を組織できたからなそこが他の人間にはない強みだった政治はスローガンじゃない結果が全てだ結果が出せる可能性がある以上ついていって損はないと思えたからさ
やっぱ若はあんたみてえなのを操るのがめちゃくちゃうまいな頭が良くて金と力に弱い人間ってのもよ
はい
ちゃちゃ入れて悪かったよそれから
ブリーチジャパンも結成当初はちょっとした若者の集まりとしか世間に認識されていなかったもっぱら活動も腐敗の根絶平等で公平な社会
Sleep in a few minutes, fell asleep in the lounge multiple times. You're all good, fam. You're all good. You have a good one, brother. Sleep well. Sleep well. Get some rest. You had a big day with the hospital and stuff. I don't blame you. They would have worn me out.
そういうことをひたすらあちこちで叫び続け金と時間を使っていた
そんだけそりゃ金と時間の無駄遣いってもんだ
俺も最初はそう思ったでもあの人にはその先が見えていたよく分かっていたんだ今の時代ってやつをな
今の時代ってやつ
腐敗を断ち平等な社会の実現確かに聞こえのいい言葉だでもそんな青臭い言葉でも懸命に叫ぶ人間を誰も批判したりはしないむしろ世間は褒めてくれる叫ぶ人間が何者であってもだ学もなく努力したことさえもないそんな若者でも世直しを叫ぶだけで人々に褒められる叫ぶ本人も何かを成した気になれる
でもそりゃファッションでやってるだけの連中だろ
そこなんだよ私たちが集めたかったのはそういった輩だった今の時代そういう人間は吐いて捨てるほどいるそして予感は的中そんな連中が私たちのもとに集い始め組織はどんどん大きくなっていったさらに効率よく集めるため組織の中に桜の女性も大量に用意したよ彼女らは熱心な信者をさらに増やし続けてくれた久米なんかもそれで釣られた口だったなその後多少の時間はかかったがブリーチジャパンは全国へ広がっていったすると思わぬボーナスもあった
ボーナス
グレーゾーンってやつを追求すると大抵地元の腐った権力者たちが関わっているものでねそういった政治家や役人は脇が甘い人間が多いそして同時に金と裏社会の権力にはめっぽう弱い
腐ってる連中はそういうもんだろうな
だからそういう連中に取り入って弱みを調べ上げるのは簡単だったでも簡単な割に明るみに出れば一瞬で破滅するような裏の情報がたくさん手に入った
それがボーナスか
そうだ その情報で我々はいつでも彼らを好きに操れる。
ま、どっちもどっちだな。
今ブリーチジャパンのメンバーは何人いるの？
全国の支部を合わせれば常駐する人間が500。
500か。
ただしデモに参加するだけのものなら10万はいる。
10万？
そのトップにいる人間を君らは今監禁しているんだ。
は、肝に銘じとくよ。
私からも一つ聞いていいか。
Must be that shitty anime. Rent a girlfriend?
あんたはここで何をしてるんだ？元荒川組なんだろ？なんなら私から知事に頼んでもいい。組に戻りたければそうできるようにしてやる。よく考えてみろ。偉人さんの肩を持ってこの先どうなる？そんな面倒なこと忘れちまったらどうだ？
確かに面倒なことになっちまってるな。
そうだろう。だったら今すぐ私を解放しろ。それが最もお互いに良作だ。
勘違いすんじゃねえ。俺は組に戻りたいわけでも偉人さんに味方してるわけでもねえ。は？うちの店長を殺したやつを追っかけてただけだ。そもそも馬淵やあんたらの計画なんて俺は全く知りゃしなかったんだ。頭のいいあんたならわかるよな。俺らがここまで動いてきた理由ってのは鼻っから損得感情じゃねえ。強いていや売られた喧嘩を買ったことがきっかけだ。そして先に喧嘩売ってきたな、そっちなんだぜ小笠原。
簡単にはいかなかったな。次からもっと慎重に言葉選ぶんだな。
He hasn't smoked a ciggy for a while. Interesting, like, they're doing these, like, as chapters, I guess, because they're just so long, the segments. This is going to be an entire chapter, is it? I'm guessing? At this fucking rate, anyway. Nah, I think there'll be one more boss battle by the looks of it. One more fight. Think before opening mouth. He likes that cancer on the stick. I don't blame him. Nothing wrong with a few ciggies.
続きをやろうか小笠原さんよ。
小笠原さん。
ブリーチジャパンを広げて、その後あんたと若は
組織の全国展開を見届けると、あの人は次のステップに移った。メディアへの積極的な露出の働きかけだ。そしてそれも狙いは的中。精力的に活動するブリーチジャパンの設立者として、
That's a dirty kebab.
テレビコメンテーターにもなり、世間の評判は上々だった。笑顔の時のあの人は爽やかでカメラ映りがとてもいいからな。
若の笑顔が爽やかって、テレビ映りってそんなに大事なもんかね。
大事なんてもんじゃない。発する言葉も大事だが、誰が言っているのか、その顔つきはどうなのか、それが全てと言ってもいい。
で、それからいよいよ。
ああ、そして2010年参院選で初出馬した。その時政治にかける決意を表明し、ブリーチジャパンを脱退。表向きの話ではあるがね。
だろうな。だって今も あんたはあの人の言いなりだもんな。続き話してくれ。
参院選では民自党の推薦も受けて初当選、楽勝だった。そして2年前には都知事選へ立候補した。
その時も楽勝だったんだろ
う。楽勝か。
違うのか。
知名度、好感度ともにあの人は飛び抜けていたし、資金に困ることもなかった。さらに荒川組が対立候補たちの弱みを探り出してくれていた。どう転んでも負けがないようにあらゆる手が打たれていた選挙だった。楽勝どころかパーフェクト、完全勝利だった。その勢いのまま知事就任からわずか半年後に例のカムロ町三景作戦で登場会を駆逐し、世間はその手腕を絶賛した。まあそれも荒川組から知事に登場会の内情が筒抜けだったおかげでできたことだけどな。
その時の様子がこれだな。あ
あ、この極道を一掃した戦果が青木知事の人気を不動のものにしたんだ。
極道を一掃って結局すぐ近江連合の連中に取って代わっただけだぜ。
確かに登場会の消えたカムロ町にはすぐに荒川真澄が近江の極道を引き込んだ。そしてその見返りが若頭代行の地位だったんだろ
う。でもそのことに世間は文句を言わなかった。
近江は派手な戦争をしてカムロ町に進出したわけじゃない。登場会が一掃されてそこからしばらくして穏便にことを進めていたからな。
でも誰か気づくだろう。
登場会がいなくなったとしてもチンピラくらいどの町にもいるもんだ。それが近江なのか誰なのか世間は興味なんて持たないよ。
そこも計算づくか。
まあな。そして結果は荒川親子は手を取り合って成り上がった。親父は若頭代行に、そして知事も日本最大の組織近江連合という後ろ盾を得た。
でもよ、ちょっと待てや。世間はどうであれ警察はさすがに気づくだろう。その時警視庁は何も言わなかったのか。近江連合の東京進出に。
ああ、警視庁はそれを黙認せざるを得なかった。そういう事情があってね。
事情？
登場会が消えてた瞬間からすぐに大門を持たないギャングがいくつも現れるようになった。彼らは少人数で思い思いの犯罪を起こすだけの連中だよ。秩序も横のつながりもなく、警察にしてみれば情報を手に入れづらい。カムロ町の検挙率は目に見えて下がり始めた。しかし近江連合が町の裏社会を牛耳ったなら、何かあっても知事や荒川組を通して話し合いができる。警視庁が手っ取り早く荒れかけた治安を取り戻すのに近江は有用だった。皮肉なもんだよ。ヤクザを消した後に必要なのがヤクザだったとはね。
なるほど。おまけに警視総監は荒川組から賄賂を受け取ってる。そうだろ？つまりそのズブズブの関係を取り持ってやった張本人が都知事だったわけだろ。カムロ町も警察、知事、ヤクザががっちり三すくみとなりゃ偉人さんのことを笑っちゃいらんねえな。
あんたは何だ？何が言いたい？
警視総監の堀之内は近江に町を牛耳らせて賄賂まで取ってるはずだ。
そんなことまでは知らない。
とぼけるな！登場会が消えた後、カムロ町に近江連合が来てそれをよしと警察が認めたってことは、そのトップだってそれを認めたってことだ。ただでそれを認めるか？堀之内はそんな人間じゃねえ。絶対にメリットがあったはずだ。
何を証拠にそんなことを？
だからその証拠を聞いてるんだ。何かその証拠はねえのか？あるだろ？あ？
ないよ。あったとしても私が知るわけない。
私は知事のしもべでしかないんだから。
この野郎。
足立さん、落ち着けよ。なあ、なんで都知事の若が今偉人帳にまで手伸ばしてきてんだ。それも若の意志なんだ。
ああ、ただ狙いは偉人帳というより荻窪豊だ。
荻窪？
都知事選で圧勝し、メディア活動も高く評価されて以来、青木亮の影響力は内閣でさえ無視できないところまで来ていた。しかし民自党の重鎮幹事長の荻窪豊だけは動じなかった。
さすがの貫禄だね。でも狙うにもあんたらには手強すぎる相手じゃねえの？
ああ、普通に考えたら手も足も出ない相手だ。でも知事はすぐ荻窪の正体に気づいたそうだよ。荻窪は裏社会の力を飼いならしているということにね。
証拠でも掴んだろう？
いや、でもあの人には確信があった。なぜなら知事も同じやり方でのし上がってきた人間だ。同じ匂いを持つ人間に出会えば瞬時に見抜くものさ。荻窪を潰せばその後釜に座れるのは自分だけ。他に邪魔する者はいない。
はあ。でもそう簡単にいくか？
知事の行動は十分に勝算があってのこと。だからこそわざわざ偉人帳に目を向け始めたんだ。偉人帳には荻窪と裏社会のつながりを暴くネタが必ずあると睨んだんだよ。なぜなら
同じ穴の無地なだから。てか
品のない言い方だがそういうことだ。
でその計画の実行のために偉人帳のブリーチジャパンにあんたが送り込まれた。だな。そしてまずはハンピン・リューマンのマブチを取り込んだ。ひょっとして自分らには近江の後ろ盾があって協力すれば近江でいい肩書きを約束してやるなんてマブチにちらつかせたりしたのかな。
マブチは以前から偉人帳を3つに分け合うことに不満を持っていた。その上マブチはハンピン・リューマンのナンバー2、不満分子で影響力も大きい人間。いい人間に目をつけたもんだね。
そのマブチにあんたはうちの店長を殺させた。自殺に見せかけて。あの殺しが偉人さん同士を疑心暗鬼にさせる火種になった。あれを言い出したのは誰だ？
マブチだよ。肉の壁を熟知してこその案だ。だがさすがに私も殺しには賛成しかねた。
でも実際に店長は殺された。だとしたらあんたは賛成しなくとも誰かは賛成したんじゃねえのか。そうだろう？いえ、賛成したのはあんたのボス青木亮だろ。
ああ、ある日知事にマブチの計画を報告した。リスクの大きい話だけに私はあらかじめ別の計画も考えておいた。でも知事の判断はマブチの計画で何も問題ないだった。荻窪を出し抜くには大きなリスクもやむなしと。ただしその分リターンは大きいはずだと。
人を殺すのに何も問題ないかよ。若。
そうやって肉の壁に入った亀裂を誰かさんが広げていった。
俺のせいだと？
気を悪くするな。お前でなくとも亀裂を見た誰かがいずれは動き混乱は起きていた。そしてマブチはその様子にあれこれ難癖つけて結果的には清流会を必ず抗争に引き込む気だった。
そうだ。そうやって起きた混乱の中に 荻窪と裏社会がつながる何かが見つかるはずだった。そして偉人さんを何十年も支えてきたという偽札事業が現れた。予想は的中したんだ。
予想は的中？かっこつけてんじゃねえ。結果的に見つけただけだろ。
そうだ。その情報を持ち込んでくれたのは君のお友達だったな。南波さんのおかげで偽札のこともその心臓部の位置も我々は掴むことができた。今日近江連合を大動員できたのもその情報があってこそだった。ぜひお礼が言いたい。彼は今どこかな。
調子に乗るな。余計な口は聞かなくていい。
はいはい。
ソンイ、この後はどうなる？
偽札事業を潰された以上、
Hey,
荻窪
Squeaks.
豊に特別な力はない。
How you doing, fam?
その時点で青木亮の目的は達成されたはずだ。今後偉人帳がどうなるかは奴の出方次第だ。
コミジュルの女王ともあろうものがのんきな。
何？
この町もカムロ町と同じ運命さ。
Too bad, not too bad.
ここもじき
How's work,
近
fam?
江連合に牛耳られる。もう彼らを止める肉の壁はないんだからな。そうだろ。
おい！ヤクザだ！こっちに向かってきてる！
こっちの場所がバレたのか。
奴らの数は？
見かけたら5人くらいだけどよ。いろいろ連絡取り合ってるようだったぜ。応援呼んでんのかも。
その情報もう少し早く欲しかったですね。
Dropping a key to my mate has gone a rascal sit in March for a week. Oh, that sounds good. Hey, Kit Kat. Am I short? Oh, on the pole? I forgot I actually put that one up. That was a great clip. Oh, bro, that was such a ridiculous one, that one. I was so tired. That was from my 24-hour stream. Squirrel for gun.
小笠原さん、この手柄沢城の頭に伝えてもらいます。
分かったから早く。
沢城の頭？よっしゃ、張り切っていくぜ。皆殺しにしたりゃ。根性叩き直してやってやるぜ。俺の番だな。なめんな。
怪我し飛ばしてやる。寝てんのか？なんや。寝てんのか
Hell yeah, 70 stream streak, appreciate it. So, Virgie, you're gonna play Infinite? No, I won't, no. Not for a little bit. Probably give me another year, I'll do it. I mean, it could be 3 PS plus, but then as well, I'd need the physical for it. I wouldn't play it otherwise. Only buy physical. Female characters sure have lesser jobs. They're not too bad though, some of them. Like, they're pretty powerful. I just don't have a good weapon on Eri right now. Yes, I have. Yes. I'm only like halfway through the game. Definitely made. I made Eri Matriarch. Do. Level 7. That took a lot of money. It did, yeah. Didn't mind though. 100% of the business game, so I had the coin afterwards, thankfully.
どういうこと？
小笠原を連中に奪われてしまいました。
どうやら痛み分けだね。
いいさ。奴に聞きたいことはあらかた聞けたい。本当にすんませんでした。村長。
Right, getting these XX isn't even worse money sink.
と言われてるところに勝手に住んでるんだ。何されたって文句言えたぎりじゃない。でも、
はい。
今度人をさらうときは俺の目の届かないところでやってくれ。
わかりました。いや、そんなのもう二度としませんよ。多分。
春日、星野から電話だ。清流会に。
会長から？
この番号にかけてきたのは初めてだ。
またトラブルの予感がするな。あ
あ、そうか。いや、コミジュルのシステムはほとんど燃やしたんだね。ああ、だから私も同じ。偉人町で今何が起きているのか知りようがない。
そういや、清流会も下の連中が荒れてたんだったよな。
そうだ、戸塚はそんな風に言ってた。
復旧の見込み？システムがどの程度焼け残っているかによる。戻ってみなければわからないな。でもどの道今すぐには無理だね。うん。わかった。
会長、なんだって？
清流会はなんとか下の反発を抑え込んだらしい。若頭の高部が収めた。
そうか。あの頭、無事だったんだな。電話ってそれだけが？
いや、ハンピン・リューマンで問題が発生してる。ずっと蝶と連絡がつかないそうだ。
え？蝶と連絡が？
生きてるか死んでるかもわからない。それでコミジュルの監視システムが使えないかってことだったんだが。
でも焼けちまって動かせないだろう。
その通りだ。
蝶は俺らにコミジュルを手助けしてくれって電話をよこした。その時あいつはハンピン・リューマンもクーデターが起きてるって言ってたんだ。
そうしたいけど、ハンピン・リューマンは今クーデターの真っ最中でね。マブチのやつが偽札の件で下の連中煽ってやがんだよ。ああ、悪い、もうのんびり話せなくなってきた。
やるしかねえな。だろ、孫妃さんよ。
やるしかって何をだ？
蝶はよ、自分が危ねえって時にコミジュルの方を心配してやがったんだ。ハンピン・リューマンじゃなくコミジュルに加勢してくれって言ってたんだぜ。その男がピンチなんだ。あんたら黙ってていいのかよ。
確か
に偉人さんが近江に乗っ取られたくねえって言うんなら、ああいう男は失っちゃいけねえ。俺はそう思うぜ。
春日、お前本気でこれから蝶のとこに行くつもりか？
もちろん本気でしょ。
おうよ。
いいかお前ら、クーデター真っ最中の組織のトップを助けようなんて正気じゃねえぞ。分かってんのか？
正気じゃねえか。かもな。足立さんは反対か？
誰が反対なんて言った。俺ももうちょいで堀之内を追い込めるとこまで来てんだ。
そうよ。私たちみんなスタートはどうであれ自分らが求めてた真実にどんどん近づいてる。
そうだよ。だよな。でもそれもこれもみんな関わってきてくれた仲間のおかげだ。孫妃さんよ、俺はあんたたちも 今は仲間だって思ってるぜ。
春日。
できればさ、ぜひコミジュルさんにも一緒に本気になってもらいてんだが、どうかな。
分かった。
そう来なくちゃ。
助けが欲しいかくらい蝶に聞きに行ってやろうぜ。で、おせっかいだって言われりゃほっときゃいい。
いいよ一番。もうそんな奴らほっとけよ。
なんば
今弟に会いに行ってたんだ。孫妃が言ってた通り生きてたよ。さっき解放もされた。
そっか、よかった。本当によかったじゃねえか。なんだよ、もっと喜ばねえのかよ。
それよりお前に言いたいことがある。
なんだよ、改まって。
一番、偉人帳はもうなるようにしかならねえ。ほっとけ。だいたい偉人さんがどうなろうとお前には知ったこっちゃねえだろ。なんだってお前がそこまでやんだ。こんな町早いとこ出りゃいいだろ。なんでこれ以上面倒にわざわざ首突っ込む必要があんだよ。
心配してくれてんのか。
お前の人よし加減に呆れてんだ。そんなんだから俺みてえのにまで利用されちまうんだ。
利用される？そんな風に思っちゃいねえよ。お前は弟さんのためにやるべきことをやってただけだろ。
ああ、そうだよ。そのために俺は野々宮を殺した連中とも手を握ったんだぞ。あんなひでえ連中とだぞ。
でもそりゃよ。
でもじゃねえよ。俺の手はすっかり汚れちまったよ。手だけじゃねえ、身も心も腐っちまった気がするんだ。それもこれもクソみたいなこの町のおかげでな。俺はもうこんなとこうんざりなんだよ。
なんば
このままここにいて人の頼みばっか聞いてたらろくなことにならねえ。今の俺と同じ気持ちにお前もいつかきっとなる。そんなの嫌だろ。なあ一番、まず自分の人生を先に考えろ。18年も無所にいたんだからよ。これ以上他人の面倒に巻き込まれることはねえって。
巻き込まれんのは俺だけじゃねえ。この町の連中もだ。
Bro, Devil Rocker is hilarious. The role, I haven't used it yet. He's just such a good guy. People getting depressed by comparison. Yeah.
飛び火して全ての騒動が起きてんだ。俺はその騒動の中の一人でしかねえ。しかも他人事じゃねえんだよ。
Hang on. What is he fucking doing? He's fucking. I got Rise spamming me with Hollow Knight just. Sorry, guys. Such a good guy, keeping depressed by comparison. He is a good bloke, eh?
向こうは認めねえだろうが。俺は若と兄弟みたいなもんだと思ってきた。だからよ、あの人がこの騒ぎに関わってると知った以上、もう他人事みたいな顔はできねえんだよ。
そうかよ。まさかそこまでとはな。
お人よしってか？お互い様だよ。だって俺のためにさっきの言葉必死に言ってくれたんだろ。ありがてえと思ってるぜ。同じ仲間としてよ。
やめてくれ。俺は仲間なんかじゃねえ。
Yes, we are.
いや、俺は気づいたんだ。 俺らはやっぱ同じ者同士の仲間だよ。
どこが？
難波も俺も足立さんもさっちゃんもみんな本当のことを知りたくて、その気持ちに素直に生きてる人間なんだ。この嘘だらけの世の中に流されないで本当のことを知りたい、そういう人間の集まりなんだなって思うんだよ。だろ？
もういいよ、そういうのは。じゃあ俺は行くぜ。
そっか。でもさよならは言わねえぜ。またどっかで会えるはずだしさ。それに呼んでくれたら俺らもすぐ駆けつけるし。
せいぜい達者でやってくれ。
Number's such an asshole, but such a good character at the same time.
あいつの気持ちもわからんじゃね
Let's fucking do this.
よし、じゃあ一丁行くか。
分かってる。
孫妃、お言葉ですが、できればとどまっていただけないでしょうか。
どういうことだ？
今コミジルでは皆不安にしています。
He's a good guy deep
みんなの
down.
元にいていただきたいと存じます。
Is he? Is he
何
though?
卒ご理解いただきたく。
ね。
Is he? I don't trust him.
まあいいってことよ。確かに火星を頼んだけど、そっちもそっちで大変だもんな。気にすんな。
そうはいかん。春日よ、悪いが私はコミジルを見に戻る。だがその代わりに半純義を残していく。いつでもお前たちと連絡がつくように。
マジで？そりゃありがてえ。
何なりとお申し付けくださいませ。
Just gonna have to play the game to know.
蝶が春日たちをよこしてくれたおかげで我々は荻窪に義理を果たせた。我々もお前たちにできる限りのことをする。役に立つ男だぞ、半純義。
なあ、知ってるよ。
Alright, Casca from the game who can tell. That was last in the restaurant. Me and King Jin. Hopefully he's still alive. Alright, wow, so we're not even... That's not even the end of the chapter, hey? Wasn't expecting that. Alright, I'm gonna quickly go to the toilet real quick, guys. We're also gonna change our party. Of course. So, but you're gonna react at that point anyways. I'm watching you, Spicy. Alright, I'm gonna quickly go to the toilet real quick, guys. I'll be 2 seconds. I'll get some water as well.
Where are you?
What am I eating? Some turtle chips and some corn chips. I need to like not eat, but I need to eat at the moment. My body's using a stupid amount of like a stupid amount of energy at the moment. It's starting to really piss me off. What'd you have for dinner, Spicy? Do you have anything good, fam? Alright, what are we looking at? Hey, Mike. Hope you feel better soon. Just a me thing, I think. At the end of the day. Don't look after myself well enough sometimes. Ooh, some sweet and sour chicken sounds good. When Rikoi's going away this week, I might just go buy some chicken and some rice and just cook a fuckload of it. And just eat that. Probably eat some, maybe do honey soy. This wasn't here originally. Interesting. Wait, he doesn't realize they're being followed right now? Rice is great. Jasmine is my favorite kind. Jasmine's good, eh? I like all rice, but Jasmine's probably my favorite Nilly as well. How do we find out? Oh, that's easy. We just keep walking.
Ew.
Man, let us pass, but friends is our son. Huh? Maybe I need to double check this. Our son's your boss, isn't he? You've got outdated intel. Things have been changed in the last few hours. Oh my god, bro. Zing, Yushpan? Yeah, the perv, right? He's a pervert? Yeah, he's got an armpit fetish. Oh, not even Joanna knew that. Get on our level. What's all the chatter back there? My bad. Anyway, what do you mean about Zhao not being the boss? Now Ma's the boss now. He's put a price on your heads. How much? 100 million per person? And that's enough to turn an upstanding like me into a murderer. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Sure. Where is it? Where is it? It's pretty shoot enemy. 200 enemies. No, I don't have it unlocked yet. I want to use the ability that... Oh no, hang on. No. I want to use the power that Spice has been using. Rice's Kim. Which one? The spread one. The overpowered AoE. From Han? Yeah. Oh, is it Han's ability, is it? Oh no, this guy is Han, isn't he? Divine shot? Probably. I'm not sure, sorry. Bring it on, fuckers.
ほら来いよ。俺の番だな。とっておきだ。社長パワーだ。私の番です。どうするかね。問題ねえぜ。
Do you see the comment that I didn't accidentally send, Law? I didn't accidentally send? Rice complex carbohydrates for a long last energy, so solve your problem. Rice will solve that problem? Nah. I've been eating a fair bit of rice recently. It's something else. I don't know what it is at the moment. Could be my pancreas playing up again. It hasn't played up for quite some time. Might be that actually. I hope not. Ah, it happens sometimes. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Brother's taking some damage, I tell you what. I just wish you would come back over here. There we go. Oh yeah. This guy never learns his lesson. It's the 4th time I think we've beaten him up. Oh, heading home already, Zhang-san. Ugh. Come on, stay a while. Why do you guys keep coming after me? What happened to Zhao? He's been held prisoner by Lao Ma and King Jin. So he's still alive. Yeah, Lao Ma wants Zhao to give up all his assets, you know, all the hidden cash and stuff. He wouldn't want to miss that. Torturing him, probably. This is worse than we thought. Yeah, but we know. Now that we know, we've able to no choice but to find him. Let's hurry. Knock him out of the way. Guess you're talking about the divine shot. I think so, Spicy. Just want to go through it with a few. I just want to go have a few rice balls with my boy Spicy. Bit of chicken, crispy chicken. That good shit. Boneless. It always tempts me. Yeah, I feel that. Sometimes it's better to make your own food, though. I like making my own food more than ordering food.
私の番です。
Nice. Musha. Oh wow, you guys just spawned in to fight me? Aren't you lovely? Get fucked on! Yeah! Hey guys! Bum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Nice. Oh, can I save here? I can save here. Nice. Let's do this. Grab food. KFC, KFC, KFC. Sweet and sour chicken sounds good there. We've been expecting you. I was instructed by the boss to be a gracious host. Your boss's movement is old news now. I want to talk to Zhao.
Yeah.
That won't be possible, unfortunately. That's so much for the being gracious host just means we'll have to talk to Zhao back with ourselves. Well, that's true. I can't do that either. Come again. Yo, we got trouble. Watch out. Our group of guests or bounty has arrived. Let's serve them from kill a full course.
とおとなしくしてよ
見てなさい。
私が相手でなめんなよ俺の番だなとっておきだ
どうするかね
タイムに合わせますよしてみろやってみろ私の番ですねくらえ
私の番ね。
私が相手ですよし行くぞ俺の番かしてみろ
Nice.
さて来いよ
No, I don't need to do this guy, but we'll take it.
痛い目に合わせますよ問題ねえ俺の番だな
We start BGM for this part of the game. For real. Nah, I don't cook food this time around. You should start food catering as well. I'll buy some. Easy dub.
またいい女になりました。
Run! Run, manager! Run!
わかった
Almond jelly.
I'll 開けてみるかやったぜ
Hey guys! Looks like we're in the kitchens. Let's just blow past the chefs and find our way out. Nope. These chefs practice more than the culinary arts. It's been a while since we've had fresh ingredients. We'll sort you and serve you to the boss.
さてザクなめんなよこっち来いくらえプレゼントだ
私の番ね。
私が相手で来いよやってみろよし行くぞ見せてやるよやろうぜ俺の番か
Does somebody say alphabet challenge? Hey Professor, how's it going, fam? Alright, that's good, fam. You are ducking to say hello. Apologize for my lack of attendance. You don't need to say sorry, fam. I know you're busy. You're all good. So they're gonna get busier, for real. This is the world we live in, of course.
ねえ見て、さすが高級店ね。どのお料理も最高に美味しそう。
Too tired after work, so I haven't been looking at the screen. That's fair. Roasted chestnuts, shark fin, garlic.
開けてみるか。開いたぜ。
Guessing I can equip that on old mate. Nice. How many alphabet challenge have you done? We've done 2 so far. This is the 3rd one. We had a bit of delay at the start of the year, some busy stuff going on, but not doing too bad. I think we've done 3. This will be our 3rd game in 3 weeks, so we're averaging 1 a week at the moment. Actually, not doing too bad. This one should be done by the weekend as well. Only 20 streaks to go. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It'll be good. I'm excited. Is that a fucking tiger? Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Nanda?
My pet and Axel's part of our service package. Service package? A dining experience where our VOP's guests with a hungry, man-eating tiger go berserk. All the way they indulge their finest Chinese cuisine. It's one of the more popular services. Reviewers rave about it. So I guess just because you are gross. I'm reluctant to host such ignorant minds on the floor, but I suppose since you're here now, I'll serve the main dish myself. Well, I know that RimWorld might take longer than a week. Yes, it will. Bring it on, bish. There are high hopes for it though. It's not too many games away actually. It's only a few away. Well, if you're lucky, I'll redeem RimWorld as a game to play and change it to something less tedious. The problem is replacing it with something that is like with the letter R. We'll see how we go. I think we're going to be okay. And I knew the tiger was coming. I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Wow,
意外といいもんなのかもしれねえぜ。よく見たら可愛い顔してるじゃねえか。
そうね。ご立派な人を食い殺せるような牙が特に素敵よね。
I could get you to play Raft.
とにかく気を抜いたら
Raft's
一
pretty
瞬
hard,
で
I
餌に
think.
されちまう。気を引き締めていこうぜ。
俺の番か。
痛い目に合わせますよ。
We'll see how we go. We'll be okay.
ほら来いよ。熱いですね。さあ、かくれんぼしますか。手品をお見せします。さあ、かくれんぼしますか。手品をお見せします。 俺の番だな。かかってきなさい。
Jesus, this guy's got some fucking health on him. Hang on. He's weak to the fist, is he? That's good to know. Hang on. Pound mates, bring him in. Pokemon.
はーい、どうしたの？ミルクかな？おもちゃかな？ご機嫌悪いのかな？すすむちゃん、一緒に遊ばないのかな？どうしたの？お腹空いちゃったのかな？
That didn't do much. RDR 1, 2, Risk, Roblox, Rocket League, Roller Coaster, Tycoon, RuneScape, Rugby League, Live 3, Rust. You just trying to find arsehole stuff. Dun, 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 dun.
なんとかしないと。
Friggin' love the pound mates. They are hilarious. I'm happy to do RimWorld, but what I'll do is, before I start S, I'll come to you and I'll let you know when I'm about to do it, and then you can think about it if you'd like, if you're that worried about it. Give you time to think about it. I've already had one game change so far. Making you wait for a week on the game? Yeah, but that's the point of it. Have we figured out whether we can play it multiplayer yet? I should look into it more. Well, there's a mod to make multiplayer. Well, it's because of the PlayStation. So it's not like a natural multiplayer game. Bugger. It would have been better if we could do a multiplayer for real. Otherwise, I'd just make it a community game as well. It'd be way more fun.
直さねえと。
痛い目に遭わ
よろしくないな。
Dude, why the fuck is this tiger so powerful, Spicy? Jesus, dude. That's probably the hardest boss in the game we've gotten so far. Is it a Minecraft 2.0 game? It would have been, hey. I haven't started looking at stuff for it yet. Because of like I said, I want to go like a lot of that. All the Alphabet Challenge games I've had so far, I haven't looked into any of them. And I don't intend to until about a game beforehand, and then I'll have a quick look at stuff. I reckon there's going to be one more boss fight, is there? Because you just want take one-shot game that can be done. Really, I'm happy to swap it if you look into it and it takes ages, because you can't just one-shot the game and it'd be 100% done. Yeah, I understand there's a lot of like dedication and stuff to it. I want to try it out. That's the thing. I do want to play it. It's not like I don't want to play it. The platinum is ridiculously rare as well. Someone did it 4 weeks ago.
Where are you?
Where are you? Like I said, have a think about it. I'll look into it a bit more. And have a think about it. And I'll let you know when we start S.
Where is it? I will not ask again, child.
It's still there. Still there. Yeah, have a think about it. And I'll let you know at like S when we start S. Because S is a little bit long anyway. I think it's like 60 or 70 hours. I'll let you know. And then you can have a think about it when you want to switch it or not. With the switching of games, I will still play the game as well. I don't mind playing the game on top of it. Like, I'm still, like, Spicy switched out their game, Star Ocean. I'm still going to do Star Ocean at some point. So the game isn't being removed or anything. I know people are getting worried about their timing and how long it takes. I know a few people that are... I think there's a few people already itching to change some of their games, I think. I did say that they could change them if they want to. I think when we get to about halfway through the list, people will start probably wanting to swap games, I reckon. But I don't mind either way. I'll play whatever's been thrown at me. That was the whole point of the challenge. But I'll let you know, as I said, I'll let you know at S and you can have a think about it for now, and yeah. Yeah. I'm happy to keep it shorter. Game, I don't know. RimWorld is one of those games that purge matures, Kekto, unless you make a bunch of rim jokes. There will be so many rim jokes, rim job jokes, it's not even going to be funny. Let's be honest right now. There's going to be every fucking day Banana walks in. It's just going to be a rim job joke straight away. Without, like, any hesitation. I'll realistically look at it and see how quickly I can do it. I think that's what we'll do. Someone recently did it in a week, which is fucking insane. I don't know how they did that, but that is pretty impressive. But it looks like they're experienced RimWorld players too. As I said, think about it. We'll have a look. I think a few people would end up liking Rim. If we end up playing RimWorld, I'm nearly 100% sure a lot of people would end up jumping on the game after seeing it. I reckon. It seems it's down the right alley for a lot of people, I reckon. But it's just whether you like go and play it as well. Have you played it? You ended up buying it, didn't you, Professor? Have you not had the time? Again, if you want to make it chill. Yeah, I'll definitely take it in a chill way. Like I said, I'll do some more research on it, and then we'll see. You've been playing it, it's fun for me. That's good then. Tactical vest.
なあ
Wait, do we save? Was he gonna let me save? No, it's not. So it gives Stardew, but also it's like it's in a morbid way. Yeah, Rakoi was watching a fair bit of it online for a little bit, and she said it's like an intense Stardew. I was gonna throw it at her to see if she could play it for a bit and tell me what she thinks.
Ah.
Oh my god, got me here. Painful parts of research actually. It takes ages, yeah.
マブチ
待ちかねたぜ、カスが。
Like I said, I'll have a look.
お前らは直接この手でやらない。
I'll have a look and I'll do some research on it. And I'll try to find some people that have 100%, who've 100%ed it, I think. I'll have a look. Don't know. Hey, Randall. If I got the plat on 76 after nearly 7k hours, nice! Got to deal with the DLCs, but also first plat on PS5. Damn! You have the new PS5 version coming out? Can the Spider-Man come out to play? Congrats, fam, about the platinum as well. The DLC shouldn't be too bad. I think you'd only be missing, like... What would you be missing? Like, the dailies? Maybe, because they're a bit touchy? You wouldn't be missing much in the DLCs, would you? I know the DLCs are touchy, and then... That's about it, really. Maybe the kills with the certain types of weapons, maybe. Because the rest are just storylines, hey?
Potatoes.
Boil them, mash them, stick them in the stew. DLC isn't bad, just a couple weird quests that I still haven't stretch run, but it should be pretty simple. Ah, sounds good. Yo, me and Rye did it the other day very quickly, because we did like the different sides you can take as well. I think it took us 3 hours in the end to do an hour and a half each for each of the runs. And Riley listened to most of it too. There's just that one you to choose one side for each one. Thank you for the potatoes, Darkro. Gary, now I know I was wrong. I messed up, but now you're gone. Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you. Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me feeling this empty. Ah, cool. Yeah, we'll have a think about it. I don't know. It's hard to say because like I want you to choose a game you like as well, Professor. That's the main thing. If you can't find another game that you like in the letter R, then we'll do RimWorld. That's the best way I'm going to put it. I want you to choose something you actually like, or something you think you will like at least. God, there's so much trash in R as well with the racing stuff. God, there's so much shovelware in R. Fucking hell, dude. So much shovelware. .48, 1.78. Yeah, it's actually 0.7. Funny enough. It's actually rarer than that. It's probably one of the more, like, probably one of the rarest platinums in the world, in all seriousness. The last person to do it was like 2 weeks ago, and then 3 people did it in December. But they just fixed the platinum, that's the main thing.
いや収まらねえと思ってた。
その割には俺らの首に賞金かけたって聞いたぜ。部下に丸投げしてたんじゃねえの。
うん。
蝶はどこだ？
この建物
Have you checked out the time for the slowest achievers? Yes. Some of them are a very long time. The average for it is about a year. For the platinum. Year to 6 months is generally 3 years and 4 months. Yeah. Yeah. There's one of the last people to do it as well. He was stuck on the last 2 trophies. Is it just setting in how hard of a game you've chosen? I'd rather not the Alphabet Challenge go for 2 years. Yeah, we'll pick another game. Yeah, you can pick another game. Like I said, you can think about it. As I said, just think about it. And have a look through the letter R on there and see if you find something you like. Purge programming beat it in the week ease. I wish. So I do know the top 3 people, the fastest achievers, are experienced RimWorld players. I do know that for a fact. I do know that. So the people who did it in a week are very experienced, like people who have like thousands of hours of RimWorld. I do know it. I looked into it heavy enough and found their Steam accounts and stuff and some forum stuff on them. So it won't be in a week. I would say maybe a month to 2 months if I'm lucky. And just give it everything I have. Sleep and play 24 hours. Alright, don't worry about it. You play on this. Just think of it. Just think about it. Like I said, I'll remind you at S. And if we're okay with it by then, we'll go ahead.
今んとこはな。
は？今んとこ？
もうあの世に生きかけてる。
But you gotta pick something you like or want.
よう、わしらも手貸そうか、マブちゃん。
いえ、結構です。
Unless, is there another game that I picked?
我々も安く見られるわけにはね。あなた方とはあくまで五分で杯交わさせてもらいたいと思ってますんで。
ラオマーの周りにいるのは手だれです。ナウテの殺し屋たちで。
No, I didn't pick another one.
ハンピン・リューマンの切り札と言っていいでしょう。へえ。さらに奥に控えてるのは近江連合の方たちです。となるとですね。
わかったわかった。いいよもう。半端ねえ状況ってことだろ。
レゾーガン。
Oh Jesus。俺らが逃げりゃ蝶は死ぬ。それだけ分かってりゃ十分だ。
そう邪険にしないでください。
カスが一番やな。踊れが。
初対面で慣れ慣れしいな。あんたは
荒川真澄っちゅう新参に椅子ぶんどられて恥さらしとるもんや。
何？
おう天道な、見た顔やろあのもじゃ頭。大工がチャカぶっ放した男や。それが今じゃピンピンしとる。
はあ、わしら大工の隠し事見てもうたんかもしれんの。
春日、奴が天道だ。頭補佐の最後の一人。
元ボクサーってやつか。確かにいいがたいしてんな。
Rocket League. Fuck! Don't say that. I don't know if Rocket League's possible. Jesus Christ! I think Professor actually just came in his pants. Now I think about that. I actually forgot about Rocket League for R. That's insane. How did he miss that? I'm not reading the subtitles, but I heard Pimp History a minute ago. Pimp History? Roller Doom, Rise of the Tomb Raider. It's definitely possible. I think Rise of the Tomb Raider starts with Lara Croft, Cheska. I think it's Lara Croft, Rise of the Tomb Raider. I'm pretty sure. That's the thing, you don't actually know they're named like that either. Until you go onto the trophies, and then they're named completely different. Oh no, we are safe. Never mind. Beautiful. Resident Evil Village. No, Resi Village is banned on my channel. Tis banned. Interesting. World of Warcraft. Well, it looks like Repo was removed from PlayStation. They had an issue with them. I'm not quite sure what happened. Rocket League. I don't know if Rocket League is still possible. I think that was my issue with it. I can't remember if Professor brought it up or not. I think it's like 100 hours now, by the way. The game. I genuinely think, I don't know if Professor's still here, I genuinely think Rocket League would be 100% what Professor would go for. Professor likes Rocket League. But will it get another trophy list? When was the last DLC that dropped on it? When was the club's update? Does anybody know? That would be the only thing. Does it get DLC often? Does anybody know? ...2018... It doesn't get updates anymore by the looks of it. Is it possible to do though? I genuinely think this would be what Professor would go for. One of these trophies is impossible to get now. Ratchet and Clank PS4. All of the Ratchet and Clanks have actually been redeemed apart from 4, funny enough. Even some of this, even like, I think we're only missing one spin-off as well. Like 5 of them have been redeemed. The original trilogy, Commando, and can't remember the other one. And then Quest of Booty isn't redeemed yet. And then you've got 4. Okay, someone's saying 3035 self-boosted 100% it. I'll probably say 60 hours to do it then. Where's Professor gone? He's disappeared. Tools and Quest doesn't have trophies. Tools and Quest doesn't have it. There's not many that do out of the Ratchet and Clank games. Hang on. I honestly, I'm not even taking the piss. I'll probably do them all when I get to it. I haven't done it yet because I genuinely will probably end up doing every single one of them. They're not that long. They're long, but they're not that long. Where it's just nearly worth doing all of them anyway. Because you go 1, 2, 3, deadlocked, Size Matters, A Crack in Time, Into the Nexus, and then Rift Apart. And that's it. I think overall it's like 80 hours to do the entire series. I don't even think I'll probably flinch. That's like a week of like chilling. What would be impossible about RL? Rocket League? Some of the trophies are glitch Darkrai, and you need to be on certain maps with certain types of skins in certain game modes because of all the DLC clashes. I think, off the top of my head, Dig did it last year, and it took him 3 months to find one match that he needed. Because you can't boost it either, the one trophy. I think it was 2 of them he couldn't get. That would be the only thing. I would find a way, though. That would be the only thing. Because Dig has done it, I would just ask him about it. Ones that don't have trophies. It's just tools and Quest, is it? Quest for Booty. See, I'm surprised Quest for Booty doesn't have trophies, because Quest for Booty is kind of funny. I wouldn't do the spin-offs more than likely. Full Frontal, obviously. I think Full Frontal and All for One aren't good, correct? Which one's not good? One of them is not good. I can't remember which one's not good. It's still good, but it's not good. Like, it's not amazing. I can't remember which one it is. It might be Full Frontal, is it? The plats for the Ratchet and Clank games are also as long as the story itself, so super quick. Yeah, pretty much. Majority of them are. It's actually the oldest ones are actually the ones that require 2 to 3 playthroughs, funny enough. And have a shitload of missables. Once you pass that, all the spin-offs are fine, and the new one. Can you not prefer maps anymore back in my day? Well, you can, but, like, you got to think... like, to an extent you can. There's, like, I think there's 30 or 40 maps now. And then I think it works in rotation as well, like with events and stuff. And then obviously you got the game modes on top of that. So if someone's not even playing the fucking game mode, you can't really find anything. It's just touchy, I think. I would find a way. I would just ask Dig about it and see if I can do it. I genuinely think Professor's going to jump on this like nobody's business. I'm fucking atrocious at Rocket League, and I haven't played. I've actually platinumed it before, funny enough, but I didn't 100% it. Yeah, a long time ago. It was my first platinum, actually. Rocket League was. And then Red Dead and Red Dead 2. Yeah. Red Dead Redemption, though, the biggest thing is that Professor wouldn't be interested in Red Dead or Red Dead Redemption 2. Rocket Birds 2. That would be the only thing. Professor wouldn't be interested in Red Dead Redemption. That's why I want him to choose something that he's interested in. If he can't find anything, if he can't find anything that he likes, I'm just doing RimWorld. The whole point of people redeeming those games, the Alphabet Challenge, because it doesn't matter how hard it was. The whole point was it's not about how hard it was, how long it's going to take. It's about people choosing what they love. And that was the idea of it. And, like, you know, etching their, you know, it's fucking cringe, but etching, like, you know, their games into history, or to the history of my trophy account. That's the idea of it. Because the Alphabet Challenge is a big deal for me personally. So I would prefer people to choose what they actually love. That's why, I don't know if anyone was there, but when Rikoya was trying to redeem something, I shot away like 20 games. Because Rikoya didn't like any of the games. I don't even think Rikoya likes Kataria. I'll probably make her choose again after that. No Rugrats games. I don't think the Rugrats would be one that he would pick. No. I'm going to ask a few people to, like, see if they want to change games too, because I know a few people just chose games for the sake of it. I know some actually had a proper think about it and all of that, but I'd rather people have a sit down and have a think about it. And so far, like, full on, like, it's been fantastic though. This, like, I'm 3 games in. All 3 games have been amazing, to be honest. Email chose the first one, then I had Squigs. And then I've got Spicy choosing this one. If you really want to challenge with achievements, then I got you. It's Tibia. Fucking Tibia, bro. Fucking Tibia. It's everywhere. I think I'm going to make Rikoi. I might talk to Rikoi about changing her game. She played Kataria for a little bit and didn't like it. And K is going to be really hard to do, actually. K's got fucking nothing in it. I'm looking right now. It's got Kingdom Hearts, Kingdom Come Deliverance. That's right, we use already around here. We fucking love Zone of Vendors around here. I'm so glad, dude. How cool was that copy of that collection email I got today? That was fucking awesome. I nearly bought that the other day on PlayStation 3. Oh, Knack. I forgot about Knack, eh? Knack's another one. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I think Rikoi would prefer to play it. That's the only thing about Kingdom Come Deliverance. Would be the only thing she'd stop from playing it. I almost won mine lane on that game. Yes, I know. I have to do a Resident Evil game. Yeah, see, like, because honestly, I don't know if people knew this, and this is going to piss a lot of people off. I never set any rule for the Alphabet Challenge for it to not be a horror game. I don't know if it's going to piss a lot of people off, but I actually never set a rule where it couldn't be a horror game. It could have been a horror game. I didn't care. There was no rule, and I never said it. But yeah. So people could have chosen horror games. So if he does come back with a Resi, and he actually is genuinely interested in a Resi game, then I'll do it. Apart from Village. Village is banned, and so is Biohazard. Those two Resident Evils are banned on my channel. To never return. K has fuck all in it. Jesus. Anyway, sorry.
こちらでくつろいでてください。これから一つ余興を楽しんでいただきます。何か訳ありみたいだな。口が聞ける程度にはいい。
We don't get Big Mummy Vampire thing. It's another one again. I've actually played Resident Evil Village on my channel. What year is it? 4 years ago. It was one of the first games I ever streamed. And I got to a certain point and never going to play it again. I forgot Knack 2. Both the Knack games are really hard, actually, Chesko. Have you done either of them, by any chance? They're both extremely hard games. Actually, I don't know if... Is Knack 2 that hard? Knack 1 is ridiculous. It's, like... apparently, like, stupidly difficult to platinum. Okay, Knack 2 is not as bad. Oh, it's still pretty brutal though. Jesus, 13%. Raft? Yes, he did say Raft. But the biggest thing about Raft, I don't think Raft's crossplay. Because I would like to play with Professor for that. Oh, it does. And then we got to figure out. So if he comes back with that, I would do that. Release and never got hands on Knack 2. I played 4 times and didn't get any trophies. What the fuck? 4 times and never got the trophies? Dude, Knack's actually a great game. No one ever talks about Knack. So strange, actually. Knack's actually a really good game. Like a really, really good game. Repick the Owlers, Layers of Fear in 2016. I redeemed Layers of Fear 2. Absolute similar. Repick L. What is L right now? It's a 2 out of 10 in 30 hours. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think we have to play a lot of it together though. So I'd have to set it up. LA Noir's at L though. Fuck that. I'm not changing that. Layers of Fear. Welcome back, Red Orchestra Games. But why the fuck is it fucking... Is it a fucking Souls game? It's so difficult. Knack is actually such a hard game for no fucking reason. That's probably why it didn't succeed. Knack 2 apparently is really good too. I've actually heard really good things about it. I think you should have both of them as well. You actually should have Knack 2, I think. Cheska. I'm pretty sure it was free on PS Plus like a year ago. I really enjoyed Knack 1 though. Souls? Did someone say Souls? You forgot which game you redeemed. You redeemed Dredge, which is a good game. And they're not doing any more DLC for it, so it's a good one. The other one you were going to do, if we were going to have issues, was Dead Cells. Those were the two games you were doing. Yeah, Dredge is a good one, because it is scary enough too. Because you weren't sure I was actually going to accept it either. And I said, no, I'll do that. My PS Plus for like 2 years and I only got it back a month ago. Doesn't it just sit there? Eldritch Horror, yeah. Souls? Yeah. Knack's really good. Knack is really, really good. Stalingard, for example. Red Ogrister. No, never heard of it. But Knack is very good, yeah. It's fucking just, yeah, it's fucking hard. I've said it like 20 times, but it is. It's a hard game. It's not what I expected when I played it, but it was great. Oh no, I have seen people play this game. But no, I don't think they're on the PlayStation. These ones, are they? PS3 and maybe PS4 digital, but never got 2. Never got 2. Yeah, 2 was free. That's all I know. 2 is apparently really good. Like, really, really good. I actually didn't mind the story for Knack 1 as well. I thought it was really good. Anyway, distracted. Must have missed it. Really enjoyed it though. It was good. It's not talked about at all. It was a day one release game too on PS4. I should get a copy of it actually.
随分気持たせるんだな。
早く殺してくださいだ。
What do we need to fight you again, bro? We've already defeated you. Alright, I got a funny feeling this is going to be a stacked boss battle. Quarry's 80% off on PlayStation. That's a good one to have. Acts like it never existed, like how Square Axe FF13 doesn't exist. Yeah. It did well as well. Like, it's not like people didn't play it. But I don't know, it's just unforgotten. It's just forgotten, hey. Hang on, let me... get rid of a few of those. The Japan studio. Draw us going out, poor Knack. Knack was still in Astrobot though, which was good. It gave strong Astrobot vibes actually. Not Astrobot, Astro Boy.
ってきなさい。よし行くぞ。私の番ですよ。
やんのか。この演説塔にビビってんのか。
セーラーそこだ。
どうするかね。
なめんなよ。
やってやろう。
私の番ね。
ちょっとしんどいな。よっしゃ。さてやってみろ。仕留める。
このもんか。行くぜ。
やるか。
やめろ。
私が相手です。限界が近いようです。
やってみろ。どうするかね。
ちょっとしんどいな。
The fuck out of who? Rising Dragon. Level 30.
またいい女になっちゃった？
Are we on 28 right now? We are. I know I missed one.
テンション上がりますね。
やった
余興は終わりだ。次はてめえらだ。
Come on, assholes. Bring it on.
ふらついとる下級ランカーとチャンピオンが同じリングに上がれるかいな。近江の治れんなる。おもろいのが出てきよった。わしら喧嘩相手がおらんようになって久しいさかいの。
俺らを見逃したこと後で後悔するぜ。
ほう、そいつは楽しみや。
I like that guy.
天道は飯食うとき一番うまいもんを最後まで取っとくタイプや。アホやであいつは。そないな真似したら他のもんに食われるがな。
肩慣らしはもういいよな。みんな
バカ野郎、喋らせんな。余計な体力使っちまうじゃねえか。
コミジュルの人、奥の手とかあるなら今出して。
おう、使える男頼むよ。私に頼らずともあなた方はまだ切り札をお持ちのようですよ。
Hey! The big boy! That just tugged the heartstrings right there, Spicy.
お前
Spicy never doubted him.
だから無茶しすぎなんだよお前は。
And more!
もうお前らと一緒に面倒に巻き込まれんのはごめんだと思ったけどよ。すっきりするどころかどうにも気になっちまってよ。
ナンバー
だからその手伝わせてくれよ。
ナンバ
なんちゃ
くさ全然かっこよくねえぞこの野郎。
どこ行ってたんだよちくしょ
う。なんやおったんか悪い。また裏切んのか。
さすが嫌なとこズバッとついてくるぜ本職のヤクザは。でもこれは裏切りなんかじゃねえ。俺はもう迷わねえ。
Right, beautiful.
悪いなみんな。今日は俺の日だ。
まとめてやってるわ。
Oh no, do I have to use his hobo thing? Bruh. I don't have it leveled.
俺らと離れている間にちゃんと成長してきたんだろうな。
成長？
こういう風に合流するときはだいたい成長して強くなってたりするのがお約束だろう。
なんだよそのお約束って。まあ俺も手ぶらじゃかっこつかねえし新しい技くらいは考えてきたぜ。
マジか。さて
やんのか。
俺なめんなよ。
やんのか。
苦しいがやる。どうしたんや。
私が相手だ。俺
やるんだ。
今のうちだ。
とっておきだ。
どうしたんや。してみろ。
どうするかね。
なんや。行くぜ。
Oh, what the fuck is this? Okay, bro. Shit, did they remove my heal out of everyone there? Oh man. It's a bit rude. Bro, I wish I could do that. Fuck, he's out like a light there. That's the first time someone's ever gone down. Oh, I can tag out. Beautiful. That's what I was hoping. We're bringing in the big guns, guys. Don't you forget it. Nancy-chan! Bro, with the aura on it. It's removed all of Number's armor as well, which is not good.
しや俺の番だな。やってみろ。ぶっ飛ばすぜ。
おい来た。
なめんなよ。なめんな。
I can't tag him out. Fuck, okay. That's not good.
やんのか。
とっておき。
してみろ。ほら来いよ。
やんのか。
返しや。俺の番か。やってやるぞ。よし、いいぞ。
俺の番ね。
なめんなよ。
見てろよ。
痛い目に合わせますよ。あっつ。してみろ。私の番で
やんのか。
やんのか。
逃げるなら今のうちだぞ。
わかりませんよ。やってみろ。なめんなよ。行くぜ。俺の番だな。ぶっかますぜ。おっしゃ。さて。ほら来いよ。
おい来た。
Jump on that motherfucker.
回復した。俺の番か。なめんなよ。よし、行くぞ。
The power of friendship on our side. Nothing can stop us. Yeah.
Hehe. 強くなった気がするぜ。
まだ成長できるとはな。
また強くなっちまったか。
What my internet shop did it? That was a good fight, man. The boss fights have gone up a little bit. I've been trying to just like play it out, stubbing it out as much as I can. I know I'm gonna have to do leveling soon. I really don't want to do the side content on stream, so we can do as much as I can during the day. I really want a PlayStation Portal. Then grind at work. Woo!
お前のおかげで命拾いしたな。何回目だっけ？
数えちゃいねえよ。
The side quests are the most fun parts. I know.
この後予定は？
I need to. I don't have the time to stream them though. That's the problem.
もうちょい手伝っちゃもらえねえか。できれば。
I need to prioritize the story on stream.
俺にはあんたの仲間の助けがいるんだ。
On the weekend, I'll be doing all the side content though, including the story. Genuinely think we'll probably be doing 18-hour streams back to back, Saturday, Sunday, nearly.
こんな俺を仲間だってまだ呼んでくれんのか？
ああ、当たり前だろ。
I love this riff. It's sick.
しょうがねえ連中だな。
おお、ずいぶん上からじゃねえか。
マジで
しょうがねえ連中だよ。
相変わらず素直じゃねえな。
うるせえよ。
I'm not crying. You're crying.
確かにしょうがねえ連中だけど、お前の仲間だぜ。頼むぜ。ありがとう。
おかえりなんちゃん。
なんだお前、泣いたのか。
Dap the homie up, bro. Bless you.
Nah.
My brother said you treated him well,
Yeah.
as he should. He stayed with you as was more comfortable as possible. Hey, shouldn't you be apologizing? You locked his brother up for 6 months. Ah, he probably doesn't have to actually. Huh? My brother was actually saying that he's going to ask the lady who was chaperoning to marry him. What? So considering how happy he is, I guess it's kind of hard to stay mad at him. His treating may have been restricted, but that doesn't mean we didn't treat him as an honored guest. Oh, come on. Oh, shit. Zhao's still locked up too. Where is he? Looking for me? Brother made it? Yeah, no, we didn't even save him. He just rocked up. Are you okay, man? Was I okay? I've never got my ass kicked that hard in my whole life. You made it here on your own. I wouldn't say that. Follow me, Kasuga. I've got to introduce you to someone. What's Kiryu gonna rock up right now? Or restrict this to just Kasuga gun? Don't worry, we won't be long.
Oh,
wait a sec. Does he rock up in the Man Who Can't Be Named? Is that what the game's based off, do you reckon?
春日くん、こっち。
誰だよ。俺に会わせたいって。
お前の昔の知り合いだってさ。ただ春日くん以外の人にはまだ顔見られたくないらしい。
An old friend.
そいつがあんたを助けてくれたってことか。
まあね。と言いつつ、その人も近江連合なんだけど。
名前は？
聞いてない。教え
Hey,
て
now,
くれな
honestly?
かった。
会ってみりゃ全部わかる
It's
か。
not very long, that game, actually,
そういう
Spicy.
こと。
Funny enough. It is Kiryu. Wouldn't it? Oh no, it's old mate. I was wondering where this motherfucker was.
お久しぶりです、兄貴。
I was wondering if this guy turned into like a really bad guy.
てめえ、三つ。おい、無事だったのかお前。無事と言っていいもんかわかりませんが、兄貴に比べりゃマシだと思いますよ。どうしてたんだ。俺、無所出てからわからねえことだらけだ。お前、最近大家さんとは？めったには会えません。雲の上の人ですから、今のおやすさんは。そうらしいな。それでも俺は今も荒川組の組員です。近江連合にはなっちまいましたが。お前も近江なのか。張さんを助けたのは俺の独断です。バレりゃ始末されます。じゃあ俺とこうしてるのはやべえってことか。ええ、ここで話せることは多くありません。ただ一つだけ兄貴のお耳に入れときたいことが。え？荒川のおやすさんはそう遠くないうちにある博打を打ちます。その時には一人でも多くの味方が必要になります。一人でも多くの味方って？これ以上はまだ話せません。すいません。ミツ、また連絡させてもらいます。
It's gonna be sad when that guy dies.
「安品リューマンはこれからどうなるんだ？」
春日くんも結構酷なこと聞くね。まあうちのおかげでもうぐっちゃぐちゃだよ。肉の壁はすっかり穴だらけ。近江がその気で来たらもう持たないね。
そんなにひどいのか。
ああ、すぐに立て直さなきゃマジで終わり。ところがボスがこんななりじゃね
え。見てるだけで痛そうだよ。
だから俺は総帥の座を降りようと思ってさ。
え？
ハンピン・リューマンにとってボスが誰かは大きな問題じゃない。何よりも大事なのはうちの部下たちに安心できる住処があるかどうかってこと。わかるでしょ？
ああ、ハンピン・リューマンができた時の話は聞いた。
でも今の俺にはそれを用意できるだけの力がない。もともと人をまとめんのは柄じゃない気してたんだけど、俺親父が先代だったからさ。
ちょっと待てって。じゃあ次の総帥って誰か当てはいんのか？
一人タフで図太そうなのがいる。春日君も知ってるよ。
あ？誰だよ？
孫妃さん。
孫妃ってハンピン・リューマンのボスに。
I was gonna give it to old mate.
今日まで狭い壁の中でリューマンとコミジュルは水と油だった。けどその壁が崩れそうな今、お互いに背中預けなきゃ自分たちの居場所は守れない。
ああ、
それが納得いかないってうちのメンバーはさらに去っていくだろうね。仮にそうなったとしても偉人さんは大きく体制を見直す時だよ。
なるほど。ちょっと見えてきたぜ。
おお、何が？
孫妃がハンピン・リューマンを束ねりゃアジトを焼かれたコミジュルにも居場所を作ってやれる。あんたは自分の部下だけじゃなくコミジュルの連中も助けてやりたいんだろ？
春日君ってさ、野暮なことまで全部口にしちゃうのな。
あんたいいやつだよ。器もでけえ。俺が見込んだ通り。
だからやめろって。でもまあ偉人さんはお前らに大きな借りができたよ。清流会も感謝してると思うね。
清流会か。ならあの会長からはちょいと貸しを取り立ててやるかな。
あ？貸しを取り立てるって？
だが俺はこの偽札をお前に持たせた人物に心当たりがある。
あの人には聞きてえことがある。今の俺らになら話してもらえそうな気がするんだけど、あんたどう思うよ？
おお、いけると思うね。案外抜け目ないじゃん春日くん。じゃくれぐれも星野会長によろしく。
Alrighty. This is a long ass chapter, this one. It's really gone for 3 hours, this one. Maybe a bit longer than that too. I'm probably underestimating that. Goddamn right. Goddamn right.
高部の頭から会長と差しで話してもいいと許しをもらいました。あ
あ、聞いてるよ。今日お前らが何をしてきたのかも全部な。よくやってくれた。今俺がこうしてられんのもお前らのおかげで。
清流会は無事だったんだ。
無事とは言わん。組の 2,3 割の人間が家を出て近江の側に着いた。残ったもんにもわだかまりが残ってる。偉人町の三すくみがまがいもんだったと聞かされちゃうな。
ハンピン・リューマンの長は孫妃に総帥の座を譲ると言ってました。
それも聞いてる。
何でもお見通しですか？
そう遠くない未来を見ることもできる。いずれ清流会は近江連合の傘下に入ることになんだろう。
え？
この町のグレーゾーンにしか居場所を持てなかった人間には肉の壁こそが頼みの綱だ。だが肉の壁が崩れかけている今、彼らには死活問題が訪れる。荻窪豊が神通力を失ったと、そういった噂が政界に流れ出した。都知事がそれとなく広めてるそうだ。敵ながら手際がいい。
若が
長年にわたる幹事長の偽札ビジネスそいつが世に出りゃ民事党は吹っ飛ぶだろう。だから知事はこの件で口を紡ぐ代わりに荻窪の後釜に収まることができる。あの若さで幹事長とはな。
よくわかんねえんですが、幹事長ってそんなに偉いんすか？
幹事長の役割は選挙の指揮と勝利だ。今の青木亮になら思いのまま候補者名簿を作れる。つまり日本の与党を、この国を好きなようにできる。
この国を好きなように。
だから奴の次の一手は総理に解散総選挙を迫ることだ。
解散総選挙？バカな。このタイミングで。
総理、荻窪先生に頼れなくなった今、さぞ不安をお感じでしょう。ですが私にはあの人よりも総理をお支えできる力があります。今総選挙となれば議席の3分の2以上を確約しますよ。
何か具体的な策があるのかね？
民事党が弱い選挙区にはブリーチジャパンの支部長たちを立てます。どの地域でも彼らは強い支持を受けています。何よりこの私が後ろ盾ですから、我が党の圧倒的勝利であなたの個人的な政治悲願も叶うでしょう。総理は今ご自身に党内の求心力があるとお思いですか？荻窪先生の後ろ盾もなく。
答えにくい答弁は議場でだけにしてほしいね。
私を幹事長にした上で解散総選挙、それが飲めなければ荻窪先生の裏の仕事が世に出ます。現政権どころか民事党も消し飛ぶでしょう。
いや、しかし都知事が幹事長を兼任した前例など、何より年齢が若すぎる。
なら私を止められる年寄りを連れてくればいい。
Is he in Iron Lung soon?
そういう人がいればの話です。
Interesting.
どこかにいらっしゃいますかね？
肉の壁を崩したのは青木亮の野心だ。近江連合を動かし馬淵を操った。それをやれるのが今の青木亮の力だ。いや、荒川正人だったな。
In like, does math, 5 hours.
春日。
今
お前が事の渦中にいるのは巡り合わせに過ぎん。ソープの店長が死んだ時、その場に居合わせたのは偶然だった。そう思うよな。
はい、そうですね。
だが お前が偉人帳に流れ着いたのはおそらく必然だろう。
え？どういう意味で？
いつかの偽札、今あるか？
会長はこれを誰が俺に持たせたか知ってるっておっしゃいましたよね。
ああ、その偽札を持っていることができた人間はこの世にただ一人。
誰なんです、それは？
荒川真澄だ。
おやっさん？いや、でも俺はそのおやっさんに撃たれて。
ああ、お前は荒川に撃たれた。だが荒川はお前をこの町に運び込ませるために撃ったんだとしたら？その偽札はこの俺への紹介状だ。もしもお前が俺の元にたどり着いた時、春日一番が荒川真澄の身内だとそう知らせるためのな。
紹介状ってなんでそんなやり方を？
俺の見立てじゃ青木亮の野心とはまた別の動きが荒川にはある。
別の動き？それ一体？
そこまではわからん。だがそれを紹介状として使ったのならよほどの事態だと察するがな。
会長、あなたとおやっさんとはどういう？
そいつは長い昔話になる。だがその話をするのにふさわしい場所はここじゃねえ。平安楼だ。
平安楼？
俺と荒川との因縁は全部あそこから始まった。北京ダッグが好物らしいな、あいつは。
ええ。
明日のランチでお前にも食わせてやる。席を予約しておこ
う。Bro's like, you can go now. While I stare at this fucking wall. Right. Share intel with the party. Party! Now. Okay, the cyber armor is there. I was about to lose my mind just then. I don't know who to use now. So, Yun Gi Han's just straight up just a part of our party now? Interesting. Good night, fam. I'm just typing in your chat as you would type in mine. Night, fam. Everyone. Fucking ended up on Rise stream. I was like, as I said, I always keep people on 1%, so I can always hear if someone says something, just in case something happens. I need to go help with. All of you. So if I'm over streaming and anyone starts talking smack, I know. I know. I know. Gotta keep an eye out for the shit tucking, eh? You goddamn right. Goddamn right.
Nah.
You have to talk to each one after hearing what you consider about Chairman Hoshinori earlier. There's something I'm curious about. Huh? Lay it on me then, I guess. Well, remember how I said it wasn't changed? You chance to yes.
Ah.
Yeah, something like that. Well, you were bleeding out from the gunshot wound. I was working my ass off to find the tools to treat you. I doubt you remember. Nah, you know my gratitude is deeper than the oceans for that. Well, I think the part you will want to know is that the one who told me to treat you was none other than the chief.
Oh?
It was the middle of the night. I was asleep, of course. The chief and the few guys came to me in a panic and asked me to fix you up. But now think about it. Why would they care? What's that supposed to mean? You don't need a moment to dig up Dying Man, do you? If you were one of us, sure, I would have done it. No questions asked. But getting involved with Yakuza, that's asking for trouble. They really wanted to save you. Why didn't they drop off the hospital or call an ambulance? But the chief wanted to keep me in the house, right? So I think the chief must have had a reason he wanted to save you. A reason we still don't know. I guess he might. I think it relates to the Chairman Hoshino was saying about you being here isn't just chance.
Oh.
You think there's more to the chief than we know? Well, every hobo has a secret or two he's hiding. If you've got time before your packing date, maybe talking to the chief would be a good idea. Okay. Dude, the third dungeon was completely deceptively shorter, but it was 3 to 4 vagabonds in the same area. Oh, okay. So it was bankrolling 1, 2, 6. Jesus, in like 7 to 10 minutes. What the fuck? God damn. That was a big boy. None but stays out for now. Just give me a second, guys. Thanks, yeah. I got you, fam. I got you.
Where are you?
Sorry guys, I'm back. I had Junji in the party, so that's why the pictures were so cropped, because I didn't want to spoil him joining the party, lol. Didn't realize he was going to join properly, but it looks like he is, hey. I respect it. I like him as a character. Cool. Move is dope for Vagabond. Fighting it does so many hits. Interesting. I'll have a look at him at some point with a proper like deep dive into him. Should get enough story done today, and then I'll move on to grinding tomorrow properly, I think. I gotta work tomorrow. But we'll see. Nah, we'll work tomorrow. I'll work for a little bit in the morning. I'll do a little bit of grinding in the afternoon, I think. Okay. Apart from him giving you trouble, are you done fine? Just today I thought that was the fight you were on. No, he was okay. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I've had the tiger was a bastard to kill. Every other fight haven't been too bad so far. Remember he whooped my ass with that shoot at every move? Yeah, I know, yeah. I think I got lucky with that. I ended up, because what I did was I, what do you call it? I electrocuted him, so he couldn't do anything. Thank fuck. That's why I actually kind of like cheesed the fight, because he didn't move for the rest of the fight. That's how I got him in the end. But he like one-tapped, I think, someone. Pretty much.
Sonjo. うちの相棒が気になっていることがあるってんで来ました。俺がここに運び込まれた時の話です。
あの日、あんたが一番を見殺しにしなかった理由、そして病院に運ぶでもなかった理由、もしよかったら話しちゃもらえませんか？
そうか。わかった。話してもいい。どうせもう潮時だろうからな。
潮時？
ああ。このホームレス街には
He's sliding. Another day and more Yakuza. Yeah.
ここで村長と呼ばれるまとめ役に
Another day, another dragon.
代々引き継がれてきた掟だ。
Another Jacuzzi.
そりゃどういう？
不定期に運び込まれてくる死体の処理だよ。
え？
死体の？
それを運び込んでくるのは荒川組ってカムロ町のヤクザだ。見返りに俺たちはいくらかに。
I want a Jacuzzi now, thank you too. Oh, Kingdom Hearts 3, nice, nice. I fucking love Kingdom Hearts 3. What a game. I'm alright today, family. How you doing?
組ってマジっすか？でも昔からってことは登場会の時の。
詳しくは知らん。ただそういう仕組みができてた。俺がここに住み着くずっと前からな。処理する死体はいろいろだ。撃たれたのやら刺されたの殴られたの。どんなんだろうが。
For instance, I woke up and have to get the brakes done on the car. Oofed.
何体埋まってるかは知らん。
I love the most of the game. Oh.
バブルの頃は月に一度はあった
It's a
ら
great
しい。
game. Very underrated.
俺が村長になった後も3人運び込まれてきた。
殺しの荒川組か。
ただし運ばれてきたのに息があった場合はさらに裏の取り決めがある。今までの話も十分だでしょう。運び込まれた息があった場合は死んだことにして救って逃がす。
なんでそんなこと？
自分を死んだことにしたいって人間はいつの時代にもいるもんだ。借金で夜逃げしたいやつ、組織に狙われて逃げているやつ、そういう連中をここに送り込んで死んだことにして逃がしてやる。もちろん代わりに金は取るんだろうがな。
とはいえ荒川組にしたってバレちゃまずい仕事だ。だからめったにないケースなんだがな。
じゃあ俺の場合もその取り決めがあったからあんたは俺を助けてくれた。
そういうことだ。
俺を運び込んできたのはどんなやつでした？
荒川組のもんだろうが、俺もそんなのまで確かめやしない。そいつは車のトランクから血まみれのお前さんを下ろして、そして相場通りの金を俺に握らせるとすぐに帰ってった。最後まで一言も口を聞かずにな。
すまねえな、イチ。死んでくれ。頼んだぞ、イチ。
The only plan that gave me frustration is Pirates of the Caribbean. Otherwise, I'm loving all of it. Yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean's brutal. It's probably the area you get stuck in for sure. Oh, Domo. Did the Q game ever get figured out, lol? The Q game? Yes, for this, Quake 2
確かに言ってたんだ。
is what was redeemed by Squigs.
と思うんだがよ。
よう、一番。
Yeah, Quake 2. Said to be one of the origins of all FPS games ever. Or like multiplayer FPSs.
お前がここに来た時、マジで生きるか死ぬかの瀬戸際だった。
You playing Quake? I will play Quake at some point. Yeah.
お前が荒川のことを信じたくなってるのはわかるけどよ。俺にはちょっと。
Let's go. Yeah.
それでもおやっさんは
It's pretty much like the origin of like all FPS like PvP games. Apparently it's really good. I've never played any of them myself.
いや、なんでもねえよ。
OG movement shooter? Yeah, it looks silky whenever I've looked at it. I am keen for it. That's me. That's right. I've quarry done for Q. Nice. Quarry was good, but very tedious. I really wish they fixed their chapter select. That shit was hell. Or different quarry law. I am an optimist. The choice is bad of quarry, but Jesus, is fucking grinding annoying. It is really annoyingly grindy, and you need to know it, like, you need to be concentrating at like all times, which is the worst part for me personally. You're not concentrating, you can fuck up a whole playthrough, and then you can't fix it. Good game though. Good game. I love that on. Was the first type I played on, got hooked. Nice. Lets you make a separate save of each chapter, but not it. Dark pictures after that long. Oh, nice.
そうしたいですけど、支払いはこれじゃまずいですもんね。
どうやらゆっくり飯を楽しむ気分じゃないか。
うまい北京ダック、俺にも気持ちよく食えるようにしてください。あなたとおやさんがそういう関係なのか。
I heard the VR one's quite good.
俺に気持たせたのはあなたですよ。
偉人帳の偽札は戦後間もなくから人知れず作られていた。先代の清流会と半品流マン、その一握りの幹部だけが知る極秘の事業だ。ただしその他に 何人か偽札の運び屋を雇ってもいた。
運び屋
A casting of Frankstone, no interest in the
そ
VR
の
one,
う
no
ちの一人
VR.
が旅回りの役者だった。
Yeah, the VR's got weeping angels in it. I've heard it's quite good. Because when you blink, they actually like move and shit, and apparently it's insane. I love 9% Little Hope, but the twist ruined it for me. Oof.
男、荒川敏夫だ。そいつは荒川真澄の父親だ。
え？
ある時彼はトランクいっぱいに詰めた1億あった偽札を紛失してしまったと言ってきた。そいつはどんな理由だろうが許されることじゃない。清流会は他の運び屋たちの手前けじめをつけなければならなかった。だが偽札のことを知る人間は一握りの幹部だけだ。けじめを取るにしても組の下っ端に任せることはできなかった。だから先代はいずれ組の跡目になる俺にその役を命じた。
Cast Frankstone, not bad. Yeah, I've heard it's a bit rough from the others. I'll play it again.
ってことはまさか会長？
そうだ。つまり俺は荒川敏夫を、荒川真澄の父親を殺した人間だ。荒川敏夫と個室にいたのが誰かは事の直前まで知らなかった。それがまだ14の息子だと分かった時にはもう引き返すことはできなかった。殺された親を最初に発見するのがその子になる。そう分かっててもなおだ。後で知ったことだが、偽札が紛失したのは荒川敏夫の妻とその愛人が盗んだからだった。二人は海に沈んで消えた。死体も上がっちゃいないがな。
じゃあ大安さんは両親を一度に。
ああ。そして座長を失った一座もその後解散。荒川真澄は役者仲間数人と流れ者になった。何者も頼れない彼らが生きるには極道にでもなるしかなかったんだろう。東京のカムロ町でな。荒川が入ったのは東上界の枝で氷川興産って組だ。ずいぶんきついとこだったらしい。殺しも平気で請け負うような組だったみたいだからな。だから氷川興産はしょっちゅう死体の処理に追われていた。
マジですか。
荒川真澄も当然それを手伝わされたわけだが、ただその死体の始末に彼はわざわざ横浜の偉人町のホームレス街を使うようになっていった。
え？東京の組なのにどうして？
少しでも横浜に来る機会を増やすためだ。そうすれば父親が殺された町で犯人を探すことができるからな。
I feel some solutions aren't telegraphed. Yeah, got my friend to us. Nanomadon I liked a lot. Most of the annoyances were trophy hunting rather than the game. I've heard that before. Was distracting there. What, the dog's out? God damn. I'm stuck in blackjack trying to get 100,000 chips. What do you need 100k for, Spicy? A certain weapon.
そうか。その時からおやっさんは偉人町のホームレスと死体の始末を。
荒川は偉人町に通っては執拗に前科者や極道の顔を探し続けた。たった一つの手がかりを頼りにな。
Hit me. Yeah, I'm trying to get an X weapon for
あ
trader.
の日 一瞬だけ見た怪しいボーイの顔、それだけをひたすら追い続けた。そして事件から7年が経っていたある日、俺のもとにこの平安楼への招待状が届いた。差出人は荒川真澄。素性を隠す気もないその手紙に、俺は逃げられるもんじゃないと悟った。だからボディーガードも誰もつけず、俺はたった一人で荒川からの招待に応じたんだ。
一人で？でもそりゃ
危ねえだろうな。きっと殺されるだろうと思う。
Where is it? I will not ask again, child.
どの道ろくな死に方はできん家業だ。あの時の子供に殺されるのならいくらかマシなんじゃねえかってな。俺にとってあの殺しは喉に刺さった小骨みてえに引っかかってずーっと消えなかった。今お前の座ってる席に荒川も座ったよ。
ここに？
まだ20歳を過ぎたかどうかってその目はもう何人も殺めてすさみきっていた。そして俺はなぜ荒川敏夫をやらなきゃならなかったのか、その理由をありのままに伝えた。どうせ殺される身だ。偉人帳の秘密だった偽札のことも全て話した。その間銃を手にしていた荒川はいつでも好きな時に俺を殺せたはずだった。だが俺の話に全く口を挟まず、全てを聞き終えると荒川はゆっくりと席を立った。そのまま出て行こうとする荒川を俺は引き止めた。復讐しに来たんじゃねえのかってな。で、
Dragon Cart in Hong Kong? Nice.
あんたがふてぶてしく俺の正体を無視してくれりゃ背中から撃てたのにな。そう言って出てったよ。
おやさん。
1984年に日本の満節は聖徳太子から福沢諭吉に変わった。その時自分の組を持つまでになっていた荒川に俺は贈り物をした。
贈り物？
ああ、福沢諭吉が書かれている新しい偽札を送ったんだ。それもわざわざ裏面を白紙にした特注のエラー品をな。
なんでそんなものを。
説明は難しいな。まあ強いて言えば恩義とけじめの気持ちだ。
恩義とけじめ？
ああ、俺は荒川の招待を受けたあの日殺されるはずの人間だったんだ。だが彼は俺の命を取らず胸に仕えていたものさえ消し去ってくれた。それだけじゃねえ。偉人さんの均衡を保つことも彼のおかげで続けられたと言っても過言じゃねえんだ。
すげえ。
荒川には途方もない恩を受けた。だがけじめの気持ちも忘れちゃならねえとずっと思ってきた。その気持ちの印がそのエラーの偽札だ。偽札の秘密は俺や偉人帳の急所だ。 だがその秘密が保たれ、ずっと偉人さんが成り立っているのは荒川のおかげだという気持ちと、そしてもし俺を生かしておいたことが見込み違いだと思うことがあれば、いつでもそいつを使って俺を好きにすればいい。その二つの気持ちがそれなんだよ。そのつもりで実は裏書きに一筆入れたな。恩義平行を忘れず、賞や罰を常に適切に与えられるという様子を例えた言葉だ。俺が背負っているものにふさわしいと思って書いたんだが、さすがにほとんど消えちまったようだな。
そういうことだったのか。
しかし今その偽札を持った男が俺の前に現れた。それは俺だけにわかる荒川からのメッセージに他ならない。お前という男が荒川真澄にとって大切な身内だということだ。
おやさんが俺を大切な身内だと。
荒川もその偽札の大事さは理解しているはずだ。だがな、それを手放しお前に託した意味をお前も理解すべきじゃないのか。だとすればカムロ町でお前を撃ったのは荒川の本意じゃなかったと考えるべきだ。撃ったのは殺すために撃ったんじゃなく、お前を生かして俺の元へたどり着かせるために撃った。違うか。今俺にわかるのはせいぜいここまでだが。
いえ、ありがとうございます会長。そっか、やっぱそうか。
でも判断すんのはお前さんだ。俺は知ってることを話して。
ねえ、いいんです。十分です。信じます。
そうかい。
ええ、俺の仲間も同じことを言ってたんです。俺にとっちゃその仲間ももちろん会長も信頼できる人です。だから信じれるんです。そして俺自身もおやっさんを信じなきゃいけねえって改めて思いました。
春日。
はい。
お前荒川とは血縁か。
まさかそんなんじゃありませんよ。
そうか。あいつはいい若い衆を持って幸せもんだな。親としてさぞかし鼻が高いだろう。
Illuminations. That was a long ass chapter, dude. What we got there? Number 29.
荻窪幹事長の急病と辞任で大きく揺れる永田町。政界のドンと言われた幹事長の後ろ盾をなくした首相が衆議院の解散を表明いたしました。
解散総選挙により改めて民意を問うことで新たな内閣、新たな民事党を打ち出していきたい、そう考えております。
さらに荻窪幹事長の後任として東京都知事の青木亮氏を任命したことも発表されました。
It's still there. It's still there.
現職知事が与党の
What
幹
else
事
is
長を
on
兼
spicy?
任するの
Tell
は
me.
前例がなく、大胆な人事として波紋を呼ぶことが予想されます。
There's one later where they give you literal breaks in between cutscene. They go and say, but you can't go anywhere else. It's just a break. Fair enough. Oh, Allbane's gonna die.
ご容体いかがですか、元幹事長。
都知事ともあろう人間が字も読めないのか。面会謝絶だ。
病院のルールを守れと。
当たり前だ。
病院の細かいルールをとやかく言う前に、あなたはどうなんです？偽札作りは国のルールを根底から崩しかねない重罪ですよ。
あの偽札が何人の命を救ったと思ってる。100や200では効かんのだぞ。道路や法律を作る政治家は5万といるが、セーフティーネットからこぼれた人間を救える政治家はそうはいない。お前にそれだけの器量があるのか。
あなたとは使い道が違いますが、器量は持ち合わせていますよ。だからこうして引き継ぎの挨拶に来たんです。分刻みのスケジュールを縫ってね。
都知事が幹事長を兼任するなど聞いたこともない。
あなた方老人にとってこの先起こることは全てが前代未聞の出来事になるでしょう。だが1年も経てばそれがこの国の日常となる。それが私が作り出す新たなこの国の政治です。
青二歳
が。青二歳ね。覚えていますか？10年前、私が初めて政界に進出した区議選のことを。民事党の推薦を希望する私をあんたは罵った。ブリーチジャパンなど現実を知らない子供たちの学園祭だと言ってね。荻窪さんの選挙区は神奈川2区でしたね。次の総選挙ではブリーチジャパンからあそこに立候補者を立てます。もちろん民事党の公認候補として。どんな気分ですか？現実を知らない子供たちに全てを持っていく。神奈川2区で我々の候補が当選するのは確実でしょう。まずは手始めに偉人町のゴミ掃除から始めなくてはね。あそこは不法投棄の温床ですから。
彼らをゴミ呼ばわりするのか。
いいえ、ゴミ以下です。社会のセーフティーネットからこぼれた者たちと呼ぶべきですか？しかしそもそもそうなったのはグレーゾーンに甘え続けた彼らの責任では、自己責任の果てに行く当てを失った人間などゴミ以下ですよ。どうなろうか私の知ったことではありません。長話が過ぎました。元幹事長、ぜひ長生きしてくださいよ。私は心からそう思っているんですから。綺麗に再開発された偉人町が完成した暁にはその目で見ていただきたいので、そしてその時の元幹事長の顔を私もこの目で見たいので。
I'm like, because now this is spoiler territory for me. The song complements such a serious scene. It does. Thank you for the Gary song and the Otter Dance Party. After reviewing my alphabet stuff from only missing V, X, and Z, if we count 100% with no plats, I have Vigor and X Defiant. Ooh, so I mean, you know, nearly count, wouldn't it? But, you know, it doesn't sound. I wish, though. X Defiant's a good one to have.
まあくつろげる感じでもないけど。
私は特段の文句はありませんね。手狭なことを除けば。
どいつもこいつも随分上から目線だな。勝手に転がり込んできた分際で。勝手だなんて。ちゃんと南波さんの許可をいただきましたよ。
半純義から止めてくれなんて頼まれたら、俺の立場的にも断れねえだろ。
まあコミジュルが燃えちゃったわけだしね。他の仲間はどうしてる
You would count as all 30 units
現
extra. There's only
監視
16
シ
of
ステム
them.
の復旧に努めていますが、完全復旧にはま
Interesting.
だ
Only
時間
16,
がかか
eh?
るでしょう。
家が焼けた半純義はともかく、蝶までここに引っ越してくることはねえだろう。
引退した俺がいつまでも経験飯店に住むわけにいかないでしょう。示しがつかないからね。だから俺も家なしなのよ。
だからって揃いも揃ってうちに来るか？
人が集まる場所には情報も集まります。ここを有意義に活用していきましょう。
情報か。その後ブリーチジャパンの方はあんだけ暴れまくったんだから警察も動いたんじゃねえのか。
警察？春日君ニュース見てないの？
そういやここのとこ見てねえな。
コミジュルの一件でブリーチジャパンは偉人帳や日本中で株を上げたよ。
はあ？
テレビも新聞も報道はこう。警察さえ手出しできない不法占拠集団コミジュル。そこに危険を顧みず突入した勇気あるブリーチジャパンってね。
そんなの随分偏った言い方だな。
それだけじゃありませんよ。ブリーチジャパンに抗ってコミジュルが火を放った。そしてその火災で代表の小笠原が死亡したと。
小笠原が死んだ？
どういうことだ？俺たちは火災の後に小笠原を拉致って尋問しただけだろ。
そうよ。あいつ近江連合に助け出されてまんまと逃げたはずよ。ってことはまさか。
そのまさかでしょうね。おそらく近江連合に殺されたのでしょう。正義のために殉死した革命の英雄に仕立て上げられてね。
革命の英雄？
They did a interrogation. Yeah, that's the cutscene that I meant. Yeah, that went for like 40 minutes. That's wild.
喋った男。始末しなきゃいけなかったわけでしょ。でもただ始末されたんじゃない。コミジュルが炎上した件で負傷して死んじまったことにすれば事件性も感じないから警察も病院も疑わない。しかもグレーゾーンの撤廃に立ち向かっている最中の悲劇的な死って演出のおまけ付きってこと。
くそ、敵ながらいちいち完璧な連中だぜ。
どうしますか？今から警察に行って小笠原を拉致していたことを話してみますか？
無駄だな。
Save scamming perk is really
馬
lucrative
淵の息が
apparently.
かかっ
I
た
could
連中だら
imagine.
けだ。そんなことしたらどうせ別容疑で捕まるだけだ。
全てはあの青木って男の手のひらで踊らされているってことなのね。完璧に。
若。
でも完璧って言ったってよ。ブリーチジャパンの連中がコミジュルに乗り込んだのも不法侵入じゃねえかよ。
そこは結果論ってやつかな。確かに不法侵入だけど今の世論の流れからそれを問題視する人はいないからね。警察も検挙しようがない。
このままだとコミジュルもハンピン・リューマンも偉人帳に居場所がなくなることは間違いありません。そして我々に味方しかくまってくださっているあなた方も同様でしょう。大変差し出がましいようですが、もし皆さんに行くあてがあれば早々に相談された方がよろしいかと。
いや、俺はここに残って連絡を待たなきゃいけね
え。連絡？
荒川のおやっさんはそう遠くないうちにある博打を打ちます。その時には一人でも多くの味方が必要になります。
一人でも多くの味方って？
これ以上はまだ話せません。すいません。
ミツ。
また連絡させてもらいます。
そうですか。しかしその荒川真澄は春日さんを撃った張本人なのでは？
おやっさんは殺すために撃ったんじゃなかったんだ。俺を生かすために撃ったんだよ。
生かすために撃つとはどういうこと？
まあその話は長くなるから今度酒でも飲みながらやろう。とりあえず蝶も加わったことだし、いろいろと準備をしようぜ。この先いつどうなるかわからねえだろ。金も道具も揃えといた方がいい。
賛成。
Zhao joins the party. Now, I had actually seen someone, funny enough, use Zhao, so that was sadly spoiled for me. So the moment I saw him, I was like, what the fuck? He's the leader? Still interesting, though. With the fall of the Great Wall of Muscle in Yokohama's rising crime rate, the city's villains grow even more powerful. Be on the lookout as you may encounter formidable, never-before-seen foes. Leave your going low mace, roughened him up against bleeding, fear, rage, and silence. Right, what do we got? On the bright side, his ladder move is extremely good for grinding. There you go. Chapter 11, guys. Chapter 11. We're about halfway through the trophies now, too. I knew it. Oh, this is the final one, I think, for him.
Yo, 足立さん。
おう、春日。この間は示談交渉に付き合ってくれてありがとな。
いいってことよ。それにしても笑っちまうよな。足立さんが資産家で、俺がその秘書なんてよ。
なかなか板についてたと思うけどな。お礼に飯でもおごってやるぜ。牛丼でどうだ？
いいね。早速今から赤牛丸に行こうぜ。何にすっかな。新メニューもいいけど定食も捨てがたいな。
バカ、おごってもらうときは牛丼並盛りの一択だろ。
え、そうなのか？せめて大盛りまではいいだろう。ん？足立さん、あれって
高志。
おい、
バカよせ。この服装じゃ資産家じゃねえことがバレちまう。
そうか、そうだったな。
しかも牛丼屋で飯食う資産家と秘書なんておかしいだろう。高志に見つからねえうちに店を出るぞ。
牛丼は
また今度だよ。あいつ詐欺師の
長谷川だ。
この前は失敗したが、あの山田って資産家は狙い目だ。絶対に関係を切るんじゃねえぞ。
はい。
今度こそうまい方法を考えて、あいつの資産を根こそぎ奪ってやるぜ。
もしかして高志と長谷川はグルだったのか？
おい、どういうことだ高志。
山田さ
ん、なんでてめえらがここにいんだよ。
金がねえから牛丼を食いに来たんだ。文句あるか？
金がない。
資産家ってのも山田って名前も真っ赤な嘘だ。本当の俺は無職の中年男足立だよ。
足立さんは高志が気兼ねなく金を受け取れるように資産家を名乗ってたんだよ。
それをお前恩をあだで返しやがって。
高志、 謝るなら今のうちだぜ。足立さんだけじゃなく俺まで頭に来てるからよ。
謝ってほしいのは俺の方だ。散々気を持たせておいて無職はねえだろ。
てめえはすっ込んでろ。
そうはいかねえ。お前らには俺の鬱憤を晴らすサンドバッグになってもらうぜ。
めんどくせえ。表出やがれ。一瞬で蹴りをつけてやる。
I'm kicking your ass, boy. Oh my god, he's so weak. Holy fucking shit. I'm gonna slap him with my money too. Just to be a little shit. Kind of amazing how he's beating people up right after getting out of prison. I think fighting is pretty standard in some parts of Japan, so.
お前、俺がどんな気持ちでこの20年間。
おい、康介。高橋君？さっき部屋でこの手紙を見つけた。バンパーをこすったってなんだ？示談交渉ってなんだ？僕には全く身に覚えがないぞ。高橋君。僕になりすまして山田さんからお金を取ろうとしてたんだ。
Oh, so it's actually him.
ごめんよ、高橋君。
ちょっと待て、お二人さん、話を整理させてくれ。
これは俺が高志に送った手紙だ。示談交渉の日取りを決めるために。
高志はこの僕です。
君が高志？するとこっちは？
僕のルームメイトの康介です。学生時代は2人で弁護士を目指してたんですが、康介は司法試験を諦めてチンピラみたいな連中と付き合うようになったんです。もともと嫌と言えない性格ですから、そそのかされて僕になりすましたんでしょう。
高志君が資産家から援助を受けている話をしたら、長谷川さんから詐欺話を持ちかけられて、
本当にごめんなさい。僕からも謝らせてください。山田さん、いや、足立刑事。
なんでそのことを？
以前から気づいていました。僕のことをここまで気にかけてくれる人は足立さん以外考えられないと。だって足立さんは父が冤罪であることを最後まで訴えてくれたんですから。
知ってたのか？
はい、子供心にもしっかりと理解できました。
だけど俺はお前の親父さんを救えなかった。すまなかった。
謝らないでください。父のような人間が二度と現れないように。その一心で僕は司法試験に受かったんですから。
受かった？司法試験に合格したのか？
はい。
Yeah.
つい昨日合格発表がありました。
Get excited.
よかった。本当によかった。
これもすべて足立さんが援助していただいたおかげです。
なに？あれっぽっちの金、別に大したことねえよ。
とはいえ、僕もこれ以上甘えるわけにはいきません。前回を最後に送金を打ち切ってください。
そうか。そこまで熱心に断られたんじゃ止めるしかねえな。来月から寂しくなるな。
なら送金を続けてもらいましょうか。冗談ですよ。
こりゃ高志君に一本取られたな、足立さん。
間違いねえや。
I'm gonna head to sleep. Chicken, be sure to let him know when he should farm levels a bit of next chapter. Appreciate you, John. So, Familium, get that rest. Get that rest.
大変なんだろ？弁護士になるのって。
ああ、大変なんてもんじゃねえさ。相当頑張ったんだろう。大したもんだよ、あいつは。
足立さんの心遣いが高志君を支えてたのかもしれねえな。
そんなことねえよ。 俺の金がもしなかったとしても、あいつはきっと自分の力で夢を叶えていたさ。そういうやつなんだよ。きっといい弁護士になってたくさんの人を救ってくれるさ。
な、そうだな。
いろいろありがとうよ、春日。
なんだよ、かしこまって。
いや、お前といると大変なことも多いが、なんだかんだで楽しいわ。お前に会えてよかった。俺はそう思ってるぜ。
足立さん。奇遇だな。俺もそう思ってるぜ。
相思相愛だな。じゃあ合格祝いにもう一杯飲むか。
なあ、最高の相棒に乾杯。
乾杯。
乾杯。
Friends on the Force.
よう、さっちゃん。
あ、一番ちょうどよかった。ちょっと話聞いて。
なんだよ。あ、もしかして菜の葉の件か。
そう、さっき勇気を出してあの子に電話したとこ、最近悪い男に捕まってないかって。
それでどうだったんだ。
うん、ね。
なるほどな。結局うまいことは伝えられなかったのか。
なかなか言葉が見つからなくってさ。
でも菜の葉は絶対にあの桂川って野郎から引き離した方がいいぜ。
そもそも何年も疎遠だった私から今の彼氏と別れてっていうのが唐突すぎだよね。実はずっとそばを嗅ぎ回ってたなんて言ったらもう電話にも出てもらえなくなりそうだし、何よりあの子がソープにいたことを私が知ってるとなったらすごく傷つくと思う。それだけは何があってもダメ。あの子にとって私は何も知ってちゃいけないの。だけどこのままじゃ桂川にしゃぶり尽くされちゃうし、気づいたらまたソープにいるなんてことも。どうしようどうしよう、私パニックになっちゃ
う。よし、こうなりゃ奥の手を使うか。
解決策があるの？
ああ、菜の葉に桂川よりいい男を紹介すんだよ。菜の葉がそっちに惚れれば桂川とは縁を切るだろ。
無理よ、あの子は横連母するような子じゃないし、曲がりなりにも桂川に惚れてるんだから。
いや、どんな男もかなわない。本物のイケメンがいりゃ菜の葉だって心が動くはずだ。
そんなパーフェクトな男私の周りにいるわけないじゃない。
よく探してみろよ。案外身近にいるって。
どこによ。
さっちゃんの目の前に。
一番がパーフェクトな男？冗談は髪型だけにしてよ。
そこまで笑うなよ。
ごめんごめん。でもおかげでリラックスできたわ。
ならよかった。
それじゃあ今後どうするべきか今一度考えましょう。
そうだな。どうしても菜の葉を説得できねえんなら、そうだ、桂川の方を説得すりゃいいんだ。あいつが二度と菜の葉に近づかないように。
どうやってそういう風に仕向けるの？殴って脅して町から出て行かせる？
それで諦める程度のやつならいいんだが、多分違う。この手の輩は簡単に金づるの女を手放しゃしない。下手すりゃ町を出て行くとき菜の葉まで一緒に連れてっちまうかもな。
そんなのダメに決まってるじゃん。
だから桂川にきっぱり別れると知らせるのは直接菜の葉の口から出る言葉でだ。
だからそれをどうやるの？
らしくねえな、さっちゃん。ここまで言ってもまだわからねえなんて。 さっちゃんが菜の葉のふりして桂川に会えばいい。双子の強みを生かすなら今だぜ。で、菜の葉として桂川にこう言ってやるんだ。もう二度と私に近づくなってさ。その後俺がきっちりお灸据えて一丁上がりだ。奴には偉人帳を出て行ってもらう。
なるほど。それなら確かにいけるかもね。
どうだい？桂川の居場所が分かりゃすぐにでもやれるぜ。調べられるか？
大丈夫。うちの店の子たちに言えばすぐ調べてくれると思う。
ならそいつを待って突撃と行こうぜ。そん時はもちろん俺も一緒だ。声かけてくれ。
今日は冴えてたね、一番。じゃあ早速調べてもらうように電話してくる。
手間のかかる姉妹だぜ、マジで。でもこれでケリがつきそうだな。
That went well, I think. Level 4. So Number's actually been stuck on level 2 for a while. And he's the last one we need to do. These two, I'm guessing we have relationships with now as well, so they're gonna take a while to grind out. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. We're getting there.
飲んでるか、ナンバ？
おお、一番。ちょうどよかった。お前に話があるんだ。
なんだよ、かしこまっちゃって。
ちゃんと謝りたくてな。お前に嘘をついてたこと。
偽札を追ってた件か？
ああ。すまなかったな。
いいってことよ。弟さんも無事に解放されたし、終わりよければ全てよしで。ただ少し気になるのはどこまでが本当の話かってことだ。例えばお前が看護師だったってことは。
そいつは正真正銘本当だ。じゃなきゃお前の傷の手当てなんかできやしないぜ。
そうだよな。なら病院の薬を盗んで横流ししてたってことは。それがバレて看護師免許を剥奪されたって言ってたよな。
それに関しちゃまあ本当でも嘘でもあるな。
どういうことだ？
この話をするのはお前が初めてだ。ちょいと長い話になるが構わねえか？
ああ、話してくれ。
俺は小学生の時にナイチンゲールの伝記を読んで看護師になろうと決めたんだ。彼女のように人の役に立てたらどんなに素晴らしいだろうと思ってな。だが実際看護師になってみると夜勤は眠いし、患者のわがままには振り回されるし、しんどいのなんのって。次第に俺は仕事の手を抜くことばかり考えてな。ナースコールが聞こえないふりをしたり、サボって昼寝できる場所を探したり、すっかり初心を忘れて40手前になった頃だ。新人の看護師で水江って子が病院にやってきた。彼女は自己紹介でナイチンゲールに憧れてと言っててな。
難波と同じだな。
きっかけは同じでも俺とはまるで違ったよ。水江ちゃんはどんな患者の声にも真剣に耳を傾けて、一切
Bro, getting out of this prison, people usually jacked as fuck.
いつも笑顔でさ、まるで天使みたいな子だったよ。
Koi just came out of the room, just jacked as fuck, bro. Punched the doctor in the mouth.
向こうは23歳の花盛りで、こっちは40目前のおっさんだぞ。
今時そんな珍しい話でもないぞ。若い子からモテる中年男だってたくさんいるんだ。
そういうのは金持ってる連中だ。
That was my prison for real,
そ
for
うと
real.
も言い切れねえって。身だしなみに気を使ったり、若い子のトピックに興味を持つことで 男も若さを保
I
てる
just
ってわけだ。
invested in property in 2010.
お前からそんな助言されるなんてな。悔しいけど、
They took that from
ちょっと
me.
勉強になるよ。
で、その水江ちゃんと何かあったのか？
うん。それでよ、水江ちゃんを見てると、俺にも看護師を志した頃の熱い気持ちが蘇ってきてな。今一度真面目に仕事に向き合おうと思ったんだ。
そいつはいい兆候じゃねえか。
だけどこっちはもう中年だろ。体力がかなわねえ。ある晩夜勤に入ってると猛烈に眠たくなってな。こっそり仮眠を取ろうとして病院の裏庭で横になったんだ。すると背後で物音が聞こえた。振り返るとそこには倉庫があってな。病院で使う薬を保管している倉庫だ。そこから水江ちゃんが出てきたんだよ。
薬の補充か？ナンバーはサボってんのに水江ちゃんは真面目だな。
いや、俺たちの病院じゃ薬の補充は薬剤師しかできない決まりになってるんだ。俺や水江ちゃんは看護師だ。倉庫に入ることはねえ。
だったらなんで水江ちゃんは倉庫から？
あの頃病院内には妙な噂が流れていてな。
妙な噂？
倉庫に保管してる薬の数がリストと合わないんだ。そこで誰かが薬を盗んで闇で横流ししてるんじゃないのかってな。
まさか水江ちゃんが？
ああ。倉庫から出てきた水江ちゃんの手にはしっかりと薬の箱が握られていたんだ。
なんで水江ちゃんが薬の横流しなんて？
話には聞いていたが、水江ちゃんの親御さんには借金があったらしくてな。彼女は給料のほとんどを渡して返済を手助けしてたんだ。だけど借金の額は一看護師の給料じゃ返しきれないほど莫大だったんだろう。
じゃあ彼女は返済を助けるために薬の横流しを？
ああ。俺は水江ちゃんが薬を盗み出すところを目撃しちまったってわけさ。だが水江ちゃんの方は俺が見てたことに気づいていなかった。こんな時一番ならどうする？
水江ちゃんを追いかけて捕まえるってのが正しいんだろうけど、彼女は望んで犯罪に手を染めるような子じゃないんだろ？
ああ。親御さんのためにやむを得ずやっちまったに違いねえ。それに薬の横流しは犯罪には変わりねえが、誰かを痛めつけるような罪じゃないしよ。
横流しが発覚して彼女が病院をクビになれば借金返済は一層遠のく。それを考えるとどうするべきなのか悩んじまうよな。
お前も俺と同じタイプで嬉しいよ。結局俺はどうすることもできずに黙って彼女の後ろ姿を見送っちまったんだ。この世にたった一人だけ許される犯罪者がいるとすれば水江ちゃんに違いない。そう信じて何も見なかったことにしたんだ。
その後水江ちゃんは？
倉庫で水江ちゃんを見てから少し経った頃だ。院長が薬の一件に関して警察に盗難届を出すと言い出したんだ。
それまで警察には届けてなかったのか？
ああ。病院のメンツに関わることだからなるべく内々で解決したかったんだろう。だが一向に犯人が見つからないことにしびれを切らしてついに警察へってわけさ。
警察の捜査が入るとなると水江ちゃんは
犯人だとバレるのも時間の問題だ。逮捕されれば前科もつくし新聞に名前も出る。まだ若い彼女にとってそいつはあまりに酷だと思わねえか？それに比べて俺はどうだ？中年の独身男。どんなに心を入れ替えても今さらナイチンゲールのようにはなれねえ。こんな俺が残るより彼女が残った方が医療業界のためになる。 そう思わねえか。
もしかしてナンバー。
Oh, he copped it. Wow.
ああ、俺が名乗り出たよ。薬を盗んで転売してたのは俺ですって言ってな。
それでナンバーは看護師免許を剥奪。
ああ、当然病院もクビだ。
そこまでして水江ちゃんのことを。その後彼女からは何かなかったのか？電話とか手紙とか。
特にねえよ。俺が住んでた独身寮もクビになった日に追い出されちまったしな。
後悔はしてねえのか？
それからほどなくして弟の失踪事件が起きたんだ。仮にクビになってなくても自分から辞めてたさ。後悔なんてしてねえよ。強いて言えば水江ちゃんが海外に旅立つ際には見送りに行きたかったけどな。
海外に旅立つ？
うん。水江ちゃんは医療の発展しない途上国に渡って一人でも多くの命を救いたいって夢があったんだ。
まさにナイチンゲールだな。
うちの病院は海外派遣制度っていうのがあってな、3年以上働いた看護師が利用できる。水江ちゃんは今年で3年目。きっと制度を利用して渡航するはずだ。
それなら見送りぐらい行ったっていいじゃねえか。
無理だよ。いつ経つのか日にちもわからねえ。
看護師時代の同僚に聞けば渡航の日にちを教えてくれるだろ
う。バカ言え。俺は薬の横流し犯のレッテルが貼られてんだぞ。今さら同僚に連絡できるかよ。
ちょっと二人さん、深刻な顔しちゃって何の話してるのよ。
のう、さっちゃんだいぶ飲んでるみてえだな。
まあね。それより教えなさいよ。何の話してたのよ。
ナンバのホームレス体験記ってのが壮絶でな。
ホームレス体験記？
なんせ家がねえから便所がねえわけだよ。腹壊して下痢なんかした日にゃ。
汚い話ね。もう少し色気のある話でもしてるかと思ったのに。本当に男っていくつになってもバカなんだから。
気回してくれてありがとな。
いいってことよ。
まあいつかサイコにも打ち明けるよ。ただしあいつが酔っ払ってねえ時にな。
間違いねえや。
Level 3. God damn, that one dragged like a motherfucker. I mean, it was really building to like that explanation. But fucking hell. Alright, that's everyone we need to talk to, actually. So, I was going to try and farm this next trophy. Let's see if it works or not. What do you think of Number now? I think he's still a piece of shit. He turned on us, Spicy. He doesn't get it yet. Just gonna buy me a beer. A beer, damn you, a beer.
Gary, no, I know
I was wrong. I messed up, and now you're gone.
Oh.
Gary, I'm sorry I neglected you. Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me feeling this empty.
He's too homeless to buy you a beer. I saw him drinking sake. He can buy me a beer. Beer's cheaper than sake. How you doing, John?
いらっしゃいませ。
いただきます。
いただきます。しかしこのロッシーニってのうまいな。贅沢の極みって感じだ。
ああ、白米とも合うな。
白米といえばよ、俺がガキの頃はフォークの背に飯を乗っけて食べるのがマナーとか言われたんだが、実はそんなマナーはないどころか逆にマナー違反とか言われて軽く人間不信になったな。何を信じりゃいいんだと。
ああ、なんかあったな、そんな話。 俺はどの道食いにくいからやる気なかったけど。
思い出したらまたムカついてきた。マナーなんてクソくらいだぜ、まったく。
気持ちはわかるけど、このお店でその話はやめてちょうだい。
ごちそうさまでした。
ありがとうございました。
We'll see by the end of the game though, whether I end up liking him or not spicy. For real, for real. Good night, B. Sleep well, fam.
いただきます。
いただきます。
No talking there. So you gotta get these conversations up while they eat, which is really hard to, can be kind of hard to do because it's RNG. Good luck, fam. Sleep well. Gary, I was wrong. You were right. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. Sushi, I'm guessing?
いらっしゃいませ。
いただきます。
いただきます。
まったくだな。
俺が最後に松茸ご飯食ったのなんてもう思い出せないくらい前だ。そういえばよ、ホームレスやってた頃に松茸に似たキノコを見つけて焼いて食ったことがあってな。
え、大丈夫なのかそれ。
目の前に星空が広がったよ。あれは綺麗だった。
食べた時間は？
Fucking hate mushrooms, bro.
昼だ。宇宙と融合しかけたのは後にも先にもあの時だけだったな。
完全に幻覚見てんじゃねえか。よかったよ、あんたが生きてて。
ありがとうよ。この松茸食ってまた星空が見えたら笑えるよな。
笑えねえよ。
ごちそうさまでした。ありがとうございました。
結構飲みましたね。
酔っちゃったかな。
Love them in burgers and pizza. Mushroom in burgers, hey? I don't mind them on pizza. One man was on some shrooms. Go to bed, B. Don't, you were right and I was wrong. You did shy.
いらっしゃいませ。
いただきます。
いただきます。
シーザーサラダってうまいな。チーズの風味とスナックのカリカリがいい感じでマッチしてる。
このカリカリってうまいよな。
うん、カリカリがたくさん入ってるときは得した気分になる。あれ、このカリカリの名前何だったかな。クルクルクル。そんな渦巻きみたいな名前じゃなかったはずだが。
クルトンでしょ。
ああ、そうだった。クルトンだ。さすが長。
このカリカリだけずっと食べられたら幸せだろうな。
いや、この配分だからちょうどいいんだよ。クルトンばっかりになったらありがたみなくなると思うよ。
そういうもんか。
I agree.
なんか哲学的で深いじゃねえか。
野菜よ。
So there's 43 of these conversations in game.
ありがとうございました。
Apparently.
何見てやがる。イラつくんだ。
Right. Come here, you beautiful bastard.
どうも春日さん。ここはなかなか居心地のいい店ですね。
なあ、だろ。しかしあんた一人で飲むのが様になってるな。さすがイケメンだ。
悪い気はしませんね。よかったら一杯ご馳走させてください。
お、マジで？いや、話せるね。半純義。
Speaking my language.
あなたは不思議な人ですよ、春日さん。損費も。
Hey, you know which one you have? With the chats, you don't. I think there might be a few places where, like, I think you might have this trophy already, Spicy. I ain't gonna lie to you, fam. I'm pretty sure you might have it. I'd say there's a list for tracking it. But they can spawn twice in the same place, apparently. But the first area is the best to get it. I do know there's more than one area as well. I don't know, it's a bit spoilerish for me, but... yeah, the first area is the best for it, apparently. And it's best to have the full group. That's why I haven't been doing it. Otherwise, oh, God, I would have farmed this off stream. But it's a good way to get your relationships up as well.
私が焼き餅を焼くほどにね。
よく言うよ。そういや、彼女とはもう長いのか？なんかお嬢様と執事って感じに見えるけどよ。
私がコミジュルに来たのは3年ほど前のことです。まだ長いというほどではありません。
そうかい。
それまではジングオン派という組織にいました。私はそのリーダーの影武者だったわけです。
影武者ってと替え玉のことだよな。本物そっくりの。
ええ。主が敵対組織に狙われた時には身代わりで殺される。それが役割です。
今時そんなのが本当にいるんだな。ってことはあんたの今の顔は
作り物の顔です。大掛かりな整形手術を受けました。自前の顔もハンサムでしたけどね。しかしもはや写真すら存在しません。へ
え、過去は捨てたってことかい？
かっこよく言えばそうです。
となると本名も半純義じゃないわけだよな。本当の名前は何てんだ？
まだそこまでの仲じゃないでしょう、私たちは。
だから名前を呼び合うのが友達になる第一歩だろ。
なかなかやりにくいですね。私はもう少し人と距離を置きたいタイプなんです。
人言派って組織がそういうとこだったのか。名前からすると韓国マフィアだよな。
春日さんは元東上会ですよね。なのに人言派をご存じないとは。
無所暮らしが長かったもんでね。
人言派が東上会とやり合っていたのは1980年頃。 あなたが K に服すずっと前です。
80年頃って40年前か。俺はまだ赤ん坊に毛が生えたようなもんだぜ。
私はまだ生まれてもいませんでした。ですがその時にジンゴン派は登場界に襲われ、ほとんど皆殺しにされた。30人ほどがね。
30？
当時のカムロ町はアジア最大の町でした。その島をめぐる抗争は激烈だったと聞いています。そして登場界はあまりに強く凶暴性をむき出しにしていました。
だからって30人も。
報復のため
Dude, I tell you what, Spicy, this fucking game just consumes time.
日本へ送り込みましたが、そのいずれも登場界の牙城を崩せず、しかしだからといって本国へ戻ることも許されない。結果
It does, it really does.
どこにも行き場をな
Pretty
くして
much all my spare time has been put to it, but it's like, it's that thing again that I've been saying to everybody about the alphabet challenge. I'm not grinding anything else at the moment, just the alphabet. So when I just focus on one thing, it's like way easier for me to like finish games. Problem is I'm always playing like fucking 4 or 5 at once. JRPG story game with nuance? Of course it does. I wasn't expecting it to drag me in this much though.
そんな我々のことを端的に言えば、はぐれ人言派といったところでしょう。
はぐれ人言派か。倒したら高い経験値がもらえそうだな。
あ、さては春日さんもゲーム好きな口ですね。
なあ、ガキの頃は散々遊んだぜ。
ではいつか一緒にゲームの話もしましょう。私も嫌いではないので。
おうよ。そんでそのはぐれ人言派はその後どうなったんだい？
21世紀に入って2006年の冬、私が20歳になった頃、本国の人言派は日本の極道らに大攻勢を仕掛けます。ただしその際、我々はぐれ人言派には声もかからなかった。完全に蚊帳の外です。私の父親たちは日本へ行くよう命じた同胞から完全に忘れ去られてもいたわけですよ。
なるほどな。俺も一人同じような目にあったやつを知ってる。今あんたの目の前にいるぜ。組に捨てられて18年無所にいたい。
あ、そうでしたね。道理で春日さんを嫌いになれないわけです。
で、人言派の大攻勢ってのはどうなったんだい？
長い時間をかけて計画されていましたが、結局登場界に潰されました。皮肉なことにその時の彼らもちりぢりに我々はぐれ人言派へ加わることになった。惨めなものでしたよ。打ち捨てられた者同士が外国の底辺で身を寄せ合うしかなかったんです。
苦労したみたいだな、あんた。見た目チャラい割に。
それはお互い様ですね。
だんだん遠慮がなくなってきたな。
そのようです。どうも今日は私らしくなかった。楽しいお酒でしたよ、春日さん。お世辞じゃありません。
あんたが影武者をしてた本物の反順義は今どうしてるんだい？
彼は3年前に人言派を復活させ、一時はカムロ町の一角を手に仕掛けていましたが、頭に銃弾を受けて殺されました。その肝心な時に私はそばにいなかったんです。
そうだったのか。じゃあそれだったらよ、あんたはもう本当の自分名乗っていいんじゃねえか。なんでまだ影武者のままでいるんだよ。もしかしてこのまま本物の反順義になり変わろうとしてるとか。
さて、だとしても 春日さんには関係ないことです。違いますか？違わねえな。それでは簡単に腹ん中見せるタイプじゃねえもんな。また今度じっくり飲んでみるか。
He's got an interesting personality, Kasuga, honestly. I just realized, I wonder if he's like nearly like his like design is based off old what's it called? Bloody just gonna double check whether it's the right thing. Old Boy. I wonder if like some of his designs based off Old Boy. What a great fucking movie, by the way. What a fucked up movie there. Who's that? You haven't seen the movie Old Boy? It's a pretty messed up movie, but it's good. Spicy, would recommend. Alrighty. What are we on today? Are we on 40 now? I think I'm on 40 hours now, am I? There you go. I'm about halfway through on the platinum scale. To chase it down though, it's gonna be tough, I think. When did I get a trophy? What the fuck? Where'd that extra one come from? I'll check it out. Yeah, it's pretty messed up, but it's good. I think it's on Amazon if you have that by any chance. Last time I watched it. I'm really enjoying this game though at the moment. I've had no energy today though. It's been fucking really bad. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. I feel like I get a little bit better and then I just run myself down again. It's just like a constant fucking battle with myself, honestly. I'm such an idiot sometimes. I just don't know what to do about it, to be honest. I'm just gonna keep pushing on though. Pushing on until I figure out what the hell's going on with it. Okay, cool. So we're up to 30 out of 63 for Yakuza Like a Dragon and we're on 40 hours. You look sleepy. Yeah, I was still like enjoying it. I could probably sit here for another 3 hours, to be honest. I don't think I'd care if I kept playing the game. But I'm just like, I don't know. I can't seem to get energy at the moment. I'm gonna start looking into changing my diet, I think, soon. Might try something different. We were doing this diet a while ago. It's like I have tried to like eat nothing but healthy. Like me and Rikoi, about a month ago, right? January? No. Like probably like December, I would say. Most of December and November, we would just eat rice, fresh veggies. So not even cooked veggies. Like we would just have them fresh, and then some type of meat. So we go lamb, steak, stuff like that, and that's all we'd have. We ate that for a fair few weeks, just trying to go like a bit cleaner and stuff like that, and just like try to like, you know, we crossed like, you know, we did like different types of veggies like tomatoes and like, you know, lettuce and fucking, you know, cucumber and a bunch of different other stuff. And, like we spread it and changed it up as much as we could. Still added other stuff into it, but that was like when I was at my peak of like just like feeling like everyone shot. Tried fish. Yes, I do eat a fair bit of fish, but McCoy doesn't like fish. It's that good stuff. Fish also is like kind of hard to get here, which is so strange since so many people fish here. I've never really thought about that before. Where I live currently, it's not easy to get fish here. Like they go to the supermarket, but not nice fish. Where like other parts of Australia, you can get fish all the time, but everybody fucking fishes here. Like we've got fisheries and everything. That's so weird. I've never thought about that before. He's been sucking me down. But I'm not sure what it is yet. I'll change it up again and I'll try to figure it out. I might try more fish there. That's probably not a bad shout, to be honest. I never thought about that. I might try and see if I can find something. That Recoil likes, maybe. Yeah, you sound drained. You need some rest. Nah, it's not rest anymore. Either. That's the thing. I've had my rest. I've taken my time off. I've missed that many streams and stuff. And I've like even like taken extra time off when I can. And I've cut my work back to like work in a certain way where I have a few extra days. So I don't know. It's not that either. Spinach is good. We eat a lot of we eat a lot of spinach actually. I actually sneak it into my pastas and stuff because you can barely notice it when you put it in pasta and shit. But we get fresh spinach as well with like the rice and that. I don't know. I'll look into it. I'll keep trying it. It's just starting to piss me off a little bit. Basically, is a good way to put it. Just starting to annoy me. Carrots. We have carrots here. Oh yeah. Like I said, like with the meals, we really do spread it out. It's like 8 to 10 different vegetables, and then like switch them in and out. Like we were trying really hard to like be as clean and healthy as we could for a bit. Because I thought that might have been the thing. Because I thought it might be my pancreas. It's not my pancreas either. I thought it might be my pancreas playing up again. Spread them cheeks then. I thought it might be my pancreas playing up, but I don't think it's my pancreas either. I'm not sure what it is yet. I'll find out though. I'll find out. And then I'll be back to my normal fucking... hopefully bounciness. I'm still like grinding, like that's the thing. I'm not tired, but like I'm exhausted at the same time. I thought maybe it's just what I'm doing, I don't know. God, my hair's a fucking mess at the moment, Jesus Christ. McCoy's lucky that she likes it long. I'm not sure I would have cut it by now. It's starting to piss me off. Yeah, cool. So we made a fair bit of progress in Yakuza Like a Dragon today. I'm really happy with that, actually. We're making a really big dent. Well, as I said, I think... What day is it? It's literally Monday now. Is it? Yes. Rikoi goes away on Thursday. At this point. And she's gone Thursday, Friday, Saturday at this point as well. So I'll be streaming those 3 days. I will take... one day off probably this week at some point, but we'll keep it to shorter streams as well, because that's what I've been doing at the moment. If anyone hasn't noticed, I've been doing long ones so I can do more overall until I can work my way back up into the 12 hours again. Well, I did a 12 hour yesterday, but still. So I'll figure that out, but we'll probably end up taking it'll either be Saturday, Friday, or Thursday. Be one of those days while Rikoi's away, just to make sure I can rest properly. Life just bends you over. Yes. When's it my turn not to be bent over there, Koi? I guess that's life, though, isn't it? Hey, banana. But then again, I could get my spurt back in mid-year, hopefully. I never know, eh? I was pretty energized last year, now I think about that, from about March onwards. When I was, like, streaming full-time, I was, like, I was a psychopath at that point. Slept, like, 3 hours a day. No lube, bent over, pretty much. Hey, Amarok, how's it going, fam? Anyway, yeah. What I mean is, this will be done. We're going to finish Yakuza this week. I really will. The only thing that might get in the way is if anyone wants to collab or anything like that. I think Rai wants to do something Saturday. But as I said, I might take Saturday off, honestly, at this stage. I'm 50-50 on it. But if not, we'll be doing this. This will be done this week, though. I'll probably do another 20 or 30 hours before even the weekend hits. And then I just need to do an extra 20 or 30 on the weekend to be done. And yeah, I'll do that easily. So it's not the end of the world. And then we'll start 13 straight away as well. And then we're going straight into Watch Dogs. I will be doing Watch Dogs 2 and 1's multiplayer as well. We'll be doing Watch Dogs 1 multiplayer straight away to get the trophies out of the way. I'm also going to be doing Far Cry 5's multiplayer to get it out of the way, because I'm starting to get worried about some of these trophies with online. They're disappearing here and there. I think Ubisoft are really going to make some moves to get rid of a lot of their servers, so I'm going to do a few of them. As I said previously as well, it's pinned in chat, if there are any games in the Alphabet Challenge at all, there's not a lot of multiplayer in there, but if there's any multiplayer or any multiplayer trophies in the list it all and you want to do them at any time, just let me know. I've changed my rules. So basically, I'm just going to start any game at any point. Also, if anyone has any redeemed games in the Alphabet Challenge, or even just in the redeemed games in general, and they want to change any of them, please let me know. I think Queer will be very happy to know, but I think Professor wants to change RimWorld. Professor was in here today wanting to change RimWorld, and I think they're going to change it to a different letter. I'm thinking they couldn't think of anything while I was here, but they love Rocket League and it's crossplay, so I think they'll go with that in the end, which is like 40 or 60 hours, I think, so it shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, if anyone is worried about the Alphabet Challenge or any of their games and you don't want me to play it anymore or any of the redeems at all, you can change them. I don't mind if you change them. It's not the end of the world. And you can change them and then I just play it at a later date as well. If it's not too long, I don't mind doing that either. I'm rambling like a fucking idiot right now. But yeah, we're going to call it there for the night because I do have to work tomorrow. It's a bit of a longer week this week. I've got to do like 20 hours of driving this week. So I've got to like keep it together a little bit mentally and try to fix my sleep for this week. No one's really on tonight, but the Goober's on, and they're currently playing GTA. Well, they were just playing Spider-Man. What the fuck just happened? The fuck just happened there? They're they're trophy hunter in my community, and they're a lovely person. So, oh no, I think he might actually left our group. I didn't see that. Really cool person though. Is always vibing and does a lot of trophy hunting. He's a better trophy hunter than I am. But no one else is really on tonight, funny enough. It's been a bit quiet the past few days. So we're going to go and raid them. Sleep, what is that exactly? Great stream as always. I appreciate it, Darkrai. Thank you so much, fam. Goob. Thank you for the stream. Thank you, Sophie. Hope you're doing well today, Banana, family. Hope the grind's going well. But we'll be back tomorrow, as I said. We'll be back tomorrow. Bye-bye. Night. We'll be back tomorrow with another one. I'll upload the box opening to YouTube as well if anyone did end up missing it with the mystery box and then the other game. And I'll also segment them in the YouTube so you just go straight to the mystery box because if you don't care, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, I'll get all that done as well for you. But we'll be back tomorrow with more Yakuza. As I said, the only game that'll change will be Watch Dogs. We'll do it earlier if people need to do the trophies for them, but I doubt that'll happen. Spicy's also on the verge of finishing this game as well, so if the big Spice Dog ends up streaming at any point, make sure to jump on over to steal all these secrets and bring them back to me for me. I think it's going to be pretty tight in the end. Spicy's made some really, really, really good time with what he's currently done, and I think he might beat me. It's going to be close. I don't have much faith in doing the final bosses, so yeah. Anyway, I love and appreciate you all. Hope you have a great night, morning, day, whatever time it is for you. You're all amazing, and I shall see you all later. Bye-bye. It's going to be a mystery.
Purge? Holy shit, fit for the raid?
Oh.
How was your stream? I hope it went well. Spicy noir chicken.